makes life more difficult now for Kenny, who has to watch his back, and that's taken some attention away from Casanito. Not going to be able to stop Kenny from committing to the plant itself. Bomb plant does come through. No kits in play, obviously, with this being an eco, but they've got the weapons. They don't have a Casanito, though.
Now it's just Neno. Man that's already found one in this round. Making the jump, making noise, and that's going to be his life. Over body. With shots, going to try and back up, helping his teammate and delaying, hindering. Molly goes in, body moves past it. That is slick movement. And Neno done. Out. Save. It's 6-4.
Might even bait the body a little bit here because of how he closed the door and goes back towards the back of lowers. No, hasn't, but he will still win the gunfight out. Body was insane in that round. Immense impact. Sure, just 2 kills, but hugely impactful frags. And you know what? If those BlueJays players... Oh, excuse me. If those BlueJays players hadn't actually started giving away the audio cues, if they hadn't started running, Body wouldn't have realized that they were actually both there. He would have been caught off guard. But good adjustment coming through from him.
Yeah.
6-4.
Very nice, and of course, time for things to get a little more interesting because now BlueJays have got money to rebuy. Falcons are in a position where actually they have a fair bit of cash. Obviously, they could afford the hunts, afford to go for the fights, and what have you. But there you have it, right? I guess that's the bonus of chaining together some success here on the T side, is you can afford to be a little braver when it comes to going for these exits. It's another tech pause. This time, I think to the help of the HUD, it's going to be Falcons that have called it just because they've lost a player. So yeah, it's going to be fun. Anyway, yeah, we don't know how long this is going to be. Apparently, there's some more casting issues as well, not from us, but for other regions and what have you, in languages. And listen, I won't bore you. I'm going to let you enjoy the music. We're going to go to another break. When we are back, though, hopefully, it's going to be a smooth run to the end of this game.
without any information as to how long the break was going to be until a few seconds ago. We were just told, listen, Kenny S is back. We're in the server. We're ready to go. He was having some internet or electricity problems, but thankfully they are no more. My name is Hayes. I am joined by Retro, and we're back into the server. Hopefully no more stop-start Counter-Strike here, mate.
Yeah, it should be smooth sailing for the rest of the half now. Kenny S has his electricity back by the sounds of things. Everything's ready and raring to go. Round 11 is where we pick things back up, and Falcons down to 4. Masuta takes an early exit and puts BlueJays up a man. Not at the cost of course, their investment. That's something we've got to talk about because they've got limited utility and now limited chances because Body's caught out the A push, and now it looks so easy for the taking. A second shot by Python. And now Aid Kit on the AWP. He's got to collect a couple. The Grim Reaper with the AWP from Macedonia needs to deliver. Tag is his. Trying to jump away. Trying to leap out of the sight and into the jaws of safety. But it's not going to happen because while Falcons look to apply pressure towards A, they hit the brakes and they're going to move back towards B.
Yeah, really good decision-making coming through from them right now. They've forced A rotation out of the B bomb side. It's actually only Danny who's on the side of the map right now. He does spot the player towards Monster, decides to deploy the incendiary in that direction instead of short. That means they're actually able to make their way in towards the site. Man advantage in play. This is a great angle here being taken up by Danny. Will lead to the demise of Python. Danny tries to push off the back of the flash. That costs him his life as Body will double down. And Aid Kit now counted out of the round.
Easy stuff for Falcons to make it 7. Can't argue with that. Cannot argue with those numbers. I mean, look, the man advantage even went their way, right? BlueJays got the opening kill, and then it was an overextension towards the A side of things, and then Falcons kind of just own them. Play for trades, play for numbers. Life is good. And now, of course, CT side left to save once again. I'm wondering if A-Kit's going to get away with his life, because I thought the money, although good enough for Falcons to hunt, I think they understand as well that maybe going for a hunt and overcommitting with these weapons could be a bit of a risk. They don't have enough to survive the half, and that will be their focus. And it's the 7th on the board. Falcons already with a very, very impressive T side, looking very scary, I'd say, for BlueJays now.
Yeah, what's been impressive for me is how Falcons have been able to keep up with the pace from BlueJays. Now, normally it's the T side who dictate the pace of a half, but it's actually been BlueJays who have been getting very aggressive, taking fights in lowers, pushing short. They've been getting aggressive towards Fountain. So Falcons have actually had to sustain a lot of that early round aggression, deal with it, and then they can start to take some shape afterwards. You even saw Body there in Playground watching his back towards T ramp at the start of the round. So they're clearly accustomed to how BlueJays are playing the CT side, and it's going to be more of the same. It's A-Kit now to start around with the AWP looking for an early fight. You've got Castanito in lowers as well, so BlueJays not taking a step backwards as of yet.
A few more rounds to play with on this first half for BlueJays to try and make a recovery, but the longer it goes on and the less they impress, I think the more we're going to believe in a 2-0 to become reality. See now what the plan is. Flash goes in towards Con. A-Kit waiting with the big green, trying to hold and isolate these angles. Got to be careful again. Connectors over boast for him, and so yes, he decides to back up even further. And this is an issue, right? A level of timidity being shown by BlueJays. There's no B control. There's no information towards A. Like, we're just bunkering up already in the first 50 seconds or so. You just got no control and no information and nothing to show for it.
Good flash to get them in towards the B bomb site.
Yeah.
Beautiful opening kill coming through there from NBK. Masuta compliments that with one of his own. Defense has been shattered here on the B bomb site. Kenny steps into Zykoz's crosshair, but scope trumps rifle in those types of fights. And Falcons will double up their scoreline on their opponents. It's been impressive how there has been a bit of a stop-start affair here with this map in particular, but Falcons, it's not like they've gone cold and then had to take a few rounds to get back into the swing of things. You wouldn't say that there were any prolonged breaks with how they've been playing.
No, absolutely. It feels like they picked up where they left off very nicely. And as you said, right, like you got to think, it's what, 10 minutes of breaks probably, maybe even more than that, 10, 15 minutes between a few rounds. And they still look as consistent, if not better than before. And this is what I'm on about. You know, these last two players on rifles, you've got the money saved from the last. It's time to go hunting. And it's a shooting gallery towards long. And it's one that the T side will win. Sure, they lose 3, but they kill off 2. And that means BlueJays, if you make an investment, it's going to be a pretty terrible one in terms of utility. And Neno's brought out an M4. That tells us the game plan for the rest of this half. BlueJays, serious teething issues on this CT side. Off to a good start, similar to Mirage. and it's another sour outcome.
And we even said at the start of the map that good stance aren't enough to beat Falcons. You're going to need a lot more than just a strong start. At least they're going to have 4 A1Ss to work with here, MP9 utility as well, but that hasn't been the problem. Weapons haven't been the issue for BlueJays. It does look like Falcons are moving with a little bit more of a spring in their step right now, taking some ground early on. A-Kid off the back of the flash, looks to get aggressive, does a huge amount of damage to NBK, but he even bails himself out of that situation with the frag, and he gets the second on Zycos as well. How on earth is NBK making so much with so little?
Minute 20. Slow starts, but already Falcons with a 2-man advantage. They understand the necessity in just slamming the brakes. Okay, never mind. I'll shut up. No worries at all.
I mean, Python's actually really elevated his game in the past 2 months, I would say, and it kind of feels like that's also one of the core reasons that Falcons have been able to get in towards the top 30. Body, well, he's obviously been let leash, not having to call anymore. He did mention that was something he was really excited about, joining this Falcons team, playing under NBK's leadership.
And the thing is as well, like, I remember I'm a lover of MBK, not just because obviously like MBK, but I think ever since what happened with him at Mouse, like, you could only feel for him, right? He gets to join this roster, been in for about 2 minutes, then he just gets benched, and he's just, like, sat there for months. Sure, you know, you get paid for being on the bench, but, like, that's the last thing MBK wanted, especially when the French major got announced, right? Like, he wanted a team either to build one or to join one that had a chance of playing in front of that home crowd. And as you said, right, like, he's there to build up the leadership. No doubt that Body may want to interject a mid-round call here or there. You know, I'm guessing voices are welcome for MBK, but at the same time, you know, like, he's playing his own game. And individually speaking, Body, even when he was IGLing under Heat, had a brilliant stint. You know, he was a consistent top performer. I remember the event to end the year for them was the Elisa Masters Espo. He was owning people, absolutely destroying them. And to see him back on the server now doing the exact same thing, but with less pressure in terms of making the call and directing his team, this is a very, very menacing side, and BlueJays are learning it the hard way today.
And look at the numbers NBK's putting up here as well, by the way. 12 kills to his name, a lot of multi-kills in the mix. High impact frags coming through from him, while calling a superb T side. They were down, what, 4-1, I think it was? BlueJays gone for a gamble stack over towards the B side of the map here. It is an eco for them. Max round lost bonus means they can afford to dig a bit deeper into the pockets. Upgraded pistols, Kevlar, an MP9. A dream. But they find themselves on the wrong side of the map right now as things stand.
It's difficult again, isn't it? One of those where Falcons start to take control, but, you know, every position gonna be held. That's nice, Kenny. You should not be the next to face. He is. AK picked up. AK quick switches. Not gonna be the play to make. His life drawn to a close. Nero did actually spot out the rifleman towards Flower Pot. Still spamming away with his eagle. Takes the wide swing. MBK, it's messy from his part, but he knows the damage has been done. Body swings in and finds the frag before he gets blinded. 3 versus 4. Bomb should go down. A 10th should certainly be on the cards. Python spots the rifleman as well. Swings out. Doesn't get the kill, but at least it's information on a couple.
A bit too overconfident there from Python. If they're not careful, things could unravel. But there we go. Kenny, S, and NBK will just put the nails into the coffin. They know exactly where Danny is as well. Not the cleanest eagle shots coming through. And Body says, guys, I'm on the angle. This is my gunfight. You both already got a frag. Can I get on the mix here as well? And eventually, actually, NBK and Kenny realize, yeah, we're pretty low here. Probably not the best to offer up any fights to the Deagle. Falcons going to get themselves to double digits here, though, man. And in dominant fashion, this is what... I think this is their 9th consecutive round now. They were down 4-1, and it's about to be 4-10.
Yeah, it's another one of those that I don't really, like, care how the last round of the half goes. It's BlueJays need to win a pistol. From 10-5 or 11-4, doesn't matter the scenario. If you lose the pistol, you're going to lose the game, right? You're on T's side. Need to start building up the Empire quickly. Need to start proving what's going on and, you know, that you're a capable side. But yeah, right now, it is hurting massively. They just cannot find anything on the CT side. And where they have, it's been so momentary, so, you know, on and off, that it's like, what, 1 round of consistency, and that's it. MBK starting to go very aggressive, drops all his util towards T-Connector, which is quite smart because, as you can see, He's the bait to this team. He's jumping around. He's clearing and checking all these corners and allowing his teammates behind to take the control. Round 15, let's go fast towards long. Let's see the test that we can put up. 8 caught with his knife out. Good damage, no frag.
Oh, and he's going to be able to get around the corner in time. That's going to be stopping BlueJays in their pursuit of the A bomb site. Looks like Body's still continuing with the initial plan. Whether he commits or not is still yet to be seen. He's got the bomb on his back, so he needs to be careful. Python gets the frag onto 8-Kit. That means that Casanito is now left to his own devices. In the meantime, the push has continued to come through from long. Zykar's is tasked with trying to deal with that. He's been able to cross in towards the truck. Casanito dancing amongst the smoke plays right now, catches NBK, but trade comes through immediately afterwards. Falcons with a big advantage, gain control of the site, but haven't won the round just yet. For a few low HP players means this one's not done until Body has his say.
Massive round. Neno does stand his ground for the first. But there's 3 more to go. And unfortunately for BlueJays, 11 just makes it even harder. And sure, maybe he's able to find a couple more. A couple of these players are low. Python turns away, turns back, hits the shot. 11-4, Falcons. 5 rounds away from closing this one out. How quick can they get it done? We'll find out after this. Live is the second half, and alive is the Falcons side. BlueJays are 5 rounds away from getting eliminated from this competition, and their run in the CCT West Europe will be done for. Odds over at 1xBet, more or less 10-1 over on that BlueJays side. It is backs against the wall kind of scenario. And while not only to make those odds a reality do they need to win this map, they'd have to come back and then do it again on our decider. Good start out of the T side though. BlueJays going to find a couple. Not going to be made effective as Body does find one with the Julies, but Casanito trades. And that is going to be a 2 versus 3. Kenny up close. He could be the next in contact.
Yeah, because he hasn't seen anybody coming through though. He has actually sent NBK back from where he came. Casanito does clear his corner. Kenny not looking in the correct direction there, has his head torn off. Doing the round here from the P250 of Casanito. Only NBK left, wants a crack at the clutch, but Neno's already closed the gap. Sure, NBK has a smoke, but he's looking for somebody to cross that gap, but as the smoke dissipates, so will his chances. Casanito finishes it off, and BlueJays want to continue to fight. They've won both pistol rounds now on Overpass.
11-5. I did say that is the way that they needed back into this contest. They deliver. They do exactly what they need to do to get the results done. Now it's about building off of this, right? You're sure you've beaten Falcons at the pistol, but it's a force buy, then a full buy. You know, you've got to really start chaining this one together, making it work. NBK, eaten lead, the nade, very well placed. 93 damage done. Not enough to take him down, but this will hurt him majorly. And one shot the difference there with the Galil of 8-Kit.
Yeah, he would have gone down immediately to Casanito anyway. So life was certainly on a timer. And now Falcons off the back of that, just going to stay grouped up in towards the B side of the map. I like this option on the force buy. Go for the gamble stack. I also really like this option against the force buy from BlueJays. Will send one player in by himself in towards the opposite side of the map, see if he can gain any information. Knows that there's at least one player towards B, and actually looks like he's calling for his teammates to gravitate in that direction, though Falcons, they pulled the plug. They're second-guessing themselves here. And that's going to cost them all of their positions on the site itself.
We go. Lower start, NBK short at the early exit, but for the rest of the team, they're certainly looking to provide. Masuta does find a kill. That's a Galil upgrade, and head might be spotted towards barrels, but Danny can't hit it. 3 versus 4. It's still a man disadvantage, but actually, with 30 seconds left, It's a stack towards B that might just work out, but never mind.
No.
A pressure's good. Castanito will call his troops up, and that's the roundup.
Yeah. Falcons making a lot of moves there with the force buy. Unfortunately, eventually find themselves on the wrong side of the map, so they're going to have to settle for just saving their guns. At least gives them a little bit of firepower going into the next round. But BlueJays showing, well, I guess this is the rock bottom bare minimum if they're still going to stand a chance here on overpass, right? Winning the pistol, winning against the force buy, winning the anti-eco. That makes it 11-7. From there, you go into the gun round. 11-8, 11-9 after the eco. I know a lot of hypotheticals here, sure, but there is a path here for BlueJays to claw their way back and put some pressure onto Falcons.
Certainly, I think there's prime opportunity, as you said, for everyone here to really make the magic happen and get this comeback underway. Obviously, you've got to be cautious because there's a lot of if, buts, and maybes, and a lot of conditioning, as you said, behind this. And then, of course, still plenty of work to be done. You can't write it all off just yet, but certainly going to be looking good. Let's see, of course, if they can prevail. It's an eco here for Falcons. What damage can they get done? And then, of course, it's onto the full buy, and that's where we're really going to start chatting about the game a little further and as to the effectiveness that BlueJays might have in this second.
Now, let's see what they can get done here. Should just be an easy 7th round coming through for them. Really, only Body and Python with any notable weapons. It does look like they're going to force some early fights here in towards Fountain as well. Python just gets destroyed, as does Kenny. Okay, the round's pretty much over before it even begun. Easy cleanup coming through here from BlueJays. At least Body going to be able to take one to the grave. NBK with only a silenced pistol. Going to be very difficult for him to get anything, even though he kind of has the jump here on A-Kit. It's still mission impossible. A-Kit will even finish him off with the silenced pistol. No, Castanito robs him of the kill. Doesn't matter though, 11-7. Problem is, what, BlueJays won the first 2 rounds of the half. They won the pistol, then they won against the force, and now they've won the first 3 rounds of the second half. So that's 5 of their 7 rounds have come outside of gun rounds. Now we have another gun round. This is going to be the first major test of the second half.
Yeah, this is it, right? Falcons didn't really care after losing the pistol. What happened? It's just all the complementaries to winning. And then, of course, that's where you're really going to start focusing on the full buys, right? You've got an AWP, you've got M4. Sure, utility isn't amazing, but that's the caveat that Falcons are willing to take so they can bring out an AWP and give everyone a rifle and an armor and all of that. So, yeah, makes sense. But for BlueJays, of course, they're on still a bit of a bonus, right? They can afford to lose this round. They've only kept pistols and, well, I say pistols, an SMG and a couple of weaker rifles. A couple of AKs to go with it as well. But other than that, pretty bog standard, at least it should be. Python nearly lining them all up. Misuta looking to do exactly that. And he delivers. He passes with flying colours.
Yeah.
A-Kit and Castanito, 2v4.
Wonderful kills coming through from him. A-Kit might go unaccounted for, tucked into the corner. Body spots him, steps back out, gets the frag. It's Kenny who certainly will go down here, but not really any implications with that kill coming through there, because it's not like he's got the bomb. He's still going to have to go back and try to recover the C4 before he can make anything of the round. A bit of time on the clock, but I think he's just going to settle for saving the AWP here, actually, you know. I didn't even think he's going to want to go for this.
Dunzo. All finished for this one, as you said. Castanito heads to the swings, wants to save his AWP in the playground area. Funky times certainly ahead of us, because BlueJays now, of course, in a pretty weird position, right? Because, as I said, it's a bonus. Castanito can drop a gun, A-Kit can drop a gun to Zekos, but at the end of the day, you kind of feel like it's a full buy where if it doesn't work out, like your times are up.
Oh, just going to be able to afford the AWP here. They can't find him. They are hunting for him. But he will avoid them. Evade the hounds. Another gun round going to come through here for BlueJays. But if they lose this retro, you could probably write off the entire series at that point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's any denying that one. It's difficult. It is a tough one for BlueJays because they looked so good at the beginning, but again, it's the story of their life in this BO3. Talk about Mirage, started out well, ended sour. Talk about the first half of Overpass, ended well, or started well, ended sour. Second half, it started well, and I feel like the trend will continue.
That's true, man. It's just been a couple good starts for BlueJays, but nothing too sustainable. Does look like they've gone for an A lean coming through. A few players early towards long. A couple of players taking control of Falcons as well. Look at the angle here from NBK. How does he get the second kill into Casanito? That's an outrageous frag. They knew exactly where he was. First wasn't too clean, but the second was beautiful. Coming through from the natural born killer. 5v3 off the bat here for Falcons.
Yeah, that's an immediate round loss, it feels like, for BlueJays. Your AWP's on half health. You've got a single smoke and a single flashbang to get on a site and keep it. Just doesn't feel manageable. And now it's a third rotate in towards A. MBK's playing close. Kenny's up on towards Dice. Then you've got a player towards Garbage as well, or rather on Heaven. That's going to be a quick rotate. Going to sting massively, even if Kenny goes down, you know, even if he gets caught out. There's so many bodies surrounding this A site, and the rotate does indeed occur. Body's now here to help, and it just goes from bad to worse. Kenny waiting towards long, had the angle so narrowly held, and that's why Deco's shoulder peaks, and unfortunately the shoulder is enough to take him down. MBK also playing to stop the resistance from toilets, and unfortunately with minimal time and A-Kit being flashed off, it's another round that BlueJays want to forfeit. It's a save call. It's done. It's 13 for Falcons.
And this is one of the rounds that you were talking about where saving on the T side can actually be a pretty awkward affair because now Danny and 8-Kit don't get any round loss bonus. You'll have just enough money for Castanito to get the AK and armor, but Neno and Zykos, they are in the dumps right now, economically speaking. So rough decision needs to be made now. Do they force? Does look like that's going to be the case. I thought a save around the two guns would have been better, and then they would both be able to buy in the next, right? But they're going to go all in right here, right now. Falcons have been very impressive in the series so far.
Absolutely.
Definitely playing like favorites, looking like winners.
Let's see. Nicely done. First frag, Danny finds it. I mean, at least it's a 5v4, but again, a caveat to this round, despite a man advantage, is Neno's on a deagle, and you've got limited utility again, so I don't know,
wow,
mate. What
I mean,
shot.
What can you even do about that? Misuta didn't even know he was there. It's not like he had some sort of ironclad information when he swings out like that. First kill goes where BlueJays in the round, but they're picking up the pieces thereafter. Kenny is going to be coming into 8-Kit scope, but with the verticality on his side, he will win the gunfight out. Problems continue for BlueJays. 2 versus 4. Edging in towards A. Time on the clock. Kenny's been legged. Does have support from Body though. Casanito wants to try and get that kill, but that might leave him exposed. No. Body was trying to turn from the smoke there, thinking it might be a flash. That does give Casanito a chance here to close the gap.
Body waiting patiently. 4 versus 2. Has the one-way. Flash doesn't matter. He just tucks back behind the smoke, and even if he hears a bomb plant, he won't be too cautious of it. What's just happened? Casanito's lined up a double. Body's going to find one. That's going to force the bomb plant away. Casanito's found the third, and he's expecting Python to come in behind. The noise has been made. He's done enough. Casanito, missed shot on the AWP, repeaks. Python hits him again. 1 HP. The AWP needs to swing. Switches out to the AK. 1 headshot required. And Python plays a game of dancing from the heavens. From the heights has the shadow advantage. And that's 14 on the board for Falcons. A nice attempt from Casanito, but not enough to win them the round. It's now double the scoreline for BlueJays on the Falcons side. It's 14-7.
What's so rough there for Castanito was the last kill of the sequence was the easiest one, right? He just steps out with the AWP, has that clear shot, the clear line, isn't able to connect, and from there Python just closes the gap, gets closer and closer, and eventually, as his name suggests, suffocates his opponent. 14-7. Great effort there from Castanito, but it goes in vain. I spoke about how you could rely on him to put up the numbers in the series, but him being good wouldn't be enough for BlueJays to win. You need 8-Kits as well. He's been fairly average. You need Zykos, you need Danny. Nobody else has really been able to consistently stand up in this match alongside Casanito, and that's proven to be detrimental to BlueJays' cause here in the match.
backs against the wall for the final time as well. Force investment means it is do or die. Kenny starting to edge in towards short.
Oh no.
Casanito walks through a smoke. Danny was dropped earlier on as well. 5 versus 3. It's done. It is so over. Yeah. I mean,
was he spotted? Did Body see him? He did.
Yeah, genius, mate. Absolute genius. Does win the fight, but it's 2v4. BlueJays no chance again.
Surely not, right? I mean, even though Body goes down, it's still a huge amount of information that he gains before he loses his life. Zycos pushes in towards heaven, but he can't go too far because his teammate's coming up long in towards the A site. Nice angle here by Zycos. Could catch someone off guard. No, not Misuta, though. Certainly not Misuta. Have to wake up early in the morning to catch him off guard. Kenny will finish a kit, or 15-7. Falcons march on. They were down 1-4, Retro. 1-4, which means they've won 14 of the past 17 rounds. 5 of the rounds that BlueJays have won have come off the back of pistol rounds, and then winning the rounds after that. So once it's come down to the gun rounds, these two teams have been in completely different leagues.
Absolutely. Map, series, elimination point. Unfortunately for BlueJays, their time has come. Gonna be stinging like hell because they know maybe different day, had they have, you know, used momentum as a force rather than their downfall, certainly could have looked a lot closer. And now, 5 versus 4, Falcons yet again, man advantage, yet again, look to be in the driver's seat, and it looks to be for the final time.
Look at the kill distribution on Falcons, and it's NBK who's putting himself in that enforcer role here to start off the round, gets the opening kill. Everybody between 15 and 17 frags right now on the CT side. What a beautiful, polished team performance coming through here from the French squad. Splash for Python to get aggressive, costs him his life. Zycos takes down Misuta as well. Maybe a chance in the round. NBK forced to take the fight, but he doesn't care. Standing out in the open, we will best Zycos as well. Down to the 2 versus 2. Is Body's position accounted for? Is the question as he swings out? Absolutely not. It's only Casanito left, and while he has been the heavy-hitting player for BlueJays so far, only 2 points of health to his name, and as many opponents left remaining in the round.
I mean, 2 headshots would be nice if he could pick up an AK, but as you said, he's got literally a tickle of HP to spare. Someone sneezes on him and he's dead. And unfortunately, it might just be a very big sneeze. Kenny scoped in, didn't see it.
On there?
And oh no, Body, yeah, that's the way to close. Wallbang spam, Dunzo. BlueJays lose 2-0. It's Falcons 16-7. And they will have themselves a spot in top 8. It's another 2-0. It's more convincing than the last. And it's Falcons that make top 8.
Yeah, it's not the problem that BlueJays got 2-0. I mean, I suppose that was somewhat expected result, but it's the way they got 2-0s that's the problem. They were up 5-1 on Mirage, they lost the map 16-8. They were 4-1 on Overpass, they lost the map 16-7. So, unfortunately, not able to capitalize on either of their strong starts. Falcons showed a lot of impressive resolve, some great team play, a lot of initiative being taken. All 5 of the individuals were able to stand up when they needed to. And as you said, they will feature in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the end of the road for BlueJays, Hayes, and
Yep.
you know, they'll have to go back to the drawing board. But it wasn't without a good event from them, right? They did make the playoff stage. They did well in the Swiss stage to go 2-2. Fortunate to get the forfeit, yada, yada, yada. Doesn't really matter. They got there. They've got more HLTV points. It's more experience for this new team, and it's a learning experience, a learning curve for them, right? Casanito, we saw glimpses of what he's capable of, but now it's just about letting the team mature and work together as a core 5 rather than what's left of the previous BlueJays roster. Still 2 more BO3s to go today, though, Hayes. It's going to be a fun one across the board. I think we've got new faces in. Mr. Ted and Zerf are going to be joining us in a few moments.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be taking over the microphone. You got Sprout versus iNation coming up next, and Sprouts have been in some diabolical form lately. Obviously added Maze to the team for just 2 days after Refresh relinquished the IGL role. He then got cut, so now they're playing with Berry, and they're just losing all their matches. So iNation definitely the favorites there. And then afterwards, it's ForZe versus Young Ninjas. ForZe also in good form, but Young Ninjas have been on the mark lately. So that should actually be a really good game too. These last couple round of 16 matches, certainly not to be missed, Retro.
Yes, absolutely. And speaking of, it'll be the next one in about 35, 40 minutes or so. So make sure to stick around. We'll be back with the pre-game in just a few moments. Until then, have a great one, and we'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade drop skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to get underway with our third game here of the round of 16 today at the CCT West European Series 1. My name is Surfer, and of course, joining me is going to be Ted. We're a little bit swapped over, of course. I'm actually going to be, me is Ted. So yeah, Ted, I get to be you for the day, and you get to be me. So this is interesting.
Yeah, man, I finally get to have a hairline. That's insane, I love it. It feels absolutely great. I might even go to the shop and get some shampoo after that. I haven't used shampoo in such a long time, and I haven't needed to. But yeah, all jokes aside, obviously, Jack, we're not getting into a nice day. We're continuing the nice day. It was Retro to take us through the first half of the action. Obviously, he had a really fun time with Hayes. They brought us through the first 2 games of the day, and I did manage to watch some of the action, and it was quite interesting seeing the big main roster, and I almost started saying Big Academy because I couldn't believe it, but it was actually the big main roster losing 0-2 to Spirit Academy, man. That was absolutely wild. Obviously, they're going through changes, trialing out hype right now, and stuff like that. He actually got announced as the main opener yesterday. But yeah, we're gonna go through the schedule real quick. And for all of you ladies and gents at home, obviously we're at the start of the playoffs of the CCT West Europe. And as you can see on the schedule here, we have open qualifiers, play-in deciders, group stage, playoffs, as we're in the playoffs right now. And then, oh baby, we're getting into the sweet part of it. There's the studio finals and the global finals that are going to be taking place in 2024. So there's a lot more action coming up. And obviously, the playoffs of the CCT West Europe, this edition of it, are taking place between the 20th and the 23rd of February. On the 23rd, we're going to figure out who's going to be the champion.
Yeah, man, that means, we only have today, tomorrow, and the next day, and then we're done. Then we will have the winner of the first
Yeah.
West Europe Series 1, man. So, it is beginning to heat up. We are getting down to the business end of things. And, we are down right now to, I believe, 4 more teams left in the round of 16, and we're going to be seeing who's going to be jumping up, of course, into the quarterfinals, grouping up with the other 6 that are already in there. It'll be 8 in total after this one. We'll have a quick look at the bracket, maybe, actually.
No, we're not.
No,
but we can go through a bit of an abridgment for you guys at home to make it a little bit easier to visualize. So in the first game of the round of 16, Godsend took down Eyeballers. They're going to be facing off against Gamer Legion in the first quarterfinal. Gamer Legion getting the better of Trick. Then the second quarterfinal is going to see the teams of Illuminar and Apex face off against each other, respectively beating up Habu and Coalesce in 2-0 fashions. And then obviously we have the Spirit Academy and Falcons game. Both teams earlier today beating respectively Big and BlueJays. Again, 2-0s only, Jack. We haven't had a single 3-mapper so far in the round of 16, which is absolutely crazy. And obviously we still have 2 more games to go. We have Sprout taking on iNation, which is going to be our 3rd game of the day. And then we're going to see ForZe take on Young Ninjas. But speaking about Sprout and iNation, well, we're going to get into the head-to-head and speak a little bit about the individuals on both sides. And, as much as I want to let you speak about Stair, I'm going to start it off with VLDN, which, I'm really used to calling him Vodana simply because that's the way that old Balkans pronounce it. But obviously we're going to go with VLDN for the sake of it. But this man was appointed by some of the greatest players to ever come out of the, Bosnian, Serbian region as the next big thing, right? We had people like Yanko, like Assad, like Hunter, like Nico point towards VLDN and go, you know what? This guy is the future tier 1 star of Serbian CS. And so far this year, he's played a major role in the success for iNation.
Man, that is some very, very high praise you're giving him right there.
High pressure as well.
Can you pronounce that once again, the way that the Balkan
way?
Yeah.
Vodana.
Vuldana. I actually like Vuldana better than VLDN.
Yeah, it sounds more natural, right?
Yeah, it does. It does. We might have to call him Vuldana from now on. That is very nice indeed. Of course,
that's how we pronounce it in Bulgarian. They might be pronouncing it Vladan or something like that because this is his name. It's kind of like we can just. You know what? We can just go for Vladan. Yeah.
Vladan. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's good to get that out of the way before we do go live. And of course, Sarah on the other side of it, he's had an impressive run, but for Sprout at the minute, it's been less than impressive. It's been really, really difficult, to be honest. Looking at this lineup, of course, Siphon coming out of the roster. They picked up Maze for a little bit, putting him in the IGL role. Of course, that didn't work out. He was only in there for
2 games.
2 games, a wet week, and he was already gone. And then, of course, Barry stepping in. Of course, the coach has Sprout for quite some time. Now he's stepping in. I presume the IGLing duties are being, split between himself and Refresh. Both of them calling. Of course, Barry has a lot of experience, has played in a lot of rosters in the past, the likes of Opa, Quantum Bellator Fire, and then Ambush. He was still playing for quite a while. He's relatively new in the coach position, but I'm hearing, Ted, we've actually delayed so long that we're actually going live in the match. So we are going to be jumping straight into map 1. We didn't even get into have a look at the veto, so maybe we will get a quick update about that just before we go.
Okay, Inferno map number 1, ladies and gents. We're getting straight into the action. I presume that this should be the map pick of iNation. Inferno is one of their best maps, currently standing on 86% win rate across 21 maps, and that's only past 3 months. The majority of those have been played in 2023, so we expect the Serbian roster to start well here, and indeed they have started well, as VODN and Kindo, or Vladan and Kindo, are going to pick up the first 2 kills.
3 players fault, and nobody left on that A-bomb site. Lonix and Stair, it looks like they are pretty much happy with saving what they have. Of course, you can understand that. Probably no chance back into this round. So it is going to be iNation taking that lead. Now,
oh man, You know, we could actually play. We can play some Hail Mary with the veto right now, because we don't have an official confirmation on what maps are. I was about to say that I expect an Inferno from iNation. Now, I really hoped that we'd get a chance to see maybe the Vertigo of Sprout, because it's the only map that they have 100% win rate on, and maybe an Ancient then. I'm actually surprised that we don't see a Nuke or an Anubis being picked by iNation, simply because of how troublesome those two maps have been for Sprout. It's kind of been like Sprout have a veto of 3 maps, and it's Ancient, Vertigo, and Overpass that they're competitive on, and maybe on a good day they can get fortunate on a Mirage or Inferno, but you're never getting Mirage against iNation. I presume that got removed, but now we're gonna see the confirmation. We're seeing the Inferno, Vertigo, and Overpass, which I think both teams are gonna be fairly happy with.
I think this is the first time that we've actually gone into a cast and we have had no idea what the second and third map was.
You know what? It's exciting.
Yeah, I actually kind of like it that way, funny enough.
Yeah, you jump into a map, you don't know which map you're jumping onto. You're like, yeah, bring it on. Straight into the action.
Straight into the action here. Lonix is completely blind by that flashbang. Tries to get away, but Kindo is not going to be allowing that happen whatsoever. And off that kill, the T's might just initiate a little bit of a B play, but the smokes are going to go down and a risk has to be taken. They're trying to push past it. Now, the bomb is still dropped towards T ramp, and you can see Zello is pushing down, might be able to get his hands on it if he's lucky, but a scout against the Mac 10 when you're sitting in mech seat, never really going to be favorable for the scoped rifle. So iNation, they will take this B bomb site with relative ease. Stair isn't going to put up too much of a fight or a struggle. And this surely is going to be iNation's second.
Yeah. Speaking about iNation and their Inferno, there's an interesting thing that we can say. Obviously, iNation's been one of the biggest revelations of this year. They started the year at number 101 in the world. And I actually had the chance of having a chat with Choi before the start of this year. And one of his goals for the next 6 months, and that's at the start of 2023, was to get the team into top 50. Now, only 2.5 months in the season, they're already under number 34, and that got updated yesterday. So I guess it's safe to say for a team that made it into the RMR as well, that maybe 3 months ago, no one would have thought that iNation would be playing an RMR. I think it's been a great year for them, and Inferno's been one of their strongest maps, right? I mean, we spoke about the statistics already. It's been nearly perfect. The protocols are great. The game plan is always nice. Individually, Kindo, Dragon, Vladon, they're feeling really comfortable on this map. Obviously, Choif is comfortable with calling it. He's been playing it throughout his entire career, pretty much. Maybe the only negative part about it. Yesterday, I had the chance to watched them play in a Bulgarian tournament. They faced off against Voivoda. They lost their Inferno 14-16, which, fair enough considering you're playing against Voivoda, but they had a 9-0 lead on the T side and they couldn't convert it. And this is the thing that actually troubles me about potentially this game, but let's see. Maybe they've written their homework and today is going to be a lot more flawless.
Oh, not a flawless take towards Banana whatsoever.
I feel so bad saying the word flawless as we're witnessing them lose against an eco.
They get absolutely ripped apart there, and now it is Valden or VLDN trying to rescue this round. Now, there's lots of guns to be recovered here towards Bananas, so that could be a little bit of an issue later on. But Valden wants to stick around just that little bit, seeing if anybody's fading that smoke. But now he continues to creep his way up middle. Now, if timing doesn't work in his favor, Zello, he's got his hands on an AK, but he's just missed him. Just missed him. That is very unfortunate. The issue is, I mean, VLDN doesn't know if A is completely clear right now. He doesn't know if both are still on Banana. Of course, they were earlier on in the round. Both of them have kills, but they definitely could have rotated back. They definitely could be now lurking somewhere on that A site. But the LDM will actually get a bomb plant here. He'll be able to get a smoke down as well. So a decent post plant position. The issue is Zello and Stair 100% are going to play this together. So the MP9 needs to be ready for not one, but two gunfights, one after another.
Yeah, what he has going on for him is the fact that they have no defuse kit, and obviously no armors present in the server either. So if he manages to get the first kill and then fade away and play into a 1 versus 1, surely he's gonna get it. And look at how smartly he's playing this one. He's fully finessed them.
Smoke on the bomb though. Yeah, yet to tap it. Of course, he knows that there's probably no kit in play, but doesn't realize that there's nobody on it right now. Stair still nowhere near it, waiting for the swing wide. And Stair,
No time.
he has to get an aggressive angle, but there is no time. The damage done, not going to be enough to warrant a kill or reward a kill. However, Valden will get rewarded with that round. It's 3-0 iNation. They get away with that one.
Yeah, it gets a little bit sticky early on, right? I mean, it's a flawless pistol round, a flawless anti-force, and then we get into the anti-eco, and it gets so scrappy. But still, they get away from it. You know, one thing that you shouldn't be trying to get away from is Hellcase, though, ladies and gents. You can click the banner below the stream, have some fun there. Obviously, be responsible. You can upgrade your inventory. Might work out for you. Going into the first buy round, though, Zello is one of the people that you're going to be looking towards and thinking that he should be the difference maker, especially on the CT side, like Infernos. Surely not the easiest of maps to open, but I guess that's, you know, a lot of it has to do with the T side. But CT side, we expect Zello to be really proactive, just constantly moving around the map, looking for picks. Like Stair towards Banana. Absolutely destroying Kindo early on. But there is still one more player towards the logs, which I'm not sure if they're aware of.
Oh, but Stair, as he tries to make his exit, he's going to be caught in the back. Now, Sprite have had some initial success getting aggressive on Banana, taking that control away. But right now, it's under lock and key from iNation, and Zello tries to walk right in, but Depression scoped in, locked in, and gets the better of his opposite number this time around. They've got the advantage now to play with. Lonix, little jump spot, gets the information and doesn't take any damage. But the issue is he is absolutely no use and no help to Refresh right now, who is completely alone, completely isolated on the site. Good for one, but not for the second. And Dragon even turns around to get the second as well. The man that is the highest rated player on iNation pirouettes on the site to get that double. And he is somebody that, you know, we've talked about. We talked about VLDN, sorry, excuse me, the second highest rated player on iNation in the last 3 months. Yeah. Dragon has been incredible. And, you know, you've seen some stuff from him in that Bulgarian tournament. And if he continues playing like that today, I mean, man, it's going to be a tough day at the office for Spread.
Yeah, that's the thing though, right? Because Dragon used to be the Oprah of iNation before they signed up Depression, right? So he's kind of used to being that star guy. He used to being the Mr. Impact fella in the server, so to speak. And he's used to going for those plays. I feel like he feels even more comfortable now being with the rifle because, you know, for a lot of players, especially more unexperienced ones on a high international level, being the Oprah does feel like a lot of pressure on your shoulders, right? It's kind of like that for Depression right now. Whereas for Dragon, you know, he had his fair share of opening. Now he's back to rifling, and rifling's been looking hella good from him. As you pointed out, he's the second highest rated player on the side of iNation since the start of this year. He's on 1.13. Vladan obviously on 1.19, but you know, he's Mr. Carry for the team. But still, a lot of good work has been done by both Dragon and Kindo, to be fair. The X4 Glory member. A fun fact for this iNation team, actually, it was the same 5, but instead of Choiv, they had the Macedonian Nino playing on the team in 0200 for a certain period of time, around a month, I believe, earlier on in the fall of 2022. But then they came back into iNation, and you know, it's been a great story ever since. Another half bite coming in for Sprout so far. Not a lot of success found. Refresh is going to fall early on, leaving Stair all alone towards that B-bomb side with the Swag 7, though. I'm getting some other Balkan vibes here. You know who I'm talking about.
Oh, Mr. Ships, of course.
Oh, yeah.
How many times have we seen him with it now? Stair will be trying his best impression, but Choiv is very clued in, very aware that that's a possibility. The free fire is there. Very nice headshot onto the first and stops Kindo initially, but his teammates, however, will just continue to pick up the pace and try and get into the site. Very trying to find a little bit more success through that smoke. Damage taken, but also damage done. Depression nearly caught out by that P250, but luckily sets himself onto Zello, and it is just Barry that remains, and he will not get out alive. It is clean, it is pristine, and it is iNation with a 5-0 lead.
Yeah, as you said, it's so clean. You look at the kills. You look at the amount of kills that Sprout have gotten 5 rounds into the game, right? And it's just not great. It's 9 kills spread across 5 players, which obviously is not gonna help out a lot in your mission to annihilate the economy of the T's and not let them get into a really good financial state, which they already are in. We look at a buy for iNation. They can rebuy easily twice more, and we can see Sprout going for the double ult early on, which, you know, sometimes might be just speaking about some last-second decisions, you know, trying to switch things up a little bit, feeling a bit helpless on the CT side early on, but so far it's worked out. It was a nice shot from Lonix, catching Choiv mid-air after eating 2 HEs, but still staying alive. When you're with the AVP, it doesn't really make that big a difference still, so it's all right for him. Some middle pressure being shown by Vladen here, but Barry going in front of the smoke is a really smart move. He wants to confirm that there's no play coming in behind that Yuto, and that's going to make iNation actually need to double back towards middle and maybe show Barry that there is some presence.
That's being heard out towards second mid, though, of course, because of the aggressive positioning of the Sprout players in the apartments. And, well, although the pressure's coming on in terms of the utility, they're not seeing all that much or hearing that much. So Sprout will not rotate away. A great setup here, and Barry took down just to avoid any of the flashes initially. Stair able to find that first kill. The end drops the player on the site, but Barry drops down and has a double. Depression now trying to get across, but Barry, through that smoke, is going to be able to put the finishing touches on Sprout's first round. A really good read, great information gathered from that Sprout side, and what a way to get yourself back into this game. Now, of course, iNation, plenty of money, so a buy is not going to be a problem, but they are going to call the first tactical timeout of this game.
Yeah. I think they realize right now that last round's fake was a little bit too cheap for Sprout, right? Because of Barry's play, right? Barry peeking towards middle, seeing that there was nothing behind that Yuto, even though they doubled back and tried it again after, you know, Barry got pushed back initially. Sprout already had that aggressive setup towards the apartments, which obviously iNation don't know about, but because of this setup, they were able to keep that 3-man setup towards the B-bomb side with Barry on the boost, and as soon as they get the first kill, they already had a man advantage. They get a 2-man advantage. Barry can get activated from the boost. It was just overall pretty decent round from Sprout, tactically wise. Great information play from the coach. A 5-4 star, by the way, by Barry. He's been hitting them shots whenever he's needed to. Still, though, Sprout need to double up and double down on rounds. Otherwise, money's going to be in the bin once again.
Oh. You've already lost one of your ops. Lonix will not have any success. Refresh. And Zello decide to vacate the premises of the A apartments just in case of a terrorist waiting on the other side. Now, how does Sprout get themselves back into this round? They've stacked heavily towards A here. Refresh is going to try and get this smoke down. Dragon's not going to be spotted on the cross, and this timing could work out perfectly. Dragon's got 1, Dragon's got 2, and that is near perfection from him. Understood the assignment completely, gets it done, and it's the save from Sprout. There's going to be no double up on rounds for them, as they're going to have to double up together and hope that they can get in a crossfire to hold on to these AK and M4s.
Yeah, that was great communication as well from iNation. It must feel like it's just a random timing for Dragon to peak, right? But it isn't. And in the end of the day, Kindo actually takes down both Stair and Barry. That's massive for the economy of the CT side, which is not going to be looking absolutely perfect after the end of this round. But going back to the play from apartments, Dragon just peaks in the exact same moment when if Sprout have that idea to double up towards short, they would, right? Everyone else from iNation uses the nades. They molly off underback. They start flashing towards middle. They make it look like the initial take is going to come in from mid. So Sprout just double back. They're like, you know what? We're going to focus on middle, and then we're going to turn around and catch the apartments player after the fact, because this is how it usually goes, right? Usually, first contact made towards middle, and then the apartments player tries to play on the back of that. But no, it was just the grenades, no peeks coming in, and Dragon just peeking simultaneously with the mid utility. That was a great play from iNation.
Right now, I mean, you are just seeing iNation flex their muscles a little bit. Oh, refresh. He doesn't even get a single one. Dragon flies out of the apartments over the top of the balcony.
I guess that's why his nickname's Dragon. He just flew past them.
He's not breathing fire. He's just spitting bullets. And Zello on the receiving end once again. And it's been a tough day at the office for Refresh and Zello. But right now, I mean, you're seeing iNation. You know, this is their specialist map. I mean, 21 maps in the last 3 months. That's triple the amount that Sprout have played on Inferno in the last 3 months. And iNation, you know, still with an insane win rate on it. I mean, an 86% on over 21 maps. That is nearly unheard of. You know, it's absolutely incredible. Sprout need to hang on to these rifles, but, well, I say rifles. There's only one of them. There's 2 MP9s. It's better than nothing, though, at this stage.
Yeah. When you think about it, iNation, this is iNation's number 22 on Inferno so far this year, right? This is the 29th map for Sprout this year on any map. It's just like official maps played on HOTV. So iNation pretty much have almost played the exact same numbers of maps as Sprout have, but only on Inferno. That's crazy to think of, right? It's just the difference. Obviously, Sprout is on a bit of a higher level, especially in the start of the year, and as an organization, as names and stuff. So I guess you know the roster kills they've been going through as well has contributed to that. So you're not going to see them grind as much, but just to think about the numbers is absolutely crazy.
Already, you've lost 2 players in this round, but you still have the 3 saved weapons. One of them's going to be put to good use as Refresh actually is going to be able to get back onto the site, and this is a lovely MP9 crossfire right now. Flash is coming in, but Dragon is swinging wide. Stair stops the first, but won't stop the second. Are they ready for Refresh? No, nasty surprise still on the site. And Refresh still has a chance to win this, especially if he finds this kill onto VLDN, but it's not going to happen. 8-1 right now for iNation, and Sprout are in very, very hot water indeed. And not only just in terms of this series, right? I mean, Barry, of course, he is the coach of the team. He is just standing in for the moment as they do search for an IGL. But, you know, time is kind of running out for Sprout. I mean, there isn't a lot of time for them to get, you know, a new 5th in, considering, I mean, the Oromore is a little over a month away. That's, you know, of course, their main objective. They want to get a player in. They want to get him settled. But is a month enough time to get prepared for a brand new player, for a brand new call of style, or style of calling even as well? I'm not too sure. And, I mean, judging by this game alone, if you go to the Oromore with Barry, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, I don't think you're going to have the success that Sprout are after or looking for.
Yeah, surely that's not how they'd imagine it, right? As well, it's like as you said, Barry's more of a temporary stand-in. You know, obviously he's going to be helping out when they don't have an IGL for sure. You know, it's a lot better than, you know, missing out on an AWPer or an entry or even a lurker and then having your IGL step in. So maybe the role of the IGL is the best one to have your coach play for. But it's still not ideal for them. And we saw that things with Maze didn't really work out. He had a really short trial, which, you know, I actually was really bamboozled by. But, you know, Barry might have something in his sleeve. And in this round, he's got a double kill up his sleeve. That was a great flash. Depression and Kindo going down. And this could be the second round for Sprout on the board. Shall they deal with Vlad and Choip and Dragon? And, oh, my God.
Zello asleep on the angle there. The kid's going to be punished. The LDN looking for a refresh, but 1-for-1 is going to be good enough. Bomb drops in no man's land right now, and Dragon is going to get his hands on it. But it's a 1 versus 2. Lonix scoped in, looking towards the site. Up, picked up, and Lonix will find that kill. That is at least going to be a sigh of relief from the likes of Sprout. Because if Lonix goes down there, Stair is in a 1v1 once again. And possibly you're looking at a 9-1 scoreline. But 8-2, now Sprout really need to start putting consecutive rounds on the board. It's all well and good, you know, winning these rounds, you know, stopping iNation finally. And we are going to see a tactical pause brought in here from the Sprout side. So they understand the weight of this. They know that this is their chance to build. You know, their money hasn't been in the best of places for a lot of these rounds. Now you've got a great opportunity to push on and rescue this first half.
Yeah, absolutely you do. I guess that's why the tactical timeout comes in. I feel like Barry's got a really good understanding on the fact that the money is still not great for Sprout. And, you know, as you pointed out, it's really nice. And you're all going to be happy about picking up those rounds every now and then. But especially on the CT side, especially when it's your opponent's map pick, you need a little bit more. Now, if we go into that CT side, T side doldrum, obviously we know that Inferno could be regarded as the most T-sided map in the pool, even with Anubis still. Which I know you're not a big fan of, but we're not going to speak about Anubis today. Inferno is still slightly maybe favoring the terrorist side of things. So I guess this is something that Sprout could capitalize on if they get a couple rounds here on the CT. But let's see how it goes. Reset possibility for the CT side. Not quite the same reset possibility for iNation, but it could be if they don't get the bomb plant. Low and X missing the first chance over towards Banana. It's been a really methodical T side so far from iNation, right? It's pretty much the same. Banana control, every single round is getting contested. And then maybe they can go for a contact play towards the A-bomb side if it doesn't work out for them. But this round, it's worked out.
Lonix going to peek onto the angle. Kindo is going to be stopped, but Choi still heading into the sights there, actually pushes past that smoke, able to find the kill onto Dragon and backs away safely, knows that there's a two-man advantage intact in play. They just need to keep it that way. Depression, however, he will be able to get up close and get this bomb down. The spam will not be good enough. Lonix, of course, does have an AWP, so not the most ideal weapon if you don't hit that first bullet. As right now, Barry just lines up the spam, just gets it perfect. Chive dead.
Coach
First time in a long time I've seen somebody go down through the stained glass. Depression tries to react towards CT, but it's not going to happen. And 2 T players caught out in front of CT with no smoke up. So no problem for Sprout there. Only 1 casualty as well. Massive boost to their money, a massive boost to their morale. Now they'll realize, okay, right guys, hasn't gone our way initially, but we can win these rounds. We can claw it back. It's just up to us to get it done now.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I mean, if this one doesn't go to iNation in iNation's favor, then, you know, it'll get a little bit easier because you won't have that many AKs on the other side.
Yeah, it's going to get a bit scrappy from the iNation perspective. I feel like for the mental of Sprout, it's really important that both these rounds still got one in the post plan, right? Last time you had a 1 versus 2, now you had a 3 versus 5, which obviously you're going to favor them in, but it's still a round in which iNation are able to somewhat make their way into the bomb side and get a bomb plant, and still you're winning the round fairly comfortably. Now this is not comfortable for Low and X. He just gets absolutely deleted by Vladon in the apartments, and that's the second time we've seen that. First time it was the AVP of Zello over towards short, but Vladon's looking sharp today. He's leveled himself up with the top fragger of the server before this round. Well, top fragger underneath Dragon, so leveled up on second place with Barry, who's been doing a really good job for Sprout so far, but there goes Stair as well towards the top of Banana.
Yeah, Sprout left there really to hold alone here. Flash towards middle for some information. They don't see that much, so Barry is actually going to rotate back now. Just a little bit afraid of what might be coming in towards Banana, and Stair decides he's going to play a little bit safer as well.
Yeah, like that position from Stair. He's playing in such an aggressive angle. Even if they kill him, they won't really believe that he's alone. So chances are there's going to be enough time for the rotation. And if he gets the kill, there's going to be enough time for Barry to rotate over and support him. And he's still got a Molotov and an HE to do so.
Flash comes in for Barry, just to delay for the minute. Stair actually tries to go for the peak. There's fire all over the bomb site, and that is not ideal for Stair. However, eventually the mollies will burn out, and he will just about survive. 28 HP towards the back of the site. Barry offering some kind of support through the smoke, but Dragon takes down 2, instantly shuts down that B hold, and the bomb is going to be planted. 3v4 turns 3v2, and Zello and Refresh are going to need to combine Another retake towards this B site if they're going to be able to pull it off. Missed shot, missed opportunity from Choi. Peeks into Zello this time around. AK picked up, both players coming from Runes as BLDN needs to try and get away. Drops in towards Pool. Up boosted. Dragon's going to be taken down, and it's all down to BLDN who tries to transfer onto both, but it's not going to happen. Refresh stands tall. The defuse pulled off, and Sprout continue to pull this first half back.
Wow, it's been such a close game in a lot of those rounds, right? A lot of retakes, as we said about Sprout. Maybe this one felt like the one that iNation should have won after the double kill from Dragon, though. That was absolutely phenomenal from him. First, pre-firing the person that was playing U-Box, and then just taking the second one on the fate of the smoke. But I guess the kill that Choi gave away there was not really a necessary repeat. Maybe his mind process there is, you know what, I missed the first shot. Surely they're not going to expect me to just peek a second time straight away, so maybe I can catch them off guard. But in that scenario, Zello was just prepared for it, manages to react in time, and they make it work. Not a lot that you can ask from Vladan in that scenario. And it's a 4-8 here. Sprout slowly starting to crawl their way back. Now, the only problem that they maybe have with the way that they're winning those rounds and the way that they won the last round is the fact that they still lost too many members, right? They lost 4 players. So money is not great, but you're still getting them rounds on the board. And, you know, in the end of the day, this is what matters, especially when you're able to keep the T side money low simultaneously. My goodness gracious.
What a
It's not
peak
easy.
there.
It's not easy being an Oper on the side of Sprout today, is it?
No, not at all. And, well,
My goodness.
Lonix on the receiving end. All of the not bullet this time as Dragon just upgrades, playing gun game right now, picking up whatever is in his path and putting it to good use. Stair is completely alone on a desert island right now, and he's got no support, so he is going to have to do this one completely alone. He has dropped Dragon. That's the initial danger man, but the next one is Choi, and he will not be so lucky in that engagement at all. This is a 9-4. Berry and Refresh need to hang on to these rifles because, once again, the money is just not there for Sprout. The reset potential is going to be pretty harsh for the CTs, and it could get even worse if Valden is able to put his Galil bullets in the head of his enemies. Berry's holding here. Oh, but that's a lovely peek up, and Berry, he was holding the angle, but it's, you know, a common theme that we've actually seen with these Sprout players. It just kind of seems that they're falling asleep a little bit on those angles sometimes.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if they're falling asleep too much, or I guess Zello towards short a couple rounds ago was a good example of that, or are just iNation not really giving them a chance in a lot of those fights. I guess it's a fair mixture of both, right?
Yeah.
Because earlier in this round, the thing that Dragon did, it was unholy, and it's really devastating from the perspective of Sprout if you look at it, because it's not like you don't have the feeling of you doing something wrong and necessarily holding the wrong angle, doing a wrong decision or whatever. You're just getting annihilated. It's like they're peeking into fights that should be favorable for you, but you still get absolutely deleted from the server. And this is maybe one of the worst feelings, right? Because even if you get into a tactical timeout, then what you can talk about? Can you talk about the way that you've just lost 2 or 3 favorable fights? There's nothing that you can change about it. Sometimes, you know, you just have a plan, but then you get shot in the face. Now, this setup doesn't look too bad. It actually looks decent with the flash from Barry.
Yeah, the flash is coming now, though, and the flash comes in from the T's. Kindo is going to just dispatch that setup lovely. Now, Barry, he's actually going to be spotted before that smoke blossoms. That's why the spam is coming through. Lucky to not actually be taken down by those AK bullets. And Barry, he's going to decide to get aggressive. Will Dragon be aware of this? Yes, he will. Barry takes a risk, but the round was pretty much over after that setup. Found out towards Banana. Not a lot he can really do. Zello creeps down towards second middle. The LDN peeks up at the perfect timing, and Refresh completely alone now in a 1v4, and I believe he was spotted there. Oh, just the timings, man. Not working out for Sprout whatsoever in this game, and iNation continue to push into the lead. 10-4 right now, and Sprout will buy up what they can. It's not going to be pretty. Possibly an 11-4 scoreline. Of course, Hellcase, one of our partners here. If you want to go ahead and use code CCT and sign up. Some great bonuses that you can take advantage of. There's a giveaway going on as well, if I'm not mistaken. So head over to Hellcase if you want to definitely spice up your inventory a little bit. Double nade down middle, lots of damage done, but this is a super aggressive round from the T's, and Berry peeks out for the first, but instantly traded back with a quick double, and how about a triple? Lonix out of the round, 2 B players left, and 2 B players need to rotate.
Yeah, as you saw, it was just a really good reaction from iNation there, right? I mean, they spot the SMGs taking a quick peek towards middle, then hiding, they hear the nades, and then instantly just jumping on the left-hand side behind the wall, or to the right-hand side towards second middle. So everyone was kind of thinking about getting cover in that moment. No one was really getting into the swing of things. So they kind of delayed the play a little bit to make sure that it goes well and it works out. And now it's just there and refresh. A 2 versus 4 that shouldn't really go their way by any means. And any moment now, iNation will confirm that 11-4 lead in the end of the first half. As going into the second one, they're going to be looking real confident. Okay, Jack, we are back to the swing of things. 30 seconds for both teams to try and think about what happened in the first 15 rounds and come up with something better. Well, for iNation, they need to come up with the same. Sprout needs something better for sure. And so far, it's looked like exactly how we expected it, right? I mean, it's looked like a really well-coordinated, dominated game from iNation on Inferno that they look prepared for. And Sprout with some good plays from Barry, some decent calls, some decent aggressive plays, but that's really all that there is to it. Haven't really been able to get closer to, you know, being in the contest of this map. Not quite looking like a team that could win it in the end, but, you know, who knows? Maybe a pistol round could set up the tone.
Well, I mean, if you're Sprout, you need to hope that the pistol round can set the tone really for the half. And Lonix is going to be the raid boss here with the P250.
Look at the mid push.
Smoke goes down. Yeah, I mean, iNation are getting a lot of information here. Kindo is going to maybe just swing out in front of this smoke, but the flash blinds him perfectly, and he can't stay in the middle and try and fight with those Julies. Not what he would have wanted. Berry's just going to run right back into Dragon and give away the opening kill of this round. That might be a problem. Bomb still yet to be planted. And now the smokes begin to clear. iNation could be absolutely anywhere right now. But Sprout, they are trying to fight here. Stair will win the first and the second as well. And maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to put the bomb down.
Yeah, that's a massive double kill there from Stair. They feel so confined right now on the back of the bomb site. Just look at the minimap. There's 4 Sprout members just stuck on the back of the B bomb site, not able to move anywhere. Pression goes for another peek. They can't really plant the bomb either. They can just tap it, try and bait out the peaks and get the kills, but Depression takes down Zello. Refresh, gonna tap it a second time. Actually tries to stick it this time around, and he's gonna get fortunate enough to get a bomb plant out of this, but they need to find the kills still. Vladen leading the charge, gets dropped, and actually Stair and Lonix are gonna help out Depression, or rather Refresh, to win a fairly clean round here for Sprout. It did look a little bit chaotic there the moment that, you know, they spot the players aggressing towards Banana. They realize they have no CT presence, no Coffin's presence. They have no presence towards Banana, so it's pretty much 5 members, or, well, after they lost Barry, 4 members, just contained on the bomb side and not really having a lot room to work with. But, you know, they delay it. They play it patiently enough, not really panicking too much. And they do manage to convert a pistol round, which will give them something to work with in the next couple rounds. Obviously, they first need to deal with the force buy coming in from the iNation boys. A couple upgraded pistols, a lot of utility, a lot of smokes. Ideally, you'd want to delay the tease as long as possible and then make them run through a smoke with like 20-25 seconds until the end of the round. And this is when you could really capitalize on a round like that with the pistols. Make them panic. Be the master of chaos.
it is quite an annoyance, right? Because you don't want to just go straight through a smoke.
Well, it really depends, you know. I actually had I had the pleasure of watching one of the most hilarious Twitch clips of this year. It was Tarek speaking about EUCS and NACS, and you know, if you think about it, if you want to make the game exciting, and if you want to, you know, lose a couple anti-ecos, mess up with throwing away a couple rounds a little bit, make the game entertaining, you can run through a smoke.
Oh, the rap coming in here. This has been heard, so the B players are going to be well aware of what's going on. But they have to take a fight here. They have to try and get aggressive. Molly's going to go in on top of Kindo. Surely he's not going to be alive for very much longer. And, well, that is a great call from Sprout. Even after losing the initial player of Stare, they haven't lost a single man after that. And, you know, they dispatched that one nicely. I suppose that's one way of getting around, you know, the classic keep dropping smokes in front of B. Just go for a little bit of a wrap and go through the back door. 11-6 now, as Sprout will surely be able to pick up a few more before iNation have their hands on some rifles.
Yeah, it's a good start for Sprout. I mean, for them to win a best of 3 like that, because, you know, we talk a whole lot about iNation, and, you know, the great story that they've had beating teams like Yanu, like Eyeballer, to owing them in the RMR closed qualifier to qualify for this event, and, you know, going through the main Swiss here at the CCT, West Europe as well in the 3-0 fashion, dropping only one map to Coalesce, beating both FTW and Nexus in the 2-0 fashion as well. But speaking about Sprout, I guess a victory like that against a team like iNation that's been inspiring in the last couple weeks and months would mean a whole lot. Thinking about, you know, Sprout having played 10 BO3 so far this year, they've won only 8 of them, or, well, won only 2 of them. 8 wouldn't have been only. Would actually been an impressive streak, but yeah. They've won only 2 out of 10, which is far from ideal. You know, they've lost a fair few games in a row now. I think it's 5 best of 3s in a row that they've lost.
Yeah.
So yeah, getting even a map on the board here against iNation would be, I guess, good signs, because in those 5 BO3s they've been able to get a cheeky map every now and then, but, you know, not really getting the conversion. And funny enough, by the way, I think you're gonna enjoy that, but the last best of 3 that they did actually win was against the Evo Geniuses.
And then if you want to go all the way back to the last time they had a win before that, because, you know, if you play EG right now, it's a guaranteed win.
Yeah, it was Falcons, right?
Yeah, it's Falcons 5 weeks ago. So, you know, not ideal.
Yeah, and they've lost to Eternal, Fire, Endpoint, Partisan. They were really close to getting away with a BO1 victory against OG, to be fair to them, and they took a map off Spirit. That was at the IM Katowice playing, but after that it's been a little bit worse for wear. But you know what? This D side so far, it's looked all right. You know, they get the pistol, they get the anti-force, the anti-eco. Those are the bases that you need. But now you've covered all of those. You got to make it work with the guns and against the guns, more importantly.
I mean, it's super nice that EG just, you know, gives some teams some confidence. Like, I mean, you know, to give Sprout after, you know, they lost they lost 4 games in a row, and they were like, yeah, sure, you know, just beat us. You know, you guys can get back to winning ways.
The Blueprint charity.
Yeah, I mean, just giving away wins left, right, and center.
Oh my. Well, you know what? We actually. No, you know what? I'm not gonna talk about EG anymore. I was about to try and bring something positive out and say we actually like them, but then I'd be like, I don't want to be lying.
There's nothing positive right now. Anyway,
you know what's positive actually? I did watch Stan and Rush play in ESL, like a Challenger League, I think it was, and get a map off of MIBR. I actually enjoyed that. But yeah, that's EG Black.
This is Sprout and iNation right now. This is iNation's chance to kind of stop the momentum that Sprout are building up. There's 3 Mac 10s here for the Sprout side, so that could be a little bit of a problem for Kindo. Up close and personal, he is just going to sit in the smoke as actually Sprout get ready to go for a little bit of an execute. Kindo hasn't been spotted, so he is just sat deep in this smoke, and he is just going to wait for his time to strike. Now, eventually, he's going to walk through on a time in 1, dinks up a second, but not going to get that second kill. And now there are still 2 players here. There's a rotation of a third coming in, but Dragon has gone unnoticed for the moment. Mac 10 drops him. He was exposed. The silencer seen. The crouch spotted. Now that B site compromised. It's a save from iNation. The op and the M4 will play no part in this round at all. Sprout on a bonus round. They make it look easy.
Yeah, they make it look really easy. And you know, with the play from Kindo, I felt like it had to be enough, right? I mean, he phases the smoke in a really good way, doesn't get flashed through, doesn't push. He's just waiting for the timing. Hears them start throwing the nades. He's like, yeah, this is my time. The smoke is fading. I can just go. I probably get away with a kill. He gets away with, I'd say, a kill with 3/4 maybe, because it's a kill and a half on Barry with the thing, but some damage done on Stair as well. And that's so much information. There was 2 players behind him, and they don't manage to get a single kill. You know, obviously, Dragon's position is one that, if it gets overlooked, which quite often it will get overlooked, he's going to get away with 1, maybe 2 kills. Choif maybe has to do a little bit more as well, but that's a great start to the half for Sprout. And I like the tactical timeout as well, right? Because they know there's 2 guns saved up, so maybe iNation are going to go for reinvestment, and they should go for a reinvestment here. And Sprout realized that they have all the money in the world. They just won the bonus round. They have 3 players sitting over 10K. And that is only 4 rounds into the half. And if they win this next round, they're resetting. They're putting a massive stop onto the economy of iNation. And, you know, there could be a bit of a door for them to actually go through and come back into the game here. And I feel like they've already came back. But if they manage to actually double down on buy rounds here, this is going to start looking real scary for iNation. I like the call though from the Serbians. I like the call from Choif. You're running the half by, and like that, you're guaranteeing yourself a chance to kind of go 2 for 2 here. You have a chance to steal away this round. You have a fair amount of util, upgraded pistols, AVP, M4, and even if it doesn't work out, you're still gonna have pretty much the exact same buy, but instead of the 3 pistols, 3 rifles in the next one.
They're going to stay on this boost as well. They might even find Barry. Oh, the leg. Unfortunate. Depression did hit the shot, but it just wasn't in the right place.
Big HE.
Actually, all the T's get out of harm's way. Luckily, Zello did. He was extremely low and still is. But he does have the op. So, of course, that one-shot factor will be coming into effect. Maybe, just maybe, as Sprout creep their way up middle. They are just going to try and contact in towards A. Dragon. Oh, spots out Stair, but didn't stand a chance. Actually, Stair is going to think up his teammate as VLDN completely blind on the site. Monster HE, but Lonix deals with him nicely. And now, iNation, if they want to go and get aggressive here, I mean, there's 2 low players, but with a Deagle, with a 5-7, and definitely with that up, you don't want to be risking all that much. You'll let Sprout get up to 9 without any answer back just yet. And without any answer back in this second half at all, let's not forget, it has been all Sprout in this second half on this T side. And iNation really, really need to change that, especially on their map pick, especially on their best map.
Yeah, that starts looking a lot like yesterday's Inferno of iNation against Voivoda, right? I mean, it was a great start on the T side. Yesterday it was a 9-0 lead, and it was an 11-4 half. Here was pretty much the same. It's actually the exact same. They get an 11-4 half on their T side, and then as soon as they move on to the CT side, it's just a really slow start for them, right? It just feels like Sprout are running over them. It was the same yesterday. They got merely 3 rounds on the defensive side of things, which, you know, ideally on your map pick in the end of the day, that's not going to be enough. And this is starting to show some promising signs for Sprout. They get away with another fairly clean again. Money is in a phenomenal state right now for the T side, really. You're not thinking about money. You're just thinking about the rounds on the board, and you're thinking about iNation feeling the pressure. Now, obviously, that's another buy round coming in for the iNation boys. The previous one was just a really good attempt with the half buy and the safe weaponry, but now you've invested everything, and you need to make it work.
Yeah, really running out of chances now to stop Sprout from actually getting back on level terms and maybe even taking the lead. And right now, the end, he's just going to be holding aggressive with his teammate, of course. Very aggro app setup. Oh, he nearly turns around at the wrong time. Refresh is going to maybe try and catch a timing onto the upper, and he might just do so as the short play comes in, but the press is ready. It's that first shot. VLDN just swings wide into short, and this is a lot better right now for iNation. Sprout have been stopped in their tracks, and maybe, just maybe, there could be a clean round on the cards. No, VLDN exposes himself. Stair, low HP, comes away with that kill. Now they're going to swap. Stair goes forward with the op. Zello now with the AK, but Dragon in a great position. Stair's not going to be ready, and one bullet is all that he needs. Zello, a quiet game from him so far. Needs to be very loud in this round if Sprout want a result, but it's going to prove very difficult, especially because he overlooks the angle that Dragon is going to be in. Under porch, no problem for iNation, and the lead extended to 3.
Yeah, that was such a confidence play as well from Depression. The fact that I think he was already behind Yango, and then he realizes that he can actually turn around and try and go for the repeat and take down the second player in Apartments. And he actually does that, takes the fight, which is a big risk. But it shows that the Oper is feeling comfortable in that kind of a scenario, which, was a really positive thing for iNation. Obviously, Vladan finding the opening kill, being able to get out of there without getting refragged was a great start. But an aggressive stance towards the Apartments helps out iNation massively. Now we go into another round. That's one on the CT side. Let's see if they can make it 2 in a row, as Sprout already have claimed banana control. And actually, they're going to try and press charges early on towards that B side.
Yeah, Choi feeling the pressure a little bit here, just dumping his utility, trying to stay alive, but he is going to be mollied out of position. Berry actually just runs right through that CT smoke, and Dragon didn't stand a chance. And now, if Berry just stays alive here, he's just a massive problem that iNation have to be worried about. They have to keep looking for him, and they really need to deal with him before they look at the players coming in towards the B site. But Kindo is eventually going to have to help out his teammate, runs out of bullets for the second player. As now Choi still alive through the smoke. Depression finds one. Choi goes 1 for 1 as well, and it's down to Berry. Has to get his hands on the bomb. Smoke's still up for the moment, and he is just going to go and clear his flank, go and clear banana, and he might think about walking all the way back towards A, which wouldn't be the worst of ideas. Of course, both iNation players towards B. He isn't too sure about it, but he might have a rough idea. And now Depression has a rough idea that Berry is making his way on over. He could get posted up on the angle, and does. Berry needs to make the op miss, but Depression on the mark once again. 3 kills for him in that round. It's 13 for iNation, and it's 2 in a row. 3 more needed to close out this map and take it over to Vertigo.
You know what? This was actually a really good call there from Kindo. Really good decision to actually pick up the fight with the players walking onto the bomb side before picking up the fight with Berry, right? Because he knows that Berry smoked off himself. So his teammates coming in from CT can actually swing through the CT smoke as well. And you can just isolate Berry from the action there, right? As he was walking into CT spawn. And Kindo getting that 1 kill, just prioritizing, supporting Choi there, keeping him alive, sets him up for a nice kill. Depression there, taking once again the initiative with the AVP, going aggressive, helping out his IGL towards the back of the side. It's been a great sequence from Depression in this last couple rounds. It's been a great couple rounds for iNation in terms of playing really well on the back of each other's contacts. And speaking about the Wolf, he's been posted towards Apartments in this round. Decides to play it a bit passively here. Well, safely, I guess it's a better way to put it.
Oh,
losing
Refresh
Vladan,
killed him
though.
through the...
Oh, yeah.
What? He killed him through the window, killed him through the apartments.
Oh my god.
How has he got that kill onto VLDN? Didn't stand a chance. And he's not even the offer. Depression's in pit. Doesn't stand a chance. Dragon alone on the site.
No
and he's
way.
only good for 1. What a round. What a call from Sprout. And what a way to deal with that A setup. Refresh. He just lines up the spam completely. That is incredible from him.
Yeah, and Vladan is so important there as well, right? I mean, as soon as he gets spammed through, what can you do about it? Diopper is in a position where he absolutely needs his rifler from the apartments. Even if Diopper falls down towards Underback and Pit and he can pick up the fights against the short players, he still needs Vladen to cover apartments for him, right? So as soon as he falls, the rotation from long is going to be too late. Diopper is completely isolated. The player from long trying to save the day is not going to be there early enough. It's just a great round from Sprout on the back of just Refresh getting that kill. And I like the reaction, right? Because you can just get the kill and be like, okay, we're not going to do anything with it. But they just react instantaneously and capitalize on it. Great stuff from Sprout. Now Barry is going to be the one to have the walk of shame. Recover the bomb from T-Spawn. Normally a thing that would happen to you on a Face-It game. And you know, the best teammate is the one going back to spawn. Do you ever go back to spawn?
Nah, I'm the one that causes chaos. I'm the one that leaves the bomb behind.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
No, I'm the one that actually gets furious because I play apartments and whenever they throw the bomb at me, I'm just like, screw you guys.
You have to go all the way back through T-Apps and it's a long route to get the bomb.
Not doing it.
It is. Yeah.
Never.
Yeah. Well, the bomb is acquired. Right. Still yet to make a decision, of course. As Refresh is going to just be clearing out the apartments now. If they make their way back towards A, this short setup could be absolutely horrible for them to deal with. But actually, iNation are going to get out of it preemptively. Maybe expecting a little bit of an apartments pop. Of course, they did hear the flash from Refresh, so understanding that there is a little bit of pressure going on, they decide to play it safer. They go back to the site, and actually they're going to rotate Kindo away. He does have a flash that can go over the site to help out Choiv and Depression here. This execute is going to come in. 22 seconds, need to get the util down if you're a CT, and Kindo trying to go good with the spam, but Depression is going to be down. Choiv's actually going to be overlooked completely. Drops the bomb in the meantime, and now Kindo just needs to try and hold on to it. Drops Zello, and now the panic begins to set in for Sprout. They need to get this bomb down. Dragon, he can deny absolutely everything, but doesn't have the perfect angle. Refresh punches the numbers in, and we're down to a 2v2.
They haven't spotted the second player yet, though. Vladen is going to get real close, but Stair seems to have an idea. Diop has to hit the first shot. If he does, this is going to be a whole lot easier. Nade, though, Stair is low on HP. This could annihilate him, and it will. Vladen confirms the kill, and they know Refresh was close by. That is really well played by Vladen, really well played by Dragon, and iNation get up to 14.
Oh, that was a scary round if you're iNation, especially after losing Depression early on. I mean, he's the first player to go. Yes, there is only a limited time, 20 seconds or thereabouts, that Sprout had to get in onto that site. But they did make it work for a moment. I just can't believe that Choiv was completely overlooked towards first oranges there. You know, he just wasn't looked at. And once he drops the bomb, it was just a kind of domino effect that they just kept going. They just kept dropping the bomb, just delaying. And iNation, they played that perfectly, man. Can't really fault them whatsoever, although it didn't look like the cleanest of rounds. But at this stage of the game, you don't need them to be clean. You just need to be converting them. 14-10, 2 away from closing this map out. And once again, we are going to see a little bit of a short setup. And the pop comes through this time, and VLDN mows both down.
Refresh needs to go for a play from the apartments, needs to find something in exchange, and he does. Barry finds another one in the meantime, so they're actually able to keep him quite honest, but there goes Choiv with the MP9. And it's all iNation in this round. Zello left all alone. He's already getting tapped down, already getting mowed down by those iNation players. Bomb drop towards long. Behind the smoke, Zello might be even thinking about the safe at this point. Does he go for the around the world wrap? Yeah, I think now he's realized he's better off with saving. There's no money. There's no nothing on the side of Sprout for the next round. Refresh and Barry are the only two ones that can actually afford to go for AKs as well. This is a massive shutdown, a massive play from Vlad, and once again stepping up when it matters the most. And you know, this is the most important and maybe the most dangerous thing about this iNation roster is the fact that Vladen is having an amazing game, but he's not the only one, right? You still have Vladen on 21 and 11. You have Dragon on 24 and 16, and then you still have Kindo on 16 and 17. And whenever they needed to have the impact, Depression and Choiv have been there to deliver as well. Maybe Choiv not as much, but Depression still had a couple good rounds, right? So it's really hard to counteract with that when there's so much firepower on the rifles. And iNation, after this round on the back of it, they're going to get up to 15 with 5 consecutive map points. It did start to look a lot more like it from Sprout, especially towards the end of the first half and the start of the second one, but it feels like it's once again iNation get back on the driver's seat. Let's see if they have what it takes to close it out here, though. It might mean a whole lot for them if they're able to close it out 16-10. In the end of the day, you're going to have the feeling of, having a fairly comfortable map, even though it did go a little bit scrappy, but it's still not too close for comfort. Early nade onto Depression, and Kindo tags him down. It's actually a great chunk of utility damage there. It's a good start to the round, especially considering you still have the Galil and the Mac-10 in the mix. Gonna make them a little bit easier to deal with later on, but for now, you're just trying to set up Zello for a peek towards middle. Nothing really going their way, though. iNation just playing from the back of the sites, holding on, letting Sprout run out of their already limited utility and running out of members as well, with Barry walk straight into the AVP of Depression.
One straight back though. VLDN's going to be dropped by Stair. Refresh trying to get the better of Dragon, and straight out of the apartments through the smoke. And the Mac-10, the perfect weapon for that scenario. And maybe
Choiv slipped the net.
This is going to be the perfect round. They have no idea that Choiv is there. Lonix is going to be able to find that nice headshot and finds a second as well. Depression with the op, taking down Kindo. Surprise from Boiler. He has a 1 versus 2 now on the cards. He picks up a kit, and he still has a chance here. If he swings aggressively towards Mini Pit, he might miss the op shot, but a slow peek is not going to be what he's after. Zello holding, hits that shot, and Sprout stay alive on Inferno here. And I mean, we can look at this, I'd say, and iNation have played this quite well, but we can also look at the other side on Sprout. I mean, Barry right now, he is hard. I mean, he's hard carrying his team. He's 21 and 17. Himself, Refresh, and Stair, and it's the Romanian duo that have really come up short completely on Inferno, which is surprising because they are 2 of the highest rated players. I think Stair is the only one. He's the highest rated player, but Zello and Lonix, they are the 2nd and 3rd in the last 3 months. And when they're not performing, you can see that Sprout are beginning to struggle. In a round like this, though, the Pistols are going to try and get aggressive and cause problems, but no problem whatsoever for Sprout. This should be a 15-12, and this was the full investment. Really shut down straight away.
I still like the call, though, right? You still have some space to work with in terms of the round lead. You have 4 rounds. Well, after losing this one, it's going to be 3 and maybe 2 after the next one, considering it's going to be just the eco, but you still have some more space and room. And that Sprout have been really diligent with the way that they approach those rounds, against the Pistols. When it's a pesky buy, it's a force or whatever. So you're trying to switch it up, and maybe Sprout aren't going to be ready for a mid rush and around like that. So, I don't hate the idea from iNation. It's just that Sprout would have to be completely surprised by it in order for it to work, which they weren't. But, one thing that's not surprising for us is the fact that Hellcase have provided the CCT code for all of you guys to use, and you should take the better of it. Take advantage of the offer. Head over to Hellcase, click the banner below the stream. You're going to get 70 cents for free and a 10% refill bonus as well, which is quite nice. Sprout are looking for that 100% refill bonus here after this round, which is going to grant them another round on the board. It's a full eco stack towards the B-bomb side. 5 USPs and a dream. Sounds like Canovo. 5 USPs and a dream.
Are Sprout going to read this like a book, though? How are they going to be aware that this is a complete B stack? Because Barry creeps in, Stair is going to clear out that boost position. The Mollies come in now as well. Another player boosted. The USPs are still all here. There's 2 kills.
Gotta run.
Sprout realizing, gotta go. Gotta get out of here. 2 AKs picked up. And now, do iNation want to continue to push the luck here? Do they want to continue to go and try recover this round? I mean, it is a fair fight, but you don't have armor on any of the AK players, so maybe it is just better off saving. And you can see that's exactly what iNation are going for. There's no chance they are going to risk it. And it does give them a little bit of a safety net on a few players. You know, you have the AKs, you have, of course, that one-shot potential in the next round. But also, you don't have to purchase up a rifle. So if it doesn't go your way, that 15-14 round could be a whole lot easier in terms of what you can purchase. Choive might actually try and run at a few of the T's here who are sat in towards the pit, try and do some damage. He's done a little bit, but it's nothing to be too concerned about for Zello. Lonix was ready. 15-13, and this is iNation's chance.
Yeah, they gotta close it out now. And in terms of, you know, even though we're thinking about iNation as the favorites, or at least putting them in the role of the slight favorites in a matchup like that because of, you know, the numerous factors around both teams and how things have been going in recent history and, you know, the big difference. I feel like psychologically, if Sprout are able to push this one into overtime and get away with Inferno, we could be in with the chance of Sprout even taking this one home in the 2-0 fashion. So let's see. This one's going to be close. This one's going to be tricky. iNation need to act now. They need to close it out here. Going to be their best chance 100% unless they save up a couple of guns, but Depression says yes. Okay, we're closing it out here and we're closing it out now. The problem is that Sprout actually have a player that snuck into the long smoke, which they might not be aware of, but it doesn't make a difference as they pick up the kills. But take a look at that. Lonix there and Refresh striking unisons, and this is complete and utter chaos.
Yeah, Refresh is going to be in with a backstab if he's needed, but he's not. Lonix with that double stare. What a round from him. I mean, he was completely alone towards Banana, and he gets the double entry. That is ridiculous from him. And sometimes you just need, you know, your star players, your key players to step up and do the business. And it's 15-14. It has very, very, very tight round. Man, oh man. Of course.
Yep. Look at the money on the CT side as well. I mean, Depression's the only one. Well, pardon. Choive and Depression are the only two ones that can monster up a buy with premium rifles. The rest will have to be downgraded to MP9s and pistols. And okay, even if Choive wants to drop over the M4 to someone else and play the MP9, which I don't think he will, but you're still gonna have such a troublesome buy going into the most important round of the game so far.
And this is, you know, this is a nervy time for iNation. You know, this is your pick. You know, we talked about how prolific they are on this. I mean, 86% over 21 maps. You know, you don't lose an awful lot. But if this doesn't go their way, we head over onto a map that Sprout have had nothing but success on in the last 3 months. 5 maps, won every single one. Now, only one of them one of those games was with Berry. So that might be a little bit of a problem in itself should we get there. But it was a win against one win. So you do never know. It is still around all to play for. The boost over the top of the smoke towards middle is not going to have any success. But Sprout, they're playing this one slow. It's very methodical in the final round. Do not want to rush this.
Yeah, absolutely not. You know that the CTs don't have a lot of money as well, so utility's not going to be looking great. You can just give them the time to run out of it. Just make sure that as you're going into the bomb side, they don't have a lot of support to offer to each other. And if you get the bomb plant, the retake is going to be fairly troublesome by the lack of util. Now, a 4-man stack towards the A-bomb side, with the Boost Dragon's not going to see anything. So I suppose we're going to see a rotation towards the B-bomb side any moment now. As soon as the smoke fades, Choive will be fairly exposed here. So they got to get a move on.
Somehow, some way, just dodging those bullets. So Barry's actually spotted by Choive, but he decides to get away to safety here. Smoke down from his teammate. Dragon's going to swing in front of it. Nobody's going to be true just yet. But elsewhere, Refresh has got that kill. Does that entice Sprout to go back with 20 seconds? That's exactly what they're going to do. And it is only going to be Alden alone towards the apartment. He's got an MP9 in hand. He just needs to stop the bomb. Refresh is going to be spotted. Flash does come in. He needs to deny this plant if at all possible, but it's going to go down. It's going to go down safe, but we do have a 4v4 retake coming in. But the weaponry falls heavily in favor of the T's right now. They're getting set up nicely. A double pit setup, one on the site. You've got Stare just holding passive from bottom of mid, actually, from Mexi, and he's found a headshot there onto Choi. Dragon is going to be tapping away. They need to clear these players out of the site, though. Berry will find the next kill, and Zello as well. It's down to just Dragon. Surely this one is going to overtime, and we've had quick 2-0s all day, Ted, but this one is not going to be like the others.
Oh, that is so great. Going into playoffs, we needed at least one overtime, right? It's not going to be a true round of 16 if it's just one-sided 2-0s all around the map and all over the day. It's absolutely phenomenal from Sprout. And the diligence that they have going into this round as well. The fact that they just set up for what feels like the most basic round of T-side CS on Inferno. You just play the default, then you group up for a B play, but you still have refresh towards the boiler to be that guarantee that, you know, you have the plan B if things don't work out in the initial play. And as soon as you get delayed, as soon as refresh gets that kill, they're just running it back. They continue putting pressure on the B bomb side, though. Don't get misunderstood here, but you know, they wanted to make sure that iNation don't over-rotate people too quickly back towards A. They just run it back. As we said, Vladan did a really good job, but still the retake was always going to be troublesome, especially with the position from Stair towards Mexi. And now it's 15-15. iNation couldn't close it out in regulation. Can they close it out in OT, or it's going to be Sprout still one away?
Very trying to get that refrag onto Lonix, but it's not going to happen. And now iNation, they're looking better. Of course, they've got plenty of utility. They've got plenty of weaponry, and that was a lot of the problems that we've seen for iNation. They didn't have the guns up in a lot of these important rounds. They were on ecos. As Dragon, the first man to fall from the iNation side in depression, the second BLDN is going to be overlooked by Berry and Zello. Yes, he is. Drops the bomb in the meantime as well. And BLDN could cause all the problems, could cause all the headaches. And yes, he will. 3 kills, bullets in the brains of 3 of the Sprout players, and not a lot that Sprout could do. They expected the first, they expected the second, but not the third.
Yeah, and well, VLDN didn't expect maybe to get away with a triple kill out of this position, but he still does. What a massive play from him going into overtime. Once again, we're getting another one of those where a team's just struggling to convert, and well, not convert, but close out their game after having such a nice lead. It's 15-10, and then as soon as we get into overtime, you win that one round that you've been after for the last 5 rounds. You're just thinking, okay, sure, this couldn't have happened 1 round ago. And you know, there is actually, in a lot of those scenarios, I've had the chance to chat to some players, there is a moment of relief to the pressure. Well, a lot of pressure in this situation, but Stair still manages to get the kill, even though fully flashed.
Oh, Chive. Oh, it's so awkward. And Stair's just going to run through on him. Oh, he's found that kill. Dragon needs to get this refrag. Yeah, Stair doesn't have a chance. Dragon's got 2, and it is a 3 versus 3, but CTs are a little bit too far away as of right now. Depression doesn't want to go running all guns blazing up Banana. He is still a little bit worrisome about where the T's may be residing. They don't have all the info. Smoke going to be down towards CT. There's going to be the peak. There's the information from Berry. And maybe, just maybe, iNation will consider slowing this one down a little bit, but they speed up. VLDN through the smoke finds that kill, and Zello and Refresh, they're both low. They both reside on the site, but time is not in favor of iNation right now, and neither is the numbers game, and neither is that B site hold from the T's. A lovely post plan played out by Sprout. That's 16-16. We're level once again. If Sprout are able to get 17-16, do you think that's going to be enough?
Well, I guess we just wait and see, right? I mean, it was iNation to have most of their success on the T side. The real struggles happen here on the defensive side of things. So I guess at this point, we just don't know, right? And that's what makes Inferno so great. You can get the closest overtimes on this very map. And so far, it's been a close one. Lonix once again going for an early opening towards Banana, but he's going to get bombarded. Needs to get out of there. A lot of nades going iNation's way as well, though. There was a 4-man start towards that beta bomb side, but now 1, if not 2, are going to rotate back. But iNation go for more, and Sprout look like they want to give it to them.
Oh, Chive's going to be spotted out there, but look at the HEs, absolute monsters.
Oh my goodness.
The shrapnel just digging into all these Sprout players, and I mean, Stair's already gone. Berry is super low. And iNation just doing a really good job of dumping and deploying their utility. And Sprout are softened up massively because of it. They're a man down and possibly 2 men if another bullet or another piece of util lands against Berry.
Yeah, Choive's got another Molotov, so at this point they can just play the slow game, and that solo play from Depression is not going to get too much attention away, and that's a great play from Kindo. Gets 2.5. Lonix barely staying alive, but now he needs to recover the bomb as well. He's flashed himself. Choive will just confirm that kill as well. Collects him, leaving Refresh in a 1 versus 4 here. Bomb will drop in front of him, and Choive will collect him as well. 13 kills for the IGL, but iNation still get away with 17 here. In the end of the first half of overtime, Jack, they're 2 away from closing out their map pick. Although Sprout, as we did find in regulation, are not a team to be overlooked. Not even in those scenarios. Not even when it all tells you that they've lost the map. They still find a way to fight their way back. And funny enough, it hasn't really been only Stare and Refresh to be the heroes. We've had another hero. It's been Barry. He's on 23 kills right now. Having some great rounds so far, the coach. Playing some real solid CS. Let's see how he does on the CT side here.
Util dumped in the corner. Make sure that it doesn't roll away. And Util dumped right on top of Stare.
I think that was a triple HE.
Triple HE.
Yeah.
What a call that is from iNation. And, you know, it's so beautiful when it works out. You know, you make that call. All right, let's triple nade the corner. And it works out. They find that kill. Now they've got the advantage. They need to be careful though they don't throw this one away. And Zello and Refresh are super aggressive. Double setup in the apartment. Here's peek out. Oh, and VLDN's got both. Oh, that's a perfect timing caught once again from iNation. And that setup, it's done. It's over. And maybe this game as well. 18-13 to iNation. Unless Barry and Lonix can answer back. But in a 2v5, that's a problem. They're both spotted out towards Banana. Depression even stays alive. Dragon, however, is going to go down. And, I mean, iNation, are they going to even let Sprout save here? The answer is probably no, but Depression is off the mark a few times. So, but he hits the shot when he needs to.
Yeah, must have been a nice shot. We didn't really get to see it from his POV, but it was a nice reaction. And Lonix is left all alone to hold on to the ABP. Look at iNation go at him like angry, hungry sharks, trying to hunt him down. Lonix manages the first one, but there goes Choi from the back of the head. 18 on the board for iNation. And we're just getting it. We're getting back into that living hell that Refresh and Zello have been going through towards that A-bomb site in regulation as well, right? It was just Dragon and Vladen doing whatever they wanted towards the apartments. That works out so well for Vladen. I mean, even if it's not for the timing, it's still on the back of getting that opening kill. You just walk back into the A-bomb side and you're walking into a 2-man setup towards the apartments. That's great. Even if you lose Vladen, then the reaction is going to be immediate. They're going to walk into the bomb site, plant the bomb. They have a chance to win the round. But like that, he just speaks at the exact same moment when Zello decides to pull off his smoke. And it just couldn't work out in a better way. Now they have 2 more map points. Had 5 in regulation. Couldn't convert. But now it's the T side on which they've looked a lot more comfortable.
Very super aggressive. Already going to stop Valden early on. Onyx puts a bullet in the head of Depression. And maybe, just maybe, we will go another round. It's a 3v5 that iNation have to try and pull themselves back into. Well, they will explore their options out towards B. Kindo is going to burn a whole lot in that Molotov. Flash is perfect, catches off Lonix, but Kindo unable to take advantage of it as Lonix was his movement just saved him. For the moment, smokes go down. Well, they're going to take a risk. They're going to rush on through. Now Dragon completely blind from that CT flash. Doesn't want to push past. Eventually, he's going to have to though, but they're running into their imminent death, surely. Choi advances back with 1, 2, and
no way.
Third. No way. The IGL of iNation, Choi now gives himself a chance. Surely not. What a way this would be to close out this one as Choi repositions completely. And now the problem is, if he goes towards CT, surely he is going to be smoked off. There's a molly from Refresh. He heard that flash. Smoke is going to go down, and he has to play this one now from Coffins. There's a kit on Refresh. He's going to have to stick it. Zello surely is going to post up on an angle here. But Choive, he's waiting for the timing. He's waiting to peek out. Refresh takes him down, and luckily he does so. The defuse pulled off. Sprout stay alive. But what a response from Choiv.
Ooh, it was a hella close one as well. What a 1 versus 5 that would have been on the B-bomb side. And against Refresh, I mean, we all remember that highlight. He had the same one. Wasn't an AK. It was just a Galil against Liquid. But you know which one I'm talking about. That would have been one for the history books from Choiv there. What a way to close it out after a slow game that he's had individually, but it was just not meant to be. He even played it really smart, right? I mean, hearing the utility, he doesn't turn around. He's like, okay, if they're separated through Banana and CT, maybe that's just the bait. And he's trying to set up a bait for the player that's going to come later on from CT. So this is what is going through the mind of Choiv in that situation, which is, fairly smart. Now they go for the boost of the Oper. Depression, does he react? No, Zelo's quick enough.
Yeah, it's nice to bring out those little ideas in a round like this. Something that you haven't either done before or haven't been spotted on to maybe get that entry. That's exactly what happens here for Sprout. This job gets a little bit easier, but it's definitely not over the line. We're not into a second OT just yet. Because there's still the Dangerman in the server. You still have Valdon, you still have Kindo, and you still have Dragon. So problems could still be there. Zello off the mark with that shot. Good flash to get him off the angle from the tees. As they are going into the heavier stacked site, Zello's going to peek out. Oh, does the damage to Kindo as well. Nearly collapsed too, but comes away with only 1. Still chances, still opportunities right now for iNation. As they consider rotating back, and this is a good call from the IGL. Choiv seems to have a good read on this. Smoke down from Lonix, delays a little bit further. And Stare, he's a little bit away for the moment, but he is going to rotate back, and he's got flashes and a HE.
Yeah, they got to play quick as well. They're having great timing. They're going to run through the smoke, but a missed shot from the Ope could give them a chance here. Low on X, he's been hurt. He's going for more. Needs to land it. Gets the tag. Not the frag, though. Vladin drops him, and now it's just there up close. There's so many players that have been tagged down, but Choiv isn't. The full HP captain once again does manage to get the kill. Bomb needs to go down though. Barry's gonna run for it. He's gonna try and take down Choiv and does manage to do so, but the bomb still gets planted and it sets up the stage nicely for a Kindo. Clutch gets the first on the O. Now he can retreat, but he's just gonna hold the line. He hopes that Refresh just walks into him. He just needs 1 shot. He spotted him now, and Kindo's got it. It's 19 iNation, and Kindo closes it out with the 1 versus 2 clutch.
Man, I mean, overtimes and iNation closing it out. Name a better duo, man. It's incredible stuff from them. What a performance, to actually close that out, because they struggled for so long. They were in the driver's seat for the majority of that game. Sprout managed to battle back, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. And iNation, they do take their pick, and now they head over to Vertigo with a chance of 2-0ing the Sprout boys. But they're going to need to stop Sprout's unbeaten run in the last 3 months. Until we go over to Vertigo, we are going to send it to a short little break. Make sure you join us for this second map of our third BO3 in the round of 16.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CCT Western Europe Series 1. It's the playoff time, and of course, it is round of 16 time. Currently underway with our 3rd out of 4 BO3s of today. iNation versus Sprout. A close encounter. Of course, iNation are used to that. They've had 4 overtimes so far in this event. Won 3 and lost 1. And of course, that was their 3rd victory as they took down Sprout on Inferno. But Ted, we do head over now to a Vertigo where Sprout are currently unbeaten. Do you think the Falcons have enough to take them down?
Me and you had a quick talk, a brief chat in the break about, what we think about Vertigo and what's going to happen if iNation have what it takes. And the conclusion that we actually went to, and one thing that you said, is it really depends on which iNation we see on Vertigo, right? Because Sprout is one of the, I'd say Sprout with a full lineup is one of the best tier 2 teams on this map, right? And just recently, they had a really good win against OneWin, which, again, are a really good team on Vertigo. And they played with Barry in that game as well. And, when you're seeing a team face off against Sprout on Vertigo, most of the time you're gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. And most of the time you're going to think that Sprout would be able to convert that. I feel like maybe if Inferno was a little bit more one-sided in favor of iNation, then we might have had a more serious talk about a potential 2-0. But now with what we've seen and Inferno being really close to even going in favor of iNation, or rather in favor of Sprout, pardon, I'm not really sure about that Vertigo, man. I think that we might be going all 3 maps. But again, what we saw from iNation, the fact that, Vladen, Dragon, Kindo can just run and headshot 3 people out of nowhere and then they win the round. I guess those are going to be the things that could give some kind of a chance to iNation. And let's not forget, iNation is not a bad Vertigo team either. So I'm expecting another close map maybe. And I feel like every single map in the series could go either way. But speaking of which, we're getting a word that we're ready to jump straight into the server.
Yeah, I mean, and not only that as well. I mean, we're saying that Sprout are unbeaten. We've only seen them play once with Barry in the lineup.
Yeah.
It was against one win. They did actually win at 16-11, I believe. So
yeah, so I guess you could say that they have only one win with Barry in the team.
You could not resist that.
No, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Oh man. Yeah, yeah. They could they only have one win with Barry, but I mean they are still unbeaten with him. So yeah, who knows? Of course, Barry played quite well on Inferno. He was one of the shining stars for Sprout. So you never know what might happen. But it really depends on how their T side starts. And well, starting off this pistol, it hasn't gone very well. Depression with a quick double, and he's dropped the bomb. He's found out all the information as of right now. But a little bit of pressure coming on towards B. VLDN is going to be dinked up and very low behind default. But Depression will have another. Dragon rotates in to help out his B anchor, and he will not be left out to dry whatsoever. Barry, the coach, the stand-in, has to step up.
The myth, the legend,
Depression.
The dead one.
Yeah, instantly takes him down. 4 kills for the Opper, and doesn't have enough to bring out an Opper just yet. The ace, of course, would have gave him a lot of money, but 4 kills and an M4 instantly for him and plenty of utility. So
yeah, it's a good start. I guess so far we've seen that iNation is a team that's really good with starting off their maps, right? But not as good as converting and being able to close it out in a one-sided fashion. But you know, the start on Inferno was quite good for them. Now this is a second pistol round for them in the series, if that makes any change, or you know, if that is of any importance. They did win the first pistol round on Inferno, lost the second. First pistol round they went on the CT side. For those of you that are just joining in, iNation did have a really good T side on their map pick. If Inferno was an 11-4-1, and then switching, obviously, over on the CT side, this is when the problems started occurring. It's just the eco though from Sprout, so it should be alright. And that double kill from Dragon is going to start things off quite nicely. Should be a cleanup.
Should be a cleanup. It gets a little bit messy. And it is just going to be the cleanup. I mean, you lose a few players. Need to make sure that you get your hands on the rifles, on the M4s. And they can only find one. So
I think they did find both. Yeah, they recovered both. They did manage
both?
to hold up.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
They did
I
manage
thought
to
for
do so.
for some reason I thought it was 3, but maybe my eyes were just deceiving me.
Oh, you know what? It might have been 3, but I think it was 2. But
I
you
gotta
know,
take your word for it. I'm not sure. So
either way, they have 4 rifles going into this round. They have the MP9 of Kindo. It's the first buy round for Sprout. They're still gonna be happy with getting 2 kills in a round like that. So it's all Gucci, and Lowenex has already found the opening kill onto Dragon.
Barry and Lonix will combine onto the second as well. VLDN out of the round. Choiv alone towards B for the minute. They're actually rotating a second player away from A, as they need to have one player covering each part of the map. Lonix is going to try and creep his way up towards B. Oh, Choiv's been tagged, and Lonix knows he's there. He's going to spot him. Looking for the second, as Depression might just need to get out of here. And he's playing this very passively, and indeed he is just retreating. So it's Sprout getting their hands on their first round, the first time that they do have the rifles up. And to be honest, they don't even take that much damage. It didn't even look like it was too much of a problem for them.
Yeah, pretty straightforward, isn't it? I mean, we just look at the kill feed. We even missed the first 2 kills, but it just feels like Lowenex goes for an early fight towards the B stairs, gets the first one, and then Vladen tried to go for the refrag. Barry drops him, and then Lowenex just runs on the bomb side. He gets obviously some great support from his teammates, but still manages to get a kill onto Choiv. So it felt like a really simple round, a really easy round from Sprout's perspective, and quite an upsetting one for iNation, because you just lose 3 1v1s and that's it. Depression and Kendo obviously have to hold on to the guns because of the damage that was done to them in the previous round. So you want to make sure that you have somewhat of a respectful buy going into the next one, but it's a good start for Sprout. They don't take such a long time as they did on map 1.
Yeah, it was a very, very slow start to Inferno, so that was indeed a problem in itself. And maybe if the initial rounds went a little bit differently, maybe Sprout would have taken away that pick, but it's out of their hands now. They have to just focus on Vertigo, and well, the Shadow betrays Kindle as the CTs are going to try and get themselves back to winning ways, but the pressure is being applied both towards A and B as of right now. It's there. Actually has got himself into a great position, but spots out Depression. Little bit of damage done. Choiv is now going to have to rotate over as they're going to have 2 players to defend. A little bit of a sight play that Sprout begin to be making. That smoke discourages them just for the moment.
Yeah, slowly but surely they can start making their way closer to the bomb side, but they're just waiting for Low and X, who's on a play from himself on the B bomb side. Actually does manage to drop Dragon. Now the question is, what do they do with that information? Well, you can just hold. iNation's got to move. Refresh. Should win that fight. It's a little bit scrappy. Still confirms the kill. Now he's going to spot the second player and last player as well. It's Vladen in a 1 versus 3. Looking for the ace clutch. Ster just dancing around the sandbags. Shouldn't be giving away too many 1v1s here to Vladen. He is alone, but he is dangerous as well. The bomb already making its way back towards the B bomb side. Vladen, does he see the second player? He does spot Low and X. Doesn't manage to shoot in time. Low and X wins that fight as well from the B bomb side through CT onto the A bomb side to close it out. It's another great play. And you know, that's one of the things that's really upsetting about that T side from Sprout, right? Because on the ramp area, you're going to have Ster go for his solo plays and, you know, 1v1 peaks all of the time, just flashing himself through a smoke, going for the confidence plays. And even if you're able to stop him, then you always need to be wary of Low and X's lurks towards the B stairs, right? Even if they're playing B, he's going to be there. If they're playing mid, he's going to be there. If they're playing A, well, guess what? He's still going to be there. Even if they open their way onto the A bomb side, Low and X is still on the lurk. And this is something that you need to be really, really aware of when you're playing against Sprout on that T side, or whether when you're on the CT side. A Vertigo facing off against those guys. Well, not that much action in this round. Regardless of it, it's just the USPs for iNation, so it should be a fairly easy third for the Sprout fellas. I love the way they lured him into the trap.
Taken down by the USPs, very overwhelmed. Of course. Right now, the Pistols are going to try and swing in. Actually, Choiv comes away with a team kill, but this is going to be no problem to clean up for Sprout. Barry will be very much used to Vertigo. It was one of the better maps that UBF and OPA were, or rather had in their map pool way back when. Fun fact, actually, played against Barry when he was in QBF in a qualifier in a qualifier for Republic. I think it was like round of 16 or something like that on Vertigo, and they ended up beating us. But
surprise!
It was 1917. It was very close. But Barry played very well. Is the point I'm making.
Oh, Kindle doesn't realize that there's players past him. That's a big problem. Stairs found one. Stairs actually jumping knife out. Choiv does manage to get the refrag, and this is why it's so upsetting to play against there on that ramp area. Still though, Choiv gets away with a 1-for-1 and a lot of map control for himself in the team. This map control should hint him to start rotating back towards the B-bomb side though.
The LDN, he was low HP, and Lonix is going to deal with him nicely. There's the mid lurk from Refresh, not going to bear any fruits. Well, speaking about the fruit, Barry makes his way back towards A. He has the bomb on his back. Zello is close behind him. The issue is they've no idea that the close ramp is clear. They have 2 Molotovs. One of them can be used to flush out Choiv, who doesn't have a smoke to extinguish it, but Depression might just need to use his. Now, they still want to go in with a contact, so they probably don't want to use that utility, and instead they are just going to creep their way up. Zello overlooks that angle, and Barry now is going to be spotted on the site, but Depression unsuccessful. However, Choiv, the IGL, gets it done. 3-3. We're level once again. By back for Sprout imminent.
Yeah, I like that call from Choi. Well, rather not the call, but the play. Just getting the deep control over towards ramp, then falling back, luring them into that false sense of security and being like, you know what? Even if you feel like the ramp is clear, even if you assume that I've left it, you still will have to spend a lot of time clearing out all of those angles. And as much as you're not giving your teammates too many chances or too much time to rotate back if you fall down in your aggressive ramp, when you're back towards the sandbags, you can have the support of the second player, which he did, and you can just play safe. And as you said, there's so many angles, and they probably don't want to announce their presence with throwing the Molotov, so there is a good chance that they overlook you, which leads to iNation winning the round there. But it's another opening kill going in favor of the T side. Quite a lot of those already on Vertigo so far. Depression's going to be looking to level things up, and the gap in the smoke might actually give Choi the chance to do so beforehand, and he will.
Refresh, though, however, although being spotted, is still going to be able to find the kill. Maybe a second. Choi, gets the better of him, but only just. Cost him a lot of his health. But still fair fight. It's 3s across the board, round score and players alike. Depression is going to try and drop the bomb here towards Ivy, and that's a massive kill. That's a very important frag, as now they can rotate players over. They know that the bomb is down. It's under lock and key as for right now, but the flash comes in. Depression will drop the bomb one more time, and he will just play this one a little bit safer. Scope paired, of course, on the other side. Zello tops over to the 8k. Depression, now knowing that he was getting super aggressive, might go for the no scope, and he's off the mark, but Choi with the refrag gets it done once again. iNation do pull themselves into the lead with that one, and they put Sprouts Money in a little bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, it's a good round for Depression. We spoke about confidence in him, being a bit of a problem. He's the most inexperienced one in the server, maybe, and surely, one of the youngest players in terms of tournaments played, and the amount of times that he's been put in positions like those in playoff games against, a Sprout team that's not doing as well as a lot of people might expect them, but a Sprout team that's not really playing up to the expectations of the organization, but still a Sprout team full of really good individuals. And Sprout as a name is really big in the world of CS:GO, so he's not really used to that. And we know that whenever he's onto a bad start and he's onto a slower couple rounds to open things up with, this might actually be the case for him until the end of the map and until the end of the game. But so far, Vertigo's been alright.
The LDN goes 1 for 1, and Dragon now is going to pick up the slack out towards B, but needs some kind of support from his teammates. As the molly comes in, he was low HP, and Berry Spam is going to be on the mark. HE reigns over and does damage to both. Depression might just look for a little bit more here now as well. Choi needs to take care of Refresh towards middle. Actually, Kindo is going to go and take point, but Refresh holds. This time he wins the fight, and he is just going to try and stay alive. He's a nuisance in this position, but Choi seems to have him locked into that position, knows exactly what he is, and now Perry gets underneath. They were thinking about going for it. You could see actually Depression was going to line up a retake flash, but actually they will just get out of there and save. So Sprout just about do enough. Survive with 2. And iNation can say the same. 4-4 level once again.
Yeah, I guess it's again it's a good call. A nice round from Sprout, but it makes a lot of sense, right? If you go for such a late retake, you're risking all your money and all your guns going into the next round. Now you hold on to the AVP, to the AK. Choi has enough money to drop over a FAMAS to Vladen, and you can actually monster up a nice buy. And I guess if Choi doesn't have to go back and hard clear Refresh out of middle, they still go for it. But then they realize that they've given up an opening for a Sprout player to get up close below Guardian, and this is a really tough angle to clear. So yeah, maybe the wiser decision. And it's really nice for Sprout getting 4 rounds on the T side, keeping the CT side economy at bay. It's looked like a good offense so far. A really methodical one, to be fair. A lot of individual plays included, and I guess this is a part of the play style of Sprout. A team with so much mechanical ability. You can't really fault them for relying on their individuals to produce some nice plays. Not around like that, though. We're just going to see the default. It's a bot buy coming in for iNation. Still a dangerous one, but not as healthy as they might wish for. So Sprout being completely aware of that, they're just gonna count their blessings, play it in a really slow fashion, and just try and get map control slowly and surely.
Dragon going to be flashed in. There's a player underneath the stairs, but he isn't going to spot him. There's a smoke up. He still manages to come away with that kill, but elsewhere they've lost 2 men towards A, and they've nobody close by to even stop the T's from continuing to advance. So the pressure is going to get a little bit closer, but that could be a problem. Decides to B-hop on out of there. Some nice movement to get him out of the imminent danger that was extremely close by in terms of stair. But a good round from Sprout all in all. iNation will at least hang on to their weaponry.
Yeah.
On 3 players. So
is it weird that as soon as you said stair, I imagined the stairs in front of the B-bomb side? Like that's the image that popped in my mind.
Every time I think of stair, I just think, you know, to stare, like as in to look at something for like a
really
long time.
Yeah. I guess that's another one.
Like to stop and stare.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Do you call, when you say stairs, that means, you know, 1 stair, 2 stairs, 3 stairs. You can say 1 stair. Can you say, or is 1 stair?
Yeah. No, it's more. I would say it's more of a step.
Yeah, it's more of a step.
Stairs.
Yeah, it's 1 step. Okay, but I just thought about it. You know, many stairs, 1 stair. And he's playing on Sprout.
Yeah, I think it would be. I think it's just plural. Stairs are plural of step.
Yeah.
Oh, but and sometimes you do say the steps. So.
Yeah, for the sake of him, you can say 1 stair.
Yeah.
1 stair closer to success. I guess that's what Sprout told when they picked him up. Hey. Let's see if this one works out. It's a nice boost for Kendo.
Oh.
Well, it was a nice boost for Kendo, but guess what? 1 stair closer to demise. He goes, as Stair just pre-fires the living hell out of him. Choif still there with a nice refrag, and it's just a half buy, by the way, for iNation with the saved guns from the previous round, so nothing to be overlooked. It's still a dangerous one, and Choif's gonna go for the re-aggression. Zello is prepared for it.
Yeah, he was never gonna win that fight. He had too many positions to look at, and it was a nice little off angle from Zello. Puts it to good use. Aggression continuing to push in here and hope that he gets a little bit fortunate. Now you're seeing the A1S bullets just being tapped in his general direction. So he is going to be a little bit cautious, but he still manages to come away with a kill. Gets away to safety through that smoke. And he is just going to play behind default now as well with the op in his hand. Scoped in, stares down, and drops Lonix too. And it's down to Zello. He jumps through the smoke, and that's a massive risk, and it's a massive problem. Sprout have lost the round. Risk versus reward, and Zello risked it all and lost it all. 5-5. It's tied up, and that was without any real investment at all. That was just the saved rifles. That is huge for the iNation boys.
Yeah, that's so massive from depression as well, stepping it up with the AVP. Another massive multi-kill coming in from their young Croatian Oper, the only one that's not Serbian on the lineup, in fact. And, you know, you're going to remember him for that round for quite a while. Once again, just taking the initiative. We spoke about the style of Choice, just going for a lot of those saves, but giving his team a chance to fight in those rounds that they shouldn't be winning on paper, but they still managed to steal one away. And look at the buy now for Sprout. Yeah, okay, you still have 4 members on AKs, but Barry's playing only on a 50-50 to get that extra U2 in the mix. And this is maybe iNation's way back into trying to establish a nice, comfortable lead. As they say that, though, Low and X once again has been able to probably open that B-bomb side. And this time, against the AVP of Depression, out of all potential opponents, Choif gets seen, gets stabbed down. Not quite fragged, though. As Barry's pistol is going to get boosted over that B-bomb side. And actually, iNation made a decision. They're going to get him away, and it's the wrong one. They're going to save again, surely. Unless Vladan manages to get a couple quick kills, this should be another save for the CTs. They're too far away.
They do have a nice bit of utility, though, in terms of Vladan. So
he's lined up a molly and an HE, I think.
The HE does damage. The molly can be used to clear out these positions, but yeah, it is just going to be the save. So percentage play gotten a little bit wrong there for iNation. Sprout are going to take the lead because of it. However, you still see Barry only on a P250, right? So I don't think he's going to be able to get his hands on Depression's gun. Actually, he will be able to, as he picks up an op. Of course, I doubt we're going to see Barry using that one. I think it shall be dropped over to Zalo. But a lot of operas actually aren't really too pleased when they use the op on this T side, or rather when they have to use the op on this T side. Because I watched a lot of the RMR qualifier over the last while, and I watched a lot of Vertigo, and there was a lot of teams, you know, that their main operas were just like, yeah, okay, let's just rifle it.
Yeah.
I don't really want to op on this T side. It's too much of a problem. Oh, run boost here. This could be massive.
Oh, low and X. Oh, he's nailed it. I think he got spotted though, so he's not gonna get rewarded the kill. Just gets a lot of map control, which is good enough on itself, and he's actually gonna go for blood here. He's gonna press charges. Dragon is gonna be ready for him. Yep, he is. Absolutely. Wins the fight. Nice opening kill going in favor of iNation. Entry into the side denied for Low and X, and there he gets stacked down as well. And you know, even though they started it off with a nice boost there and playing for the entertainment, playing for the factor of surprise, they actually lose quite a lot doing so. Barry and Stair and Zello have been tagged down low, and they've already lost Low and X, who's been so pivotal. Get them those opening kills, and look at Depression. He's got a slight one way to work with. They might wait for the smoke to fade, but Depression is playing a nice little off angle. Do they clear him out? He's got the support of Kindo ready to swing on his contact. There's the flash. Kindo gets the first one, drawing attention away, and now Depression has decided that he's going to try and fall back, and that's the right decision. There's the 5 versus 3 that they can play, and look at Vladen. He's already behind him. He's already gotten their numbers written down. There's the first one in the back. Second one's going to try and swing for the refrag, but it's a clean round for the CT side of things for iNation. It's a 6-6. We're leveled up. Money once again present for the T side to go for another buy, but it's a really proactive round from the CT side of iNation, and one that they desperately needed.
And you know, just to add to it as well, I mean, you know, it's a really proactive round. It's a spotless round for iNation. They don't lose anybody. It's huge. It's absolutely huge from their point of view, and it completely shuts down Sprout in their momentum, maybe a little bit in their mentality as well. But we'll have to just wait and see. Stair alone, and he's tucked away waiting for the flash, but Kindo's just going to run at him straight down. He gets a free kill. VLDN is going to be able to find one towards that B site, and that's where the rest of the T's reside as well. So he does have the support of Dragon here for the moment, but right now he's just going to dump his utility just to make sure that Sprout aren't going to run up on him. And actually, he might catch them in the act here in the boost. Sperry is just waiting. He will get up, looking for the peak. Gets up safely. Sprout, they are just going to flash in, take a little bit of a risk. Very able and good for one. The second flash completely blinds VLDN. Of course, the molly forcing him out of position. Now Choiv is here to take point. Dumps to HE, swings wide, drops Zello, and refresh the other side of the smoke. Choiv needs to be so careful. No idea where he is. And this could be strange, but they seem to be aware that he could be in that smoke, and Choiv is now proactively searching for him. Refresh is going to be taken down. A great round for iNation, and it resets the money of Sprout as well towards the end of the half. So problems for the T side, because they've given away a slender advantage now, and it's going to continue to grow surely in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, support flashes towards that B-bomb side have been really on point for iNation, right? You can tell that the communication is there, and it's been working out. Even though Sprout do their absolute best, they get the opening kill onto the side player, then the follow-up flash from Zello was good enough to make sure that Dragon doesn't get a second from behind quad. But still, Choiv going for that play, lovely utility usage, slows down the first player with the nade, frags the second, and then calls for a flash from his teammates. Making sure they don't lose anything. And speaking of Choiv, he's going to collect a nice swift 4K here. And it's another clean round for the CT side. Not that it really makes that big of a difference in terms of the money at this point because it's so late into the half. But in terms of their mental, it surely does, right? I mean, you've started winning fairly decent rounds, fairly clean rounds, as you pointed out. Spotless from iNation in the last couple. And even though the previous buy round was anything but spotless, they still converted, still 3 alive. And you're starting to get the feeling of iNation just enjoying their stay on Vertigo a little bit more, which is, you know, a step in the right direction. A step in the right direction would be to use code CCT on Hellcase as well, though. So make sure you don't miss out on this one. No, Refresh missed out on a great timing there. Depression in the meantime gets another opening kill. Really proactive round to end the half here from Sprout, and at least they get the 1 versus 1 or the 1-4-1 to start it off.
And that could be a problem after losing that player. So, 1:20 for Sprout to make a decision. The smokes are still up. There's a little bit of a gap for Kindle to work with. Stair was trying to see behind it, but Kindle just gets the better of him. Choive trying to and hoping to do some damage through that smoke. Lonix now goes walking to try and clear Kindle out of that position. Needed to find that kill, and he does. It's a 2 versus 3. It's slowed down for the moment. Bomb is going to be tapped. Choice spots the player above the site, so they know both players were exactly there, and one player could still reside in default. Berry hasn't moved a single muscle. Lonix, however, he does have the AWP. Monster HE on top of Berry. Now he gets aggressive. Choi finds that kill, and it is down to Lonix on and up. Not usually the upper, but we'll see what he can do. A 1 versus 3 on the cards. He hits 2 shots, but the third, he is not going to get the gun up in time. Can't get the cock back on the AWP. 9-6. iNation. They have the lead on the CT side, swapping over in this second half. We'll see if they can get it done. We're back.
9-6 half.
Do you think both sides are going to be happy, or is it iNation definitely more than Sprout? I mean, you can see the 1x bet odds there. 4.97 for Sprout right now.
It's not looking great for the Sprout boys, but I still feel like they know they can work with 6 on the CT side, but they desperately need one of the first couple rounds to go their way. Maybe if it's not the pistol, at least the second one, at least the force bite to work out. So yeah, you're after a good start here on the defensive side of things for sure.
Especially when you consider both sides are on their better side right now. You know, Sprout have like a 70% win percentage, iNation have a 65 or something like that, and oh my, this CT pistol is going exactly how Sprout would have wanted. As they swing towards the ramp, they find nearly every single kill, and they do find every single kill. They lose 2 players, but they do not give up a bomb plant, so perfect opportunity to draw level before we really see the guns up on the other side. Well, that is if, of course, iNation force up this round, or if they decide to go for just a full Glock save, and it's probably the latter of the two. So, perfect opportunity for Sprout to farm some cash on Lonix, Berry, and Stair with the SMGs. It depends where the Glock train is going to go, though.
It's a Glock train led by a P250. Well, it's not led by a P250. The P250 is actually alone towards mid, but you get the idea. There is one pistol capable of one-tapping someone without head armor. Let's see. It's there. Ooh. It's tough, but it's clean. A lot of damage done. Well, not quite a lot, actually. It's a fairly clean round for Sprout. As we said, a score that they can be happy with. Especially if they convert the first round, which they have now. They can play the bonus with the MP9, so you're in with the with the perk enabled to go for an aggressive play down the ramp, maybe go for a mid push. You can fight for the B stairs. You pretty much have a lot of possibilities now, to be fair, if you're a Sprout. You can use those MP9s as you will, but let's see how they do it against the rifles of iNation. As you pointed out, both teams feeling more comfortable on the respective side that they're on in this second half, so we should expect a fairly clean game here. Some great plays, maybe. iNation starting it off with a nice little default, just controlling ramp, showing some protocol presence. Vladen, pretty huge, just holding in front of that B-bomb side, and Dragon doing the same over towards middle. Quite aware of the SMGs in the mix as well, iNation. That's why they're taking their time here.
But Zello swings towards the ramp, the same with Stair, and they just mow it down. Look at the mollies towards deep ramp, and you just don't have a lot of room to breathe whatsoever if you're iNation. That play completely found out. And now, Sprout in this 4v2 surely just need to stick together and put the finishing touches. I'm in 2 SMGs up close towards Short and Ivy. And they're actually going to get a little bit aggressive here, which could be a problem. The end spots out Stair. Oh, can't get the second onto Berry. However, Dragon now has used his timing to walk on up, but Berry, long range with the SMG, is going to be able to get the better of the AK that time.
Yeah, that's a big fight. It's a big round for Sprout to level things up as well, right? They were playing a lot more passive maybe than what iNation were ready for in the start of the round. So I guess that's a really good call. They're like, okay, they will probably anticipate us to go for something quicker and just play a slower default. So let's just give him the time to see that we're not going to go for anything. And then mid-round crunch towards the ramp. Boom. Great flashes. iNation were completely not ready for that. Completely unprepared. Really good play. Oh. Did he tag him through the floor? No, that was towards the B-bomb side, right? Because we just saw the Oprah looking down. Yeah, Vladen's towards B. I'm just daydreaming right now. Oh my. That's just living hell.
Yeah, I mean, dream turned to nightmare.
Yeah.
In this round.
You're not able to shoot people through the floor anymore, right?
I think you can still wallbang it, no? Good enough?
I'm not sure. I think there's a specific lineup. That's why I was looking at Zello. I'm like, Vladen gets tagged down for like 40 or 50 damage. What's the chance? As soon as the camera just switches off Zello. But yeah, I'm not aware of that actually. I haven't tried it in a long time. Haven't seen anyone do it in a long time either.
Of course, if you guys want to have a bet on this game, maybe a third map might be coming in. You can head over to 1xbet if you gamble responsibly, of course. You can sign up using code CCT.
Yeah, you gotta be 18 as well.
Yeah, I believe there is a up to €130 deposit bonus as well. Zello is just going to deposit a few op bullets into Depression and Kindo. Lovely start to this round from Sprout from the upper. That had a game to forget on Inferno, but the CT side has already started quite perfect, and well, Refresh catches a perfect timing onto Dragon. He was the man being caught out by timings completely on Inferno. This time he gets one to go in his favor, and all of a sudden the leader of iNation looks around and sees his band of merry men are completely gone.
Yeah, that's one of the few scenarios like that for Choiv as well, right? Normally he is the one standing on, let's say, 7 kills by the time of this game, but you know things are going right because you have Dragon or Vladen or Kindo just mowing down opponents. But now you look at the top, Choiv's actually on top of the server, right? I mean, he's on top of the scoreboard in his team and top of the server in terms of kills. He's on 16 and 10. You have Kindo on 5 and 12, hasn't really been having the greatest game of his life. And then you have Vladen on 11, Depression on 14, and Dragon on 10. It's been a great start here to the defensive side of things. And I suppose a tactical timeout coming in for iNation. As I said that, actually, it's already been voted in by Choiv, realizing that Sprout haven't really been contesting since the switch of sides. And as you pointed out, win percentage for iNation on the T side of Vertigo actually has been looking quite decent in recent history. So I guess Choif is really bamboozled on what's going on right now. He's unhappy with it for sure. It's been a 58.24% win rate on the T side. Or well, out of all of the rounds that iNation have won on Vertigo, 58% have been won on the T side. Win percentage, I think, is a little bit higher than that on T side. I think it's around 59.6. So, yeah, last game they did manage to take down ITB. It was a 16-10. It was in the European Pro League. Then they did manage to take down previously both Nexus and FTW. That is before losing to Ecstatic and Sync in January. Unbeaten in February so far. Let's see if that changes today. Sprout seem to have an idea about it changing, but let's see if it comes to reality.
This round, it is going to be Rifles up against the Pistols, and actually VLDN gets the better of Berry this time, so there might be an AK to be acquired, never mind. Zello is posted to stop that.
Yeah.
Now, 4v3, the Tech9 still are going to try and advance forward if they can. They still have a little bit of util. AK is going to be acquired now as Zello moves into position, maybe to find a second. Oh, but he misses the shot. Choiv refragged 1 for 1. As Sprout need to keep a grip on this round. Now, Dragon has caught a wonderful timing, maybe, to walk behind that player. Depression gets that kill. Oh, and only if Dragon found that onto refresh, that could have really fell in favor of iNation. But now it's down to just Depression. He's, of course, already picked up a kill. So, Sprout are aware that he is towards this A site, but they're not aware just yet that he is repositioning over towards B, and he's fast up the ladder. He'll continue to walk out towards mid, and maybe, just maybe, might catch Refresh in the back if Refresh decides to rotate over on towards B, but it's not happening just yet. They get a little bit closer towards A. They're gambling that it is going to be this A site. Once Depression drops that smoke, they're going to be alert.
Yeah, that's the confirmation. He's got the AVP though. It's his weapon of choice. Doesn't realize that both players are coming in from the same direction though. Spots the first one, doesn't fire a shot. And Lonix is already up close on the bomb side. So Sprout don't really give him too much space to work with. And I guess it was really uncomfortable. Depression makes it really tough for himself there going through middle with so little time on the clock as well. Because he's not necessarily sure that there's not going to be a Sprout player towards the stairs either. Obviously, you can make an educated guess that they're going to be playing this one together. So he still picks the right bomb side, but you were spot right? Imagine we're living in a world where Dragon gets that kill onto the player in a comp, and then everything changes, right? Worst case scenario, Depression's left in a 1v1, and with an AVP in hand, a 1v1 for him would be a lot easier, but it's still a round that goes in favor of Sprout, and another round that Zello started with an opening kill. He's been absolutely imminent so far on that CT side. An example for a CT-sided opener here on Vertigo. Let's see if that's going to be enough to close it out.
Falcon creeping up. Oh, is he going to be able to take down Refresh? He gets the better of him, but Lonix swings wide. He's going to claim a double for himself, and all of a sudden, once again, iNation are on the back foot, and they have lost both players out towards B. A is the option right now that they're going to have to try and make their way forward, and they're taking a massive risk pushing when that Sprout smoke is up. But nobody is there just yet. Stair is actually going to be up on the boost, waiting to maybe just take an advantage once again, and extremely proactive. The CTs here, they continue just to move. Choiv isn't going to be spotted out by that boost just yet. Lonix is on the flank. Choiv eventually is going to be seen, and a little bit of damage done. They're on a ticking timer. iNation, they need to get up onto this bomb site now, with 2 players in towards Sandwich. They need to clear out both. Oh, but Stair, he stands tall with a double. Depression with the off, swings wide, and Stair with a triple kill, shuts it down completely. It's Sprout continuing to just bulldoze their way through this second half. That's 7 unanswered rounds right now since we swapped over. iNation need something now.
Yeah, we had our doubts before the start of this game. Are Sprout going to be able to fight against a really prospecting side of iNation throughout the past couple weeks, as Sprout are going through their struggles right now, you know, not being able to play with a consistent fifth, not having an IGL. They have to play with Barry, who's been doing really well. But, you know, for a team that's going to be playing in the RMR, you don't want to be going there with your coach inside of the server, you know, with sitting on the chair, playing alongside all of those guys. And, you know, Sprout, they've showed that they're a really tough side right now. You know, first from coming back on that Inferno, making it as close as it was, pushing it into overtime after being down 10-15, and now on Vertigo as well, after being in the position of a 6-9 deficit in the end of the first half to winning 7 consecutive now. It's been great. And, you know, we were praising Zello. I was praising Zello for his own skills and, you know, the openings that he was going for, the initiative that he was taking so much. And, you know, we kind of forgot about Low and X's there, man. They're just producing multi-kills, just delivering every single time. Massive numbers, massive impact from those two, single-handedly winning the previous round. What do you do if you're iNation right now? You desperately need something to go your way.
Yeah, this is when you start getting desperate. This is when you dive into the depths of the playbook and see what little set play maybe is going to get you a round. And right now it's going to be a B split, but it's shut down completely. The two players over mid dealt with. VLDN breathes a little bit of life back into this round with a quick double. The second player through the smoke. Barry's still here with VLDN. He's got 3. However, the bomb is dropped completely in no man's land. With depression, he walks out, and Zello, the pressure's on him. He can't go back. He can't go forward. He is pretty much stuck. Depression walks away, but VLDN, he's got 4. He's on for the ace, but Kindle steals it away from him. And iNation steal away that round. A great call from Choive, even though it doesn't go well in the instance. I mean, they go in, they lose the bomb, but thankfully they have a player like VLDN, and you are seeing why he is so highly rated, not only in the Serbian scene, but by everybody who has played against him in the tier 2 space.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vladan Radovic. What a play coming in from Vladan in this round. That was absolutely insane. We said that iNation desperately needed something to go their way. This is the thing that you desperately need, right? Just someone to get a 4K out of nowhere. As you said, the round felt done and dusted after the double kill. Great reaction from Barry. Just smokes off the Molotov instantly, runs through the smoke, gets the kill, supports his teammate. It's a 5 versus 3, a one-dimensional take as well from iNation as soon as they lose the mid presence. But now a whole lot has changed. Depression drops there. Kick things off with a nice opening here. Sometimes those plays and those kinds of individual moments of brilliance are the game changers. Although, Lonex has got a pretty aggressive position towards the B stairs, which is going to allow his teammates to have a stack A bomb site here. Well, guess what? It doesn't matter. Joyf and Kindo absolutely annihilate them. Send them to the graveyard. Send them to the waiting room for the next round. It's going to be 11 on the board for the T side. And now this game, or this map rather, got a whole lot more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there was no fight in iNation, right? I mean, for the first 7 rounds. Now we see them come back a little bit. There's a... As me dad likes to say, a little bit of BlueJays in them. They've a little bit of something to go with.
A little bit of BlueJays.
Yeah. It's a very Irish thing, but...
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that.
Yeah, just something, a little bit of fight back in them now.
Yeah, and what Vladan has in him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's got a lot of go in him right now. 19-15.
Yeah, you've got the premium demon inside of you. You've been possessed. You're just running, headshotting people left, right, and center, typing nice try in chat. Well, obviously he's crashed the last bit of it. He's not typing NT. He's not being toxic, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
He's just playing his best game right now in the last couple rounds and taking the initiative, being a true leader. And I guess that's why you're getting so many props from everyone in your region and so many props from pretty much everyone watching your games and playing against you. The fact that you're able to come up big in rounds like that and maps like that, even if you haven't really been shining as bright on this map previously, but you see that your team struggles. And you know, this is when star players actually arise, right? This is when you can spot a diamond. It's in those really tough moments when it feels like all hope has been lost and then you just kill 4 people when the round that should have been lost. You kill 3 in the next one, and suddenly you've given your team a chance.
And suddenly you put Sprout on a pretty heavy reset potential. So if iNation convert this one, we could be seeing them in a great position to tie this game up. And well, it's a heavy stack towards this B site right now. All the information resides with Sprout, as they do have a player jump spotting, or posted it actually, on the ramp. That's Zello to the right side of Sandbags with that AWP. Now, retake flash is going to go in. It's not going to blind the Opper. He's going to go for a peek, but an unsuccessful one. Depression gets the better of him this time around. The rotations are coming back. Sprout are going to try and get over and defend this site. And Dragon is going to activate on a little bit of alert. Barry getting close towards the crane. Smoke in front of him. There is 25 seconds as the team make their way up Ivy. iNation need to get Barry out of this spot. The bomb
They're planting
is going
the
to be
bomb behind
planted. Oh, but Barry's dropped it. Absolutely massive. Depression connects on that shot, and the panic sets in for iNation for the moment. They're just going to continue to be ran at here, but the bullets will not put Stare down. Dragon on the lurk pretty much seals it. And iNation, they do just about hang on. It's messy, it's scrappy, but it's another round, and now the lead is just 1.
I'm still holding my head right now. I have no idea what I've just witnessed. Barry was alive in the crane smoke. Choiv just runs past him and is like, you know what? Oh no, he ran in from gap, but he just runs onto the bomb side. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna get that plant in here. Yep, thank you. Okay, bye. Well, they don't let him do that, but it's still a really chaotic one. Sprout were just trying to move as a pack of wolves there, but, you know, we had that late lurk from Dragon over towards middle for the side of iNation. That did manage to get 1 kill, and at the end of the day, as the smokes faded, Sprout had to go for the fight. As you said, heavy reset potential, resulting into an eco now for the Sprout boys. As iNation are looking to level things up. A 13-9, now a 13-13. Once again, the team that is playing on their respective map pick, getting real close to closing things out, but starting to feel some struggles. It was, well, I guess it's a little bit early on for Sprout. Well, earlier than what we saw for iNation for sure, as iNation started having those struggles when they were already up 15-10. So worst case scenario, it was overtime for them, which it was. But for Sprout now, it's looking quite scary. You know, LawNX picks up a nice double. Troy probably won't let him hold on to the AK, but even though they have a buy round coming up and it's going to be hell of a good one with the maximum loss bonus and a lot of money already in the bank for them, it's 13-13. And from that point on, unless you want to be saving guns, you could be in for another reset after every single other buy round. iNation are just 3 rounds away from qualifying for the quarterfinals and eliminating Sprout from the competition. Let's not forget Sprout, an invitee going into this tournament. iNation, one of the 3-0 teams going through the main Swiss, dropping only 1 map yet in the tournament. Let's see if they drop a second.
They've been so impressive, iNation, over the last while, not only in this event, going 3-0 in the main Swiss.
Yeah, I guess that's the best way that you can describe them throughout the last couple months, right? Impressive.
Oh, so impressive. I mean, currently ranked at 34th in the world, you know, booking their place in the Group B of the Oromore. It's been nothing short of success in the last few months for iNation, and maybe, just maybe, they might have some more success against Sprout here. What a great reaction to take down Stare from the Opper, from Depression. He's taking a lot of damage. Barry now just waits. The flash comes in. He's completely blind. Oh, and completely blind. That's a problem. Choi, he's got a double. He's so low as well, and he still comes away with both. Yeah, this round is pretty much over already. iNation, they'll pull themselves into the lead. Oh, but surely iNation won't let them save at all. BLDN spots out LawNX towards B. He's going to try and take him down as well. He has done so, and it's down to just refresh. He is close to this A site where the bomb is actually going, but the T's are absolutely everywhere. The map crawling with them right now, and he just needed 1 bullet, but he couldn't connect it onto Choiv. The IGL has 3, and the IGL has had one of the best performances that we've seen from him so far. And sometimes you need your leader just to step up and have a game like this to pull you through map.
Yeah, it's been such a phenomenal series from Choiv. It's been such a great map from him, right? On 0.99 rating past 3 months. Lowest rated player on the side of iNation. The definition of a supportive IGL, right? He's throwing the nades. He's running in first to die and open up space for his teammates. But today, he's been absolutely insane so far on Vertigo. And look at that. Vladimir finds an opening to win yet another round. Yes, it's just a half buy for Sprout, but it's potentially 15 for iNation. A triple kill for Choiv in the previous round at 23 and 15. And you know what's great about this? Is the fact that if you're Vladimir, if you're a Depression, if you're a Dragon, there is no way that your IGL that you know normally doesn't post that kind of numbers. You just witness him go on 23 and 15 and lead the charge. There's no way that doesn't motivate you, right? There's no way that doesn't make you feel better for yourself and about your game and the server. It's just him leading as a true captain right now. And sadly, Barry is trying to do pretty much the same thing on the other camp. He had a remarkable performance on map number 1, and he's been trying to give the best calls possible, supported by Refresh, obviously, but it feels like the Sprout ship could be the first one to sink. But look at that from iNation. They're being so diligent. Double entry, doesn't matter. You've opened up the server, you've opened up middle and the B bomb side, but now you've just frozen. And you're waiting for Sprout to walk into you. You're waiting for another mistake. There it is. Shoulder from Barry. Not attack, not a kill for Dragon, but a lot of information. Now he's going to spot a second player if Ster decides to peek him, which should initiate his teammates to go for the play towards that A-bomb side any moment now.
Deploys a smoke, gets away safely as well. Just staying alive. You're just being annoying right there. And it's been a very annoying game for Sprout. Flash comes through. The LDN in a great position to find a double, but Choiv has him covered. Even though he was favored in both of those fights, and Refresh MP9 in hand, it's 15-13, and maybe, just maybe, Sprout's unbeaten run on this map could be over. Of course, iNation were coming into this game as slightly favorites, with Sprout playing with Barry. Barry has performed, or rather did perform, in that first map. This map, he's gone a little bit more silent, but you can't really put the whole blame on him. Sprout have just not looked very impressive.
Yeah.
In really any official that they've played over the last while. I think it was 1 win and 10, were you saying?
Yeah, it's 2 and 10. But yeah, pretty much the same. One of them is against DG, so we don't really count this one. So it's like 1 and 9, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just couldn't, but yeah, it's 15-13. iNation looking to continue that streak. iNation before that game yesterday against Voivoda, they were on a streak of 3 consecutive 2-0 victories and best of 3s, as we pointed out, going through the main Swiss here in the CCT Western European Series in a 3-0 fashion, dropping only 1 map against Coalesce, 2-0 against FTW, 2-0 against Nexus as well. Taking down both Yano and Eyeballers in the 2-0 fashion as well in the RMR closed qualifier to make their way into Group B. That RMR team that started the year under number 101 and now resides 34th. Refresh surely is a dead man. Even a miracle that he gets away with 1, but this could be the final nail in the coffin. Depressions dropped another one elsewhere, and now it's just 1 defender towards that B-bomb side. But look at Dragon. He's in such a good spot. He can cut off rotations, but once again, iNation, they're just going to slow down the tempo.
They'll slow down the tempo, they'll come back, and they'll try and sprint up towards A. Kindo is in a super aggressive position here, and Zello's rotating in with that up, and if he walks a little bit too aggressive here, Kindo should be able to take him down, but he doesn't want to take that risk.
Oh, he's ahead of the pack as well.
Smokes are going to be off. Oh, and Kindo actually going to be spotted out there by Stair. And Zello with a nice kill as well. The molly comes in. Is Stair just going to run on through, try and deny the plant? Yes, he is. And no bomb down. Dragon has to do it alone. A 1v3. He's already spotted out. And he does not have any room to maneuver whatsoever. Zello and Stair, they save Sprout once again. 15-14. We do go the distance. And dare I say it, Ted, another overtime on the cards?
Yeah, it could be. It might as well could be. That's been an absolutely great recovery from Zello and Stair. And it's so crazy that Sprout are still able to come back in those rounds. It just comes to show the individual skill. When you have those players, you can never get underestimated. If somebody underestimates you, well, they're just letting you get back into the round. guns blazing. Double kill for Ster, double for Zello, 15-14. Tactical timeout for Choiv and iNation. Now let's see what they come up with. So far, those tactical timeouts have been working out for them quite nicely. Let's see if they close it out in 30 here or we go into another overtime. Obviously, for those of you just joining in, this is map number 2 of the series, the map pick of Sprout. iNation did win their map pick on Inferno in the 1917 fashion.
iNation, man, they love overtimes. They really do. Of course, they've already played 4 in this event so far, 1 in this series. And usually they come up trumps. Will it be needed? And starting it off, well, VLDN, he's opened his account. And that just worries Sprout for the moment.
Yeah. iNation have been so clinical in those rounds. I guess it's really annoying when you're playing such a game and it's 15-14. Potentially the last round is round number 30. Last round of regulation, no matter what happens, you lose the opening pick and then iNation just goes stale. They just go quiet, silent. Nothing's happening around the map. Depression actually going for a peek here, but they're just playing the default, just waiting for the CTs to make a move. And now as they've seen that no aggression is going to come through, they're going to start making their way towards the B-bomb side. Zello drops one, but oh no! Vladden's fallen off the map. That's the worst possible moment as well. Dragon gets the kill onto Barry. Can they close it out? Despite of the fact, Dragon gets another one. Does he know that the Oper's on the other side of the smoke? Seems to have an idea. Ichi lands. Tags down Zello. Choice wins that fight against Refresh, and now it's just Zello, but Dragon closes it out with the 3K, bar the fact that Vladden decides to fall off the map in the last possible round of the game. iNation still make it into the quarterfinals, and they eliminate Sprout after a 2-0 game here in the round of 16.
I mean, Vladden, man, you can thank Dragon so much there. He has bailed you out completely. Man, iNation, they looked so good. You know, I don't think Inferno should have been as close as it was. I think Sprout did very well actually to pull it back into an overtime. Vertigo, though, it did go down to the wire. We knew it was going to be a close game, but iNation, they just showed that strength and resilience. Their mentality, of course, has improved massively over the last few months as they continue to improve and they continue to look better and better. And we are bearing witness right now to Serbian supremacy because they look amazing in the server. As for Sprout, I mean, the problems, they continue to arise. You know, they are in need of an IGL. They are in need of a new player, and time's running out for them. The clock is definitely ticking. They need to get somebody in as quick as possible, you know, in order not only, you know, to take part in these events and, you know, to improve, but the or more, that's the main goal. You need to have somebody there. You need to have somebody comfortable in the team environment as well going into that on LAN. Because anything less than, you know, a result of that, I think for Sprout as an organization's point of view is going to be a little bit disappointing. Now, Ted, we do have a little bit of a break coming up, a little bit of a longer break. I believe it is around an hour or so, or maybe actually it is only 20 minutes, as we did have that overtime in that first game. Before we do go live with our final best of 3 for today and our final best of 3 in the round of 16, it's going to be Young Ninjas taking on ForZe. You definitely don't want to miss it, and we'll see you when it kicks off in about 20 minutes time.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One expert.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CCT Western European Series 1. Of course, my name's Surfer, and joining me is my friend and co-caster, Ted. Ted, my interesting, third game of the day, another 2-0, and now we move forward to our last game of this round of 16, and it is going to take place between ForZe and Young Ninjas. And before we get into any of the rosters or any of the teams or anything like that, do you think that this is going to be the first time we're going to need a deciding map, or is this going to be a quick and fast 2-0, and for who?
Oh, okay. So first of all, might be the first 3 mapper we see. For all of you folks at home that have no idea what we're talking about, well, interestingly enough, I think this might be the first CCT tournament ever. We have to double check on that, but I'm not sure if we've ever had a full round of 16 finish without a single 3 mapper being played in it. Every single game has been a 2-0 so far. And the previous one wasn't a fast and easy 2-0, and that's why I'm kind of deciding to choose option A, because I don't think that this one has the possibility of being a quick and easy game, even though ForZe might be the favorites. When you look at a matchup and you're like, okay, it's a team that has been doing really well. They even played the CCT Central European Malta finals a couple days ago. They qualified for the RMR as well, so they've been looking really solid recently. Obviously, you go through the roster, there's been a little bit of change. We have the trio of Jerry, Zorti, and Shofi that has been together for a couple years now, but we have Crab that joined in 2 months ago, and then you have Result that joined in from the XVP Prodigy project just a couple days ago, but he's been doing all right. So I guess on paper, those guys should be the favorites. But in the end of the day, man, I mean, Young Ninjas, they've been maybe, I guess it's really hard to say with the prospects and Big Academy playing such good CS as well, but I think they've been maybe for sure one of the best Academy teams out there, just playing it in the wild, playing in the tier 2 scene and being able to actually get some decent results.
Yeah, these Young Ninjas, they're definitely going to be no picnic whatsoever, especially, the form that Nilo's been in over the last 3 months, the highest rated player.
Man, why did he drop CS for Scoo, man?
Yeah, I know,
He's
man.
so good at the game. He doesn't need Scoo.
He's come back, though, and he's looked dangerous for Young Ninjas. Of course, that's the lineup there: Maxter, Adam B, Nilo, Era, of course, the Opper, and LNC, the IGL, along with Coach Abdi. Well, it's going to be a tough day. We look at it and we say, okay, Young Ninjas, they went through the main Swiss. It was 3-0. They dropped the map to ITB and dropped the map to Eyeballers, but ended up beating them along with Ungentium as well. you know, it is a different kettle of fish when you look across the other side and you see ForZe. Of course, they beat 500 to qualify for the or more. They're going to be playing it out in Group B, and ranked at 27 in the world. They're definitely not a team that you want to be messing with, especially when you look at, you know, the lowest rated player on the side of ForZe in the last 3 months is going to be Jerry. Of course, the IGL, you'd be expecting that, but it's, you know, you don't really have too many problems when your lowest rated player is your IGL and he's even on a 1.04. So
yeah. And we're talking about Jerry, right? I mean, we're talking about Mr. ForZe. At this point, I don't think there's a lot of teams like that. I guess it's another really good example from the tier 2 space could be BTN on Nexus, right? It's kind of like you don't, obviously that's a little bit lower than what we're talking about when we speak ForZe, but it's a person that's the team. If that person isn't a part of the team, then the team isn't the same. And well, we're going to have enough time to chit-chat about Jerry later on. We're going to get a quick look through the veto to start things off. The Anubis Vertigo, Permanent Bans, nothing too interesting there from both teams. Then we see the Mirage pick come in from the Young Ninja side. It gets countered with an overpass that is notoriously a really solid one for ForZe, and I guess they're really happy with getting Mirage as their opening map. As we know, they're one of those CAS teams, well, one of those 99% of the CAS teams that like playing Mirage on a good day. And then we get Overpass, which has always been solid for them. Obviously, they lost their most recent game. It was against 500 in the RMR close call, but it was still in a series that they did win. And Mirage was present in that game. And then we get Inferno as a decider, which I think if it gets to it, both teams are going to be quite happy. And if this one goes all 3 maps, this Inferno could be quite close, considering that we know ForZe are still comfortable on it, still a map that they play. Still a map that they have a decent win percentage on as well. I think it's around 53% across 17 maps. They played it quite a lot. And then we have something quite similar, actually, from the Young Ninja side. They played it 17 times as well. For them, it's 47% win rate. And we know how hella good Nilo and LNZ are on that Inferno.
We do indeed. Now, before we jump into the match, of course, we might have a look at the head-to-head and maybe, you know, a few of the individuals that both sides are going to rely on. And, of course, there are 2 hefty riflers in here. I mean, Nilo, you can see that incredible rating right now, 1.22 at the moment. He's currently sitting on an average of 85 ADR, which is absolutely incredible. And you know you're playing well when you're outshining a guy like Shalfie, who of course everybody's going to be familiar with in the CIS region. He is one of the big stars, one of the most up and coming riflers right now. And well, we're going to have to wait no longer to see these guys in the server. We're jumping into map 1 right about now.
Okay, everyone at home got a quick peek on us staring at our notebooks, being like, okay, show me the Mirage stats now, please. Okay, so the almighty notebook actually has shown me that Mirage from the side of the Young Ninjas has been played 12 times with a 67% win rate. So this is what I was staring down at, I promise, everyone. Well, Nilo's in the server, and he's already picked up a quick double. So it wasn't a long time between us actually hyping him up and him showing his worth in the server. What's going on, man? He's just deleted them. And Era's gonna pick up Jerry, but this round is all about Nilo. He's looking for number 4. Well, he's found number Kraden. Oh, hold on a second.
Surely not. Crad is
1v5?
picking up a little bit of pace. Yeah, I mean, we had the chances for a 1v5 in the last game as well. The bomb is planted reverse default, and the T's could be absolutely anywhere. Bomb's going to be tapped, and they're just going to take a fight together. It's a fight they win, of course, thanks to Adam B. So, T Pistol falls in the laps of the Young Ninjas side. And ForZe now have a decision if they want to force buy back in this round. But, I mean, incredible start already from Nilo. And you're seeing why we were hyping him up so much and why, indeed, he was in the player comparison.
Yeah, I mean, there was... I wanted to make a kind of a silly joke there. You know, if someone asks me who's the best player on Young Ninjas, I just say Linus. You get that?
No.
It's both Nilo and LNZ's first name.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. I know.
Yeah, you know about
Linus.
LNZ, but
Yeah.
Nilo's first name is Linus as well. So that's kind of cool.
I wonder, does that get confusing, or did they just call him Nilo?
Well, probably they call him Nilo. Yeah. Imagine his nickname wasn't actually Nilo in the start. It was something like Linus, but then LNZ comes in the team. He's like, yeah, screw you, change your nickname.
Oh,
Dork.
that wasn't actually Jerry. That was Zorty to find that kill. Nice start for the scout. Nilo tries to get a refrag, but Crowd with a deagle looking super dangerous now as well. Problems begin to arise for Young Ninjas. They've lost 2 initial fights and 2 initial duels, but it will be Linus, it will be LNZ to try and maybe get them back into this round. He's found 1 kill already, creeps his way up connector, but sees absolutely nothing for the moment. And ForZe are happy enough to play a little bit more passive in this one. Shalfie has his hands on an AK, of course. He does have armor, but just no head armor. So the back end could be a little bit of a problem. Well, not if it doesn't get to connect on a bullet. Second player is going to be spotted, but Adam B answers back to that one. A little rebuttal from the Young Ninjas right now, as it is down into a 2v3, but a great position from Jerry towards Palace should be able to shut down any plant whatsoever. And ForZe, the rest of the members, just need to stay alive. 15 seconds, the bomb is going to make its way out. Jerry might be able to catch him on the cross. Indeed, he does. Surely that's the round done. And Adam B is just going to have to save in towards jungle. Result is close by here, and he might just try and creep his way through. He's heard him. He's spotted him. Can he get the kill, though? No.
Yeah, doesn't want to throw his life away there, right? He's still got the Deagle and the armor. There's going to be enough rifles, enough money, not really worth the risk. You can let Adam B hold on to that AK, but man, it didn't take long before Young Ninjas realized that they were playing a CAS team on Mirage, did it? I mean, you might as well be playing against the Eagles for 30 rounds. You still could be losing the map, right? It's just the pistols, the scout, the individual ceiling on those CAS teams is absolutely crazy. And oh, is that a failed window smoke?
I think so.
I think it is. Yeah, Zorte decides not to stick around for any longer, but it's still a failed piece of utility. Maybe they're aware of it, though. We can see that they're not peeking on the back of it. So maybe whoever threw the smoke was like, okay, guys, I might have missed my lineup, so we can chill for a bit.
ForZe and the Eagles, man. I might have to wait. I have a funny little story, but I might have to wait. Actually, you know, why not? We have a little bit of time.
Yeah, go for it.
One of the UK teams. Well, actually, I think it was when Adam 9130 was on Gamer Legion. They were actually scrimming against ForZe, and I think it was Exapower bought back when he was playing for ForZe, bought a Deagle in the pistol round and peaked ramp on the T side and instantly killed Adam. And he was like, you know, are these guys even taking this game serious? Because usually you wouldn't see a Deagle bought in the pistol round.
Oh, I think you told me that story. That was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was absolutely fuming, much like ForZe might be right now, if this round doesn't go their way. We kind of glossed over it a little bit. My little anecdote has now left maybe Young Ninjas in a position to regain the lead here, and they're gonna flip the net a little bit. They found the gap. It's up towards B. They have upgraded a few players onto a few rifles. I mean, they've got a FAMAS, they've got an AK, and now ForZe have a problem.
Yep. Oh, now they have a couple problems. They got 99 problems, but winning the round ain't one. As staying alive would be one of them. Adam B with a lovely headshot. What a clinic execution. Clean shot onto Shalfie. Doesn't let him save. What a response from the Young Ninjas, man. I mean, especially when you're playing a game like that. You know, you're playing a ForZe side that's on a 3-game winning streak. I know that Young Ninjas are on a 4-game winning streak, and actually they did really impress by taking down Apex 2-0. That was in the Elise Invitational the other day. Well, I say the other day, it was like a week ago, but still taking down Apex 2-0, which, you know, Apex have been looking quite solid. They made it into the RMR as well as ForZe. But, you know, Young Ninjas, they've been getting some impressive results in the Tier 2 space, taking down teams like Eyeballers, Apex, Into the Breach, and Gentium. Obviously, they did qualify for the missed games LAN tournament in Norway. That's going to be taking place in April, I believe, which is big for them. You know, as we play are not around anymore, well, for the time being, they're not around at least. You got to be qualifying for those academy tournaments. They did manage to do so.
things are looking good for them. And especially in a game like that, you don't want to be letting ForZe off the hook early on with a cheeky ForZe by victory that they're going to be able to convert on the back on. You want to keep them on their toes. And so far, you've been able to do that, but you're up against Result towards the B apartments if you're Maxter. You don't want to be giving away a rifle for free. They're just playing the slow default for now.
LNC force being heard towards under from Shafi, who just breaks the ladder. Just to maybe scare Young Ninjas a little bit. It's going to be a B split here, and well, ForZe are going to have 3 players and then Crad in towards window to try and deal with it. The only player that's really far away is going to be Jerry. Crad's going to be spotted out here for the moment. He needs to stay alive for the minute, as now Result goes down with only the Deagle sortie on the back side with the M4, makes it work, but only for 1. Player spotted towards Chair, as Crad is terrified somebody might be peering over the top of ladder for him. But they're going to go look towards LNZ, try and take him out of this Delpan position, and Jerry thinks he's already behind the box. This could be a problem. Needs to make sure he doesn't overlook this angle, and he does. LNZ peeks out, finds that kill, and a second as well. NIP, or rather young NIP, they will extend their lead, of course, and put ForZe onto an eco.
Yeah, that was... I think that was really... It was really uncomfortable as well for the player that was stuck in window because they only had a CZ. So you're like, okay, I might want to take that fight with the player towards the open, but long range sees that he doesn't really favor his chances, so he just waits for Jerry to try and close out on the distance. But yeah, it doesn't work out. What could work out for all of you guys at home is making sure that you check out Hellcase. Use our code CCT. You're going to get free 70 cents and a 10% refill bonus. You can upgrade your inventory, maybe get the setup. Well, I just said setup. The combo of Shofi. Setup? Skin setup? No, you can't say that. And that's coming out of the mouth of a guy that's really into skins. Like, really into skins. Oh. Nice. That's a nice family picture. It's a New Year's one. We just qualified for the RMR, and we're happy about it. Oh, Era's gonna walk straight into it. Cheese. Yeah,
no,
gotta go back. Gotta go back. No, you don't want to go there. Master's like, I want to take a peek. I don't believe you. There's 05? No way. See, you lied to me, you liar. There's no one.
There's nobody there. I mean, if ForZe to stay alive here, make sure that the MAC-10s don't pick up any kills. That's really good. I still haven't picked up anything at all, and yeah, that's great. You've taken one of them away, but more importantly, you haven't given, too much money. And speaking about money, you get up to €130 back on a deposit bonus. Of course, if you sign up to 1xBet using the code CCT, have to be 18 years of age or over, of course, and you have to gamble responsibly. Only bet with money that you can afford to lose.
Yeah, that's important.
In a round
Unfortunately,
like this,
players can't do that.
No. In a round like this, ForZe, they've put the bet on, that is this buy round, and they can't really afford to lose it if they really want to give up a massive advantage to young NIP already.
Yeah, Result's gonna get tested any moment now. Actually, Young Ninjas decide against it. They're gonna undo the setup just for the time being. They want to show some further presence. Maybe the quick smoke towards the apartments make them think twice about it. Don't fancy your chances running through this one. You want to show some presence towards mid. Make sure that there's no aggression towards T-spawn. And then you go back and play for the same old B play. But now the difference is that you actually have Adam B and Maxter, the notorious duo of the Young Ninjas, over towards middle. Oh no, it's actually LNZ and Adam B. But yeah, you have the two of them showing some presence. And any moment now, Adam B is going to rejoin with his teammates and leave LNZ in a position where he can cut off rotations later on. And speaking about cutting off, well, Maxter is going to cut off the head of Result towards the B-bomb side.
Yeah, Shalfie in a little bit of trouble here. Needs some help from his teammates. Crad is close by, and actually Sorty and Shalfie, they find a kill apiece, and that just terrifies young NIP. They're going to get out of there.
Oh, there's a gap. They can rotate back. Look at that. Jerry, he's really important. He's towards top middle. He needs to drop the bomb at 100%.
Oh, he's going to be able to lance up the dink, and actually Jerry goes down here. Massive reaction there from Nilo, and a huge kill. Shafi burns a little bit before he peeks out, might line up 2, but only comes away with 1. Nilo's still super low, so Crad, if the spam is going to be perfect, he'll be able to find the kill, but
No
Nilo,
way.
once again, he's going to find a double. Eventually, he's going to fall to Shalfi, and it's down to LNZ, but he knows exactly
I think
where
he's
the
missed
last
it.
remaining Force player goes, and he has missed the timing. Oh my, that is a problem. Shalfi wins it by default after dropping the bomb and just staying alive.
Oh, that was such a good play from Nilo as well, right? That was so intelligent. He knew that he was low HP. He couldn't plant fully for short. He had to plant behind triple, and then he realizes, oh wait, I'm low HP. If I get spammed down, we probably lose the round. So I might take my chances, tapping the bump, and then swinging and going for the fight. He's probably not going to be ready for it. He's going to think that I'll stick it because of the low time on the clock, and that's exactly what the ForZe player thought there. So Nilo still gets the kill, but gets dropped by Shofi. That was a great round from him. You want him to be stepping up in rounds like that. Money's still not great for the CT side after this round, though. Losing so many members, surviving with just 1 alive is still gonna keep them on their toes. As we did say earlier, when it comes down to that economy, Zorti not quite able to have the AVP yet on Mirage as well. As much as you can delay that from the perspective of the Young Ninjas, the better. Ooh, Jofi going for a quick peek. Not able to find anything. Quick HE towards the top of middle to tag down Adam B even further. But Young Ninjas once again getting control over middle. But this time around, it looks like more of an A play rather than a B one.
So far on the CT side, ForZe haven't really been that active towards middle.
Yeah.
You know, they've kind of just given it up. They've let, you know, the Young Ninjas just have it, play from the sites. And to be honest, that's been a little bit of a problem. But a lot of the time, it's been because they really haven't had the money. Now, right now, SMG up close. There is going to be the execute coming in. Oh, Crad actually gets one on the fadeaway. That's absolutely massive. But right now, he's trapped in towards under. Shafi's going to help him out as Adam B low HP. Jerry needs to be careful. There's a player walking through the smoke. Era and Maxter, they find 2 quick kills. Shafi completely alone, 11 HP, and he can't really hope for that much. But 13 seconds, there isn't a whole lot of time. NIP, they need to find these kills. As a result, he's not going to be able to stop that bomb plant. He is going to swing out, but Nilo already out of the pallet. And surely he's not going to be expecting him, not whatsoever. A fantastic reposition from the Young Ninja. 11-3 so far in this game. Nilo is having some massive impact, and it is reflected on that scoreboard.
Man, Nilo is so intelligent in those moments, and it's so scary to think about it because of the way that result snaps onto the first player that's speaking from behind default, right? Imagine Nilo just staying in Palace and being too scared to go for a fight, and then he has to peek from the angle that result expects him. This is just you going into a player, walking into the crosshair of a player that's in the zone. Did you see how quick that snap was from Result? That was clean. That was sharp. But Nilo just winning the round with, as I like putting it sometimes, just won the round using his keyboard. Only that, nothing else. Great movement, great readjustment, and a great start from the Young Ninjas on Mirage so far. As you pointed out, ForZe haven't really been trying to fight for middle too much. Again, that has a lot to do with the economy, as you mentioned, and obviously Zorte not having the AVP. He can't really afford to go for those really mobile and interesting peaks, you know, constantly changing up the position. You're going to see him go for a peek towards Palace, ram the apartments, sometimes start under, jump up short, go connector. He's constantly moving when he has that big green, but hasn't really been given the comfort of it so far. Obviously, that has all to do with just Young Ninjas and how effective that T side has been and not allowing him to build up the economy for it. But it's going to be a massive handicap for ForZe to start the game off. It's still not too late, though. We're speaking about ForZe, so you can't really write them off. But for the Young Ninjas, the start has been great. Oh my goodness.
Oh my, they're being ripped apart by the USP. Surely not like this.
Oh.
Nilo's still in the server, and Nilo is making all the noise right now for Young Ninjas in all the right places. The molly comes in. Is Crad gonna burn? No, he's not. Oh, but eventually he does. He has to swing out. Era's gonna take him down. Result does a lot of damage, but Nilo's still here. Actually, it's Era to find that kill. Swings wide with a double himself. At 6-2, Young Ninjas survive a USP scare.
That was so scrappy. That's one of those rounds. You lose a couple of players, and then if you're Nilo, you just swing, and you're like, okay, I'm either gonna get the easiest multi-kill of my life, or I just get double dinked as all my teammates just did, and we just lose the round, and I'm gonna have no fault because I was left in a 2 versus 4 in an Antigua, which I'm not supposed to. But you know, they saved the day. It's all right. Nilo's on 13-3, confidence up, rush B, yeah. They send it out.
Nilo on the entry, deals with results, shall feed through that smoke. Oh, actually not able to find the kill. But yeah, I mean, just a complete switch up of pace right now, and you're seeing the depth of Young Ninja's T side. And I mean, ForZe, they haven't had an answer for it whatsoever. This is incredible so far from the young guns of the Swedish scene.
Yeah. So clinical from Nilo. It just feels like he's winning his fights with ease, right? You just know when you're watching a player, you know when they just look like they're one level above. And that's the vibe that you're getting from Nilo so far since returning, right? Yeah. I mean, we've told his story numerous times this year, right? On different broadcasts from different tournaments. But Nilo, when you know the fact that he joined in Young Ninjas, he was one of the original, like the original 5 of the Young Ninjas project back in January of 2020. First, there was, I believe it was him, ZTR, ForZe, Manon, and Sapik on that team. And then LNZ joined in just a little bit later on. ZTR had to step in the main team. But the thing is that he played really well back then, and then he had to stop playing competitive CS around August 2021. He took a year break, and he came back in September 2022. So this previous fall, because of school, from what we know. And you know, ever since coming back, he's been spectacular. He's just been really good.
Let's not forget, right now he's doing this against a team that are currently in the top 30.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's not playing against an academy team right now.
No, and he's making it look very straightforward and just like any other day. Right now, though, it is back into a 4v4. This is probably the best chance that ForZe are going to have to maybe pick up a round. They have put up a little bit of a fight towards middle in terms of Zorti opening things up towards ramp and then scoping it out. They are just applying a little bit more pressure now as well, but they need to get at least the second player over towards B. Result is completely isolated. And if Young Ninjas decide to go for an execute here, he will be smoked out, but he decides to push a little bit closer, maybe to get onto the site as the smokes do come in. Molly as well. Rotation from Shalfie. Is it going to be here in time? Result needs to stop this first player from getting out of the apartments, but Young Ninjas, they're going to go back because they've created enough space for Adam B maybe to creep his way up con.
Yeah, that's so similar to the round that they did a couple rounds ago, right? But it was LNZ that was getting into that connector position, and now they're thinking about it. They're not going to run it back towards A as they did a couple rounds ago, which is opening up a window for Adam B to get into a good position, but they need to play before him. They should know that somebody could be holding. Zorti still misses the shot, and that's going to give a chance to Adam B to even get the kill. This is massive. He shouldn't be winning that fight, and now they can play, but it's both Shofi and Result towards the back of this side. Shofi, speaking of him, has to do it all alone, but he can't. He's gonna get taken down, and now it's just Jerry in the clutch. And look at the position from Adam B towards the kitchen. Should be good enough, and it is good enough. Momentarily executed by Adam B. A2 Young Ninjas. What a great piece of CS on the T side of Mirage.
The CIS boys don't really like it when they're hit with a CIS style around, you know, down to the last 25 seconds. It was all or nothing there on that lurk, on that little bit of space that Adam B got towards connector, seen nothing towards that A site, seen nothing towards jungle. And even though Zorti, he had an idea that it was going on, he missed the first shot, gave him a chance. Adam B crept through the murder hole, and Zorti just wasn't ready, wasn't posted to hit that second shot. Young Ninjas not getting panicked either. You know, a lot of teams, when it gets down to the, you know, the last 20 seconds of the round, it's, oh, we need to go panic stations, get onto the site, just run. And then that's when the sloppy mistakes come in. nothing like that for Young Ninjas. Yes, they fall to the crossfire, but they're able to deal with results. Shalfie comes away with 2, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. 8-2, a massive, massive start for Young Ninjas on their map pick, on the T side, no doubt. And ForZe, their second tactical already, because you can see they're in a spot of bother. They go for a little bit of a half buy. Next round is when I expect them to come out swinging, but these SMGs are definitely something that you need to be scared of, especially if you're LNC. Maxter tries to get both, but in the end, it's Shalfie with a double. He'll get an upgrade as well, and he'll get a lot of map control.
Ooh, that's a great pickup from Era. This is normally a fight that Zorti would win. From the top of the smoke. A lot of damage done still to both Era and Adam B in this round. And it's a 3 versus 3, as you pointed out, aggressing a little bit further. Era's actually looking for more with the AVP here, and he might get rewarded. Depends on the timing. Does he spot Krat towards the back of the bench? Doesn't see him yet. Oh, now he does. That's a great flick onto Krat. Good reaction. They still know that Shofi resides towards the B apartments, probably, and Era's actually prepared for the angle. That's a great round from the Oper. A nice triple kill from him. Around that starts with a man advantage for ForZe after the initial exchange. And it's really well returned by Era, who's showing his prowess here in round number 11. And, you know, that's... I guess that's the good part about Era, is the fact that, you know, mechanically, I guess he's another player that we've spoken a lot about from the time in Gamer Legion, obviously. A lot more experienced in terms of tier 2 level than his entire team. But, well, maybe bar LNZ, who's had his fair share of tier 1. But, yeah, speaking of Era, he's mechanically really gifted. Has struggled with consistency, I guess, the past couple months. But, you know, in some of those games, it just feels like he's a really good player to rely on mid-round when, you know, the team just needs him to hit a couple solid shots, let's put it that way. And he's done it again. It's 9-2. And as you said, there's been some problems. And I feel like this previous round for ForZe, even though, you know, it all comes down to one missed shot from Zorte, those are the rounds that hurt the most, because, you know, you had the good idea, you know, you had the right idea, you know, you had the read, you had the players towards the correct bomb side, but then Zorti just misses one shot on the back of it. You were still close, but you just don't convert. And now you're really far. And it's obviously, when we're speaking about such experienced players, this is never going to be to the back of your mind while you're in the game, maybe after the game's over, when you're trying to emphasize on what happened in the server and figure out what went wrong. But it's surely to the back of the mind of Zorti being like, okay, this could have been a lot easier now had I hit that one shot. But let's see. They have the full buy coming up once again. Era's been on a good game. Let's see if Zorti can counteract here, because at this point, he just needs to. Someone needs to. Shofi's been trying, but it hasn't been enough from him only.
Yeah, I mean, if this one doesn't go your way, I don't know if you can really see a way back into this one for ForZe, right? I mean, there's just such a gap, such a discrepancy between the teams right now. Now, Shalfie is super aggressive right now towards top middle. There's an A being pulled. Flash is actually going to go in, and Shalfie actually only comes away with one. LNC and Maxter, they're going to answer back instantly with 2.
That's painful.
That's huge right now for Young Ninjas, and it's been the same old story for ForZe. It seems like, okay, they get into a good position, they make the right call, they go for, you know, a flash peek. It's perfect. They find that opening kill, but instantly there's that fight back from Young Ninjas. You know, they're just not down and out of the round, and the trading has just been really good and really solid from the T side. Now, Jerry has had a very quiet game so far. 1 kill. Is going to have to try and find a few more to stop Young Ninjas. They'll make their way out towards A. Result is going to peek. Drops Maxter for the moment. And now, where are the rest of the T's coming from? Out from the ramp. Result is down. Jerry still yet to peek. Still yet to be found towards the stairs. But he's just going to be swung. And once again, there's that trading that I was talking about. Another kill. But Zorti, maybe, just maybe, has dropped the bomb and spoils it all. Nilo flashes. Oh, Zorti's going to miss it completely. He's going to be spotted. And Nilo clutches up. It's absolutely huge. That was near picture perfect. But again, we can talk about how unlucky that is. Zorti, he's scoped in, and just the arc of that flashbang, it goes over the smoke, and he just can't see it.
Man, this kid is so good at the game.
Scarily good.
He just makes it look too easy. Yeah, he's not playing against Academy League level teams right now. He's playing against people that know how to play solid CS. He's playing against some damn good players. yeah, a lot of things might not be going their way, but he's making it look so easy. That's really scary. Crowd has been left all alone towards the A-bomb side once again. ForZe could at least rebuy once again into this round, but at this point, they just don't care about the buys. They just need the rounds on the board. Adam B on the late lurk towards top mid, though, could prove to be a nuisance. 1-for-1's all right for him, and let's see how Crowd holds on rather to that A-bomb side now.
Finds the first kill, swings out onto the site. LNC's ready though. Once again, 1-for-1. Trade comes in. Oh, Era, lots of damage done to him from Shalfie. But Shalfie turns away.
No
oh,
way.
No, he should have got that kill.
He was
every
expecting
day of
a
the week.
flash.
Yeah. Oh, no, that is such a mistake right now in a massive moment in this round. Zorti and Result, they're going to have to try and rectify the mistakes that their teammates might have just made. Era alone towards Sandwich's Result. He is taking every single liberty right now, just clearing out all of these close angles. Era needs to be ready, but that was always going to be a free kill. He was tucked into the corner, but once again, Nilo, he answers back with a big kill. Sorty needs to get this down into a 1v1 once again, but this time he really needs to come out on top. As Nilo creeps down the stairs, Zorti needs to be ready. Is he going to overlook this position? Scope in. Of course, Nilo knows exactly where he is. He can see the scope, and Nilo is going to creep even closer. Oh, and Zorti is not ready for that any time at all. 17-4 right now, Nilo, as he picks up 2 more kills in that round, and another round goes in favor of the Young Ninjas.
I know we can't really see the headshot percentage right now. We can just see the 17-4, but I have the feeling inside
90.
of me that most of those have been headshots.
I'd say 90. I'd say
yeah. There's been a lot of head taps so far for Nilo. A lot of haircuts. We can put it that way. He's been spectacular. Jerry's gonna try and switch it up. Missed shot from the Oper might actually give Jerry a chance, but Era manages to recover quite nicely. Holds his nerve, lands the shot. It's a half buy for ForZe, and Young Nip at this point. Well, you don't really need the Young in the name to believe that they're playing some damn good CS. I mean, you can just let it like that. Look at the scoreboard. It says NIP. It's completely justified. They're playing some real solid CS right now. Obviously, it's a lot easier to play some real solid CS when you're just killing everybody, but the fact that you're doing it against the ForZe side on Mirage, which is normally a solid map for them, it's so damn impressive. Still, let's see how they do. ForZe actually have the right read going into this round. 3 people towards the B-bomb side. One of them falls, but they still have Shofi and Zorti that are going to try and do their best there. But again, the Young Ninjas, they just slow it down. No funny business. They're going to let the player from the A-bomb side get into a comfortable position, and it's another uncomfortable timing for Zorti.
Man, this T side has layers upon layers upon layers right now, and ForZe just can't deal with it whatsoever.
Yeah, it's like an onion.
Oh, it is horrible.
It's got layers.
It's got layers, and it's making ForZe cry, all right. Yep. Man, 12-2. This is probably one of the best T sides I've seen on Mirage in a very long time. In a very, very long time. This is very impressive. And I wasn't expecting it. You know, we were talking about this before we even went live. I was saying, you know, I'd be expecting ForZe, you know, if there's any chance of a 2-0 in this game, it's in ForZe's favor. But if Young Ninjas are playing like this, man, they could easily shut this one down in the next hour or so and just get this one over and done with. Last round of the half. And, well, Zorti might be tested towards Palace here. Nilo's going to peek in, and he is human after all. He will go down, and Zorti will be thankful that he did.
Yeah, that's one of the first clean 1v1s that Nilo loses, and it's against an AVP as well. But it's a nice opening kill from Zorti, at least looking at 3 rounds in the end of that first half. Not that it would make life a lot easier. Oh, that's a great flash from Era. Sets up Maxter for a nice refrag there. Doesn't matter how quick it is. A wise man once said, you just got to get the refrag in the end of the day. You don't really care if it's late or early. As soon as you continue getting them peaks, and LNZ gets one more, Shofi's there for the recovery, but it's still a 3 versus 3, and the bomb is making its way towards the B apartments. But look at that from Adam B, walking through the connector smoke. Should get taken down by Result, and does, and that's going to leave everything up to Era and Maxter, walking straight into the crosshair of Shofi himself.
Shalfie waiting.
What?
Maxter straight out of the apartment. Shalfie once again tries to duck underneath the flashbang, and it costs him his life one more time. And he's playing it correctly. like, you can't even fault him for it. But
Nope.
he's just getting absolutely annihilated. Now, result is going to be walking forward. Oh,
No way.
no, you've missed your chance. There's the molly. Eric can drop a smoke. He stays alive. Oh, and Max just going to be holding close from E-Box. There's that kill. Zorty in a 1v2. Out with the op. Great shot on the first and knows exactly where Era is in that position. Spots him maybe. I'm not too sure. Still in that smoke. He's going to get close. He's going to get with that USP in it, but he's absolutely everywhere. He's all over the place. Era just needs to buy time, and he'll do more than that. He'll win the round. 13-2. Young NIP stun ForZe on this first map.
Looks like a map that ForZe want to get over with as quickly as possible, Jack, after the first 15 rounds here on Mirage. Surely an outcome that we weren't ready for. Surely an outcome that 1xBet weren't ready for either. Taking a look at the odds. Favoring the young ninjas, obviously, after what we've seen for the first 15 rounds. But yeah, man. Wow, what a game. Pissed around. Starting for the ForZe boys, and you gotta feel like unless this one goes in their favor, this one could be over in a couple minutes just. And if that makes life easier, well, if it makes life easier than that, if it could get easier than that for the young ninjas, they have a fourth player that's thinking about rotating back towards that B-bomb side any moment now. But ForZe are gonna delay just a little bit and let Zorty get closer towards short.
Gary is going to open this round up with a kill at least. So, sorry, I believe a step there. So, I would assume Nilo realizes what's going on. Young ninjas are going to try and get into position to try and deal with this. Nilo's picked up a kill. Adam V. Oh, he's actually going to find a double. Crad, though, out of the apartments. Battles back with two himself. And now it is down to Era. ForZe, they needed this pistol. They needed to delve deep into the strat book to get this one back. And now Era, smooth jump towards short. He's going to have to smoothly clutch up this 1 versus 2. But he's got plenty of time right now. He just needs to find the first kill. And Crad has given him chances. He's given him opportunities. Jerry, he's going to be spotted next. And they're going to double peek him. Jerry's going to take him down. ForZe are going to survive at least. If they don't win that pistol, this game is already over. But young ninjas, they do fall short in that regard. But it's one of the first times that we can say that they've fallen short all game.
By the way, I like the approach from Jerry and Crad there in the 2 versus 1. You'd see a lot of teams losing 2 and 13 be like, oh no, now we gotta stay alive, we gotta hide, we gotta play for time. No, they just go, you know what? Let's just beat this guy. Let's just delete him. We need confidence. We need to be playing like we don't care. At this point, you're just throwing hand makers if you're ForZe, right? You know it's a long road ahead of you, but you know you're a team capable of coming back into even games like that. I know it's kind of silly to say that on the 13-3, but it's, you know, ForZe are trying to take it step by step. I guess step 1 was win the pistol. Step 2 is going to be win 6 buy rounds, and then we might be in touching distance. It's crazy to even say that, but yeah. Long day in the office. Thankfully for them, this is not their map pick, so I guess you can try and at least end on a high note here, even if we assume that this map is already over by the laws of all that's holy. If you get a couple rounds on the board and make it somewhat competitive, you might be going into that overpass with some better moves.
Yeah, try and make this as close as possible. I mean, it is just a few mistakes away, but if there was ever a team that could play like perfect Counter-Strike on this T side on this map, probably ForZe. Now, not saying it's going to happen, but...
Yeah, I thought you were going to say the bin men.
The bin men? Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Epic Land coming up, the bin man, they're ready.
Man, I feel really sad because I'm getting into UK CS culture a little bit around you.
Yes,
and yeah,
yes.
I like the fact that I find the bin man funny and like I find what I said funny is just worrying. But yeah, you gotta play perfect CS as you said if you want to come back into this. But now is the first buy round for Nip, and ForZe are gonna keep it simple, keep it clean, nice AXZ. Let's see if it works out.
Yeah, Jerry on the entry initially. Adam B is actually going to burn there. He tried to get a smoke, but it just didn't extinguish it. LNZ, did he spot the player towards jungle? There's a smoke towards top con, and he's actually taking damage from it. So Jerry's definitely heard him, knows that there is one player there. But air through a smoke, a little bit of a gap. Sees underneath it, spots the feature result, and is going to take his head off. Jerry jumps across. LNZ trying to use his gap nicely, but not going to happen. Crad with a massive headshot there onto Nilo. And if you can take him out of the round, the chances begin to slim a little bit for Young Ninjas. And Crad is going to be walking behind the CTs here. Maxter, oh, he's not ready for him up that close. Crad will find 2 more kills. And surely LNZ has to save the IGL. Is going to try and get out with his life. There he is. Maybe about to risk it all jumping down. But
yeah,
not going to happen. So LNZ will at least bring an M4 forward as ForZe now make this a little bit better on the scoreboard.
Yeah, you know what? That was actually quite clean from the T side. Again, it's a nice simple round. A lot of util involved. You just burn the player playing underneath the palace area. Then Jerry gets a bit aggressive towards the smoke underneath stairs, towards the jungle smoke. He fades it, gets flashed through. They take jungle control, re-smoke top connector. Just great fundamentals on an A execute. You don't want to be left with just the bomb side. You want to take some extra map control in a scenario like that, just to make sure that you're a little bit more comfortable going into the post plan. And this is exactly what they went for. Works out great. Back to nothing for the Young Ninjas. Well, I say nothing. There still is one M4 in the hands of LNZ, and he's probably one of the people that you don't want to be underestimating in a round like that. That's why.
Ouch. The only way I can describe that one. Shalfie on the receiving end.
That ouch loaded quite quickly. It was like playing with 20 loss. You know, you kill somebody and then you hear the AK shooting like 5 seconds after the fact.
See, that's what you have to factor in, is that my brain works on like 20% loss. So, like, just in general.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Fine.
Well, let's hope that this won't be a loss of a round for ForZe. That would be a desperate way to give up 14. Adam B is going to be completely demolished out of the side. Look at that flash in. Oh, Era, lots of damage done. LNC now putting up a fight with the M4 as well. And actually, Aditi is going to run through jungle here. Oh, Jerry and Crad. This is an incredible call.
Yep, they're going to be
jungle, and they'll just go B. Oh my, what a reaction. But it has been spotted now by the CTs. They found another kill. They found an op that Nilo is going to pick up and be wielding in the round. Let's not forget, there is no kits in play for Young Ninjas. So if they're going to go, they have to go quickly. But in a 3v2, I think you have to risk it.
Yeah, surely. You're going to have the buy in the next one. You know you're in a 3 versus 2. Crad has been tagged down low as well, right? Oh, Jerry's getting tagged down through the bench. Oh, that's quite dangerous. He's going to run away. Second player, still not compromised. And Crad does manage to strike. And maybe this is when they realize that the round has been lost. LNZ can still try and do some damage, but the time's running low. They have no kit to work with. The AVP already committed to the save, and LNZ is going to be the only one still looking for kills. Actually, it's Nilo to collect this one. And you know what? When you think about the investment going into this round, it's just one hero M4 for LNZ, and then the rest are on pistols. It's actually a damn good round for the Young Ninjas. They get away with 4 kills. They hold on to the M4. They hold on to the AVP. Is going to make life a lot easier going into this buy round for you. And you make forts crumble just a bit. Well, they didn't crumble, but they trembled. Shivers. They felt them.
Yeah, definitely shivers, man. Definitely. You know, this is still scary times for ForZe.
I don't know why I had the song play in my mind when I said the word.
Which song?
Shivers.
don't think I know it.
What? No,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sing it if you're trying to fool me to do that.
No, I'm not an evil mastermind, Ted. Absolutely not. Well, let's see what the mastermind of Jerry has conjured up in this round. He's very low on HP, and Nilo is going to spot the gun of Crad. Initial kill falls in favor of the Young Ninjas, and ForZe have to convert this 4v5 really, or else the Young Ninjas surely will be able to continue to battle back and push their way onto this second map with a map advantage in their back pocket.
Yeah, we already had one big upset from an Academy team earlier on. It was Spirit Academy taking down Big. And for all of you at home, we're not talking about Big Academy. We're talking about Big. Like the big deal. Taking them down 2-0, eliminating them from the tournament. Quite a surprise. Let's see if it happens a second time. Adam B drops another one onto Jerry. Shelfie has been hurt, I'm pretty sure, and actually jumps across LNZ here.
Yeah, Nilo has him covered though. Nilo is just going to keep his eye. Shelfie comes out with a pre-fire, and that might be good enough to find the kill. Now looking towards Max there. Oh, but that's the perfect bait. Here's the reload. Max is going to be holding. Shelfie goes for the peak. Result now on 1 HP. Has found that kill, but with 15 seconds, the bomb dropped out towards Connector. No chance in the round. It's 14-6. Result will hang on, but he won't be getting an injection of cash. At least he has enough in the bank to purchase utility and then drop over an AK as well to the likes of Jerry. And well, this one continues to go closer. I believe Shelfie has enough to buy, if my maths is correct, to buy an AK. Never mind, he's thrown an op over to Zorti, so he's going to be on a little bit of a lesser weapon.
Unless...
Oh, no, wait, actually, my maths is just completely wrong.
Zorti had enough money to drop him over an AK and then play a glass cannon.
Yeah, that's where I went wrong, the glass cannon.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting the glass cannon, but
you never forget about the glass cannon.
You have to take a risk here. He's got a great mid spawn. Oh, but he's not able to connect. Smoke now blossoms. Era is alive, but Crad is not. Adam P falls away Connector with that advantage. Zorti, is he going to be spotted now towards Delpan? The Molly is going to go in. He has been spotted. Molly burns him to a crisp. And Young Ninjas, they are surely onto a round, surely onto a winner here, unless Jerry has something to say about it. The jump towards the stairs puts Adam B and LNZ in the grave. Milo now has to react, has to come back with a rebuttal, but it's not happening just yet. The bomb's down, 3 versus 3 post-plant scenario, and there's a player on a big flank, and that's going to be Jerry once again to try and have some more impact.
Yeah, the captain going for the last second round winning play here. And Young Ninjas are actually taking their time. Now, this Molotov is going to force Shelfie into the open and actually right into the crosshair of Maxter, who gets that kill. But look at Jerry. He's the main man. He needs a multi-kill. Not 1, not 2, maybe all 3 in that scenario. And there's the shots. Gets one onto Nilo, but he can't see a second, and result's been lost. He needs to find more. And Maxter, he's going to be the one man left. He's sticking the deep deuce. No kid as well. And Jerry gets it through the smoke on the spam. Jerry aces it to keep ForZe alive on Mirage.
Captain Fantastic, the man that has been in this team for forever and a day, just comes up huge in that round. And yeah, you're going to call it tactical boss. Man. ForZe will be thanking, of course, their IGL after an incredible round. An incredible call by him to just go all the way back, go around the world and try and save the day. Because if he stays in the position, you know, that maybe Young Ninjas thought about, that could have been a different round completely. It was the element of surprise, still managing to find a second kill. Era had an opportunity to take him down. He beats the op in that duel, and then the spray is just enough to take down the diffuser. I believe it was Adam B or Maxter. Maxter, excuse me.
They are twins, so it's fine.
What?
Well, they're not legitimate twins, but it's like they're in a package, you know?
Oh, okay, yeah.
The two of them always playing together. T side, CT side doesn't matter. They came in the team in the same time. They're probably gonna leave one day and go into the main team in the same time. So it's
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, how do I not know that vital piece of information that they're actually twins?
No, they're not. They're not actually related, from what I know. Well, maybe by some sorcery, but nothing legitimate. Like, you know, they like a witch just went and it was like, you two are never gonna play a single game of CS
without each other.
without each other. Always cursed to be together in the server.
Bound
On
for
the
life.
same team as well. Bound for life. Maxter and Adam B. Bonnie and Clyde. And it's up to them to decide which one is which.
Well, the dynamic duo, will they be able to pull Young Ninjas over the line in a round like this? 50 seconds, lots of map control taken. Molly in towards ladder. Nilo dinks up Krad, but if you trade headshots with an AK, you're going to come out worse for wear. Adam B pushes towards Palace. He finds that kill. And now things get a little bit desperate for ForZe. Jerry, though, answers back with a kill shot. He's been heard. Oh, LNZ close by. Opposor is peeking into him. And Era, he's actually connected. Helped out his teammate. But the bomb will go down towards B. Perfect post plan set up here for ForZe. And Young Ninjas, they have a decision if they want to go for this or not. I mean, they've done lots of damage to Krad and Zorty, so that might entice them to go for it. But time is not their friend right now. And neither is that B bomb site. It's 14-8. ForZe continue to bring it back. And Young Ninjas now, this will really show and really separate the men from the boys if they are able to hold their nerve and get this one over the line before ForZe make this game really interesting.
Yeah, I guess that decision to go for the save here is like, okay, we realize that we still have a massive lead to work with, even if it is a 2 versus 3 that we might have a chance to win, though. We don't want to be throwing this lead away, right? We want to make sure it's more of a comfortable run. Even if ForZe started posting more rounds on the board and, you know, get closer and closer and closer, we realize that at this point, if our money gets totally screwed up, we could be just giving away 3 rounds. And this tactical timeout is a really good sign for ForZe, I feel like. This is a tactical timeout that shows, okay, Young Ninjas are not panicked yet. They're not feeling the pressure yet, but they know this map hasn't been won yet. Again, right? So it's, yeah, I guess it's a nice time for them to have a wake-up call, just have a bit of a talk. It's still nothing to be worried about. It's just been a solid start to a T side for ForZe, but I guess this is worrying as well, the fact that, you know, bar the clutch from Jerry, the remaining of the rounds have felt quite comfortable for the T side. So, yeah, you're still not in the danger zone, but you know there is a possibility of you getting there, and you don't really want to let that to happen. So now you want to counteract as quickly as possible. There's going to be another buy coming up for the CT side. AVP for Era. And the rifles for the rest of the gang. Actually, a double tack. It's interesting. Let's see what they come up with. Crowd has been really solid so far, to be fair, on the T side. I think he was quite quiet in the end of the first half. I'm not sure what he ended on, but it wasn't anything spectacular. And so far on the T side, he's been providing some great opening kills, some great mid-round multi kills as well. He's been trying to show us his best Nilo impression. Well, maybe not Nilo, maybe LNZ. Yeah, we'll put it that way.
Oh, this is a problem.
That's the bomb.
Sorry, it's the bomb
That's
here.
the bomb.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You've left the bomb on the last player, and it doesn't even matter. The players on B, they've been ripped apart. Surely this round is going to go in favor of Young Ninjas, because Result and Shalfie, they're going to have to answer back. Adam B even has an op, and they know about it. They know he has an op, just staring down the apartments. What can Result really hope for in this round? He will smoke deep, but he still doesn't have a chance to get the bomb back. Result, big kill onto Nilo. They still don't know about LNZ, but it gets a little bit easier now in a 2 versus 2, and they don't really have to rush it. I mean, they can wait out the smokes. They can maybe try and play it together, find out where this player and market is, but they'll have to get their hands on the bomb and the final boss that is Adam B.
Yeah, that's such a confusing round. And look at the patience from LNZ, catches the timing, and now even though Shofi knows where both players are, he has to go for it eventually. Timing's going to be everything, though. He might get a free kill onto Adam B, and indeed he will, if he peeks, that is. He doesn't realize it, but he's missing out on a huge timing, and oh, he's missed it completely. Is that Adam B slip, but still might have the kill in the back? There's the first one. He knows where the second was, but with 20 seconds, do you really risk running it back towards A? The answer is no. And LNZ's going to hear the steps. He's going to get posted on the angle. He can just hide. Just let him cross down. Let him feel like he's safe. Not really letting him step on the bomb side. LNZ finishes it off. It's 15 for the good, and it's 15 for the Young Ninjas. Second consecutive map and match points. Well, not match points, but map points.
Yeah, the match's not done just yet.
Yeah, got a bit ahead of myself.
Yeah, you're trying to write ForZe off completely.
Yeah, I'm just in that state of mind right now.
Well, so far this game, I mean, bar the resurgence from ForZe, it has been men against boys, but who would have guessed it's the boys that are absolutely battering the men here. As right now, the young guns of young NIP 15-8 up, and they just need to convert a few more rounds. But a great start from ForZe here as they open it up with 2 quick kills. Dino with a double back and might even find a third, but no, Shalfie through the smoke connects. As the bomb will be planted, we're down to a 2v2, but the low HP from Shalfie. Jerry gets aggressive, he falls, and it is down to just the young man. He's already picked up 2 kills, but with 10 HP, repositions towards the palace. And now Era is just going to make his way forward. Is he going to go palace or ramp here? If he clears out ramp, surely he knows that palace is the only place he can be. There's kits, there's smokes, there's mollies, there's everything you could want in this scenario, and you've got Maxter as well. He finds the kill, defuse pulled off. It's a 16-8, and it's Young Ninja taking their map picks.
Yeah, it's been nothing but impressive from the Young Ninjas side as well, Jack, right? I mean, we expected them to be able to put up a fight, especially if the individual showed up in a game like that. We expected something big from Nilo, from LNZ maybe, but we never expected them to make this Mirage seem like a walk in the park. And to be fair, to think about how much actually ForZe had to do to get only up to 8 rounds, it was such a one-sided map from the size of the Young Ninjas. Obviously, we did speak about that manner of mental game and maybe psychology going into that second map, and the fact that ForZe were able to slow it down a little bit and win a couple rounds on the T side and not really just get bish bash boshed on map number 1 completely, something like a 16-2 or a 16-3, and then having to come back with overpass. So I guess maybe Krat coming to life a little bit, Jerry having a couple good rounds, Shelfie overall being quite solid could be something to go off, but you still need to find a way to counteract what Young Ninjas have been doing when it goes to overpass. And those are the good news for ForZe. They have at least one more map to play here, but they need to win it in order to force a decider. But obviously we're going to find out if they're going to be able to do that after the break.
complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge.
Well, we are back. Welcome back. As we nearly missed the pistol, Dad.
Yeah, man. And that's a shame. You know I love pistols.
Yeah, we do. And especially when there's 2 of them. I mean, Maxter and Nilo, they've got 2 because they're greedy. Very, very greedy guys. And well, Nilo's putting them to good use early on towards Connector as the B play does come in. Shalfie, nice headshot on Maxter. He won't get to use his E has, not whatsoever. Flash completely blinds LNC, who is only blind for a moment, eventually comes to his senses and takes Zorty down with him, as now the CTs just begin to prosper in this pistol. Crad left, creeping out. Con might get the better of Era, but he's just off the mark, a whisker away from finding the head of the young NIP Opper, as the young NIP boys do connect on the pistol on overpass on this CT side.
Yeah, it's a good start for all of you fellas that are just joining in maybe for map number 2. You know, map number 1 went in favor of the Young Ninjas. It was a Mirage game, a 16-8 as well, and it was quite the one-sided affair we had. Well, I think it's safe to say we got treated to a really good Nilo game. He ended on 24 and 14, and that was 17 and 6 on the T side only. So yeah, it was great effort. Actually, Shofi did post 22 kills in the end. You know, did his best, but ForZe couldn't really stay competitive for the biggest part of that Mirage. Well, not up until the second half, where they did manage to get a couple rounds on the T side, but CT side was a bit worse for wear. Now, starting on the offense, though, they're going to be hoping for a better outcome here on overpass. Otherwise, they're going to get eliminated straight away, and we're going to see another 2-0. We're yet to actually see a 3-mapper in the round of 16. That's something that we're saying for the 3rd time today, maybe, but it's been absolutely wild. Godsend taking down Eyeballers 2-0, Gamer Legion 2-0 Trick, Illuminer 2-0 Havu, Apex 2-0 Coalesce, Spirit Academy 2-0 Big, Falcons 2-0 BlueJays, and then iNation did 2-0 Sprout in our previous game. So now the Young Ninjas will be trying to hop on the hype train of the 2-0s and do the same to the ForZe boys. But let's see what they have to say about it, as now they have the AKs in hand.
You'd hope it is anyway. Oh, Nilo's just going to be spotted. Result, of course, on a passive angle towards Connector. He was going to see the head of Nilo and he's going to take it off. So hasn't started well the first gun round for Young Ninjas. And actually the T's are now going to creep their way up long. Is there going to be a chance for Eric to find a kill? Yes, there is. but not an opportunity for a second.
Yeah, it's a good start to the round for the T side. Really well counteracting with the aggression towards A. But the setup is still alright for the Young Ninjas. Even with that kill from Shofi, that might actually lure them to go for the B play even further. And Master is going to peek. They still haven't spotted the second player. This is really dangerous. LNZ's found another. And now it's so tough for the T's to make a decision. They're actually going to hold on and they're going to commit to that B play still. I know Young Ninjas, they might not be ready for that. LNZ, he hasn't spotted them cross. They have no idea there towards the back of the side. Question is, will they make some noise getting onto the bomb side?
This is so nice from LNZ. He's flanking Monster already.
Yep.
You can see Zorty's kind of thinking about it, but then again, not really. Max are in towards short. They'll clear the bomb site. Where did they go? Did they rotate to A? I'm not too sure. Now they will maybe push in and have a look towards B. Maxter. Oh, he didn't hear the bomb plant. And now LNZ in here as well. Surely Sorry, might be aware that there could be a second player. Now he's definitely aware. Bell Rang taken down, and it's just Crad completely alone as LNZ holds, thinking that the Russian gunner is in towards the water, but no, he's out towards Monster, holding right now LNZ as he walks out, low HP, and that's no problem for Crad whatsoever. Of course, LNZ was tagged down very low initially. 2 kills is where he stops, and 2 rounds is where Young Ninja stop for the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately for Maxter there, right? I mean, unfortunately for him, he gets taken down. Otherwise, if he just gets tagged down and stays alive, that's going to be a perfect bait for LNZ to get the kill, and then they can play the 2 versus 1. It was really intelligent play from ForZe as well. I like the fact that they don't panic and start just running guns blazing towards the A-bomb side, just going for the Hail Mary, because in that scenario, there could be a Young Ninjas player pretty much towards every single angle. So, yeah, they keep their cool, calm, and collected form and shape. And it's Crad once again in the clutch. He knew that he was up against a low HP player, so he could have just stuck to the off angle. Just needed 1 shot to connect, and that would have been enough. Fuiko coming in for the CT side, though, because of how close the second round was in terms of the damage. So now they gotta give away another one. Far better start here from ForZe, we must say. Didn't really take that long. Yeah, absolutely has to be. Especially after the previous overpass that they did play, right? Because it was against 500. I believe it was the closed qualifier for the RMR again. And even though they did win the series and actually qualified by beating 500 in that game, the overpass was the map that they did lose. It was a 9-16 against the Bulgarian side, and you know, Zorte had an alright game, Risaud had a really solid game, but Shalfi was missing, Brad was absolutely missing. He was on 7-20. Obviously the start here has been a lot better for him, but you need those guys to be on point in the server if you want to take down a team on this map, especially when the team has just demolished you on map number 1. Might be tough from a mental point of view. Still, though, it's a good start. 2 rounds on the T side early on. Let's see if they're going to be able to make it 3 against the Fool by returning from the Young Ninjas with the AVP in the hands of Arrow as well, who had a couple really solid rounds on map 1.
A gap for Crad to get past that Molotov. Didn't even need to extinguish it with the molly, or with a smoke, excuse me. Doesn't land flush, which could be a little bit of a problem. Flash in towards short and be completely blind, and it's a nice kill from Shalfi. Refrag comes in there from Era, which is something, of course, that we highlighted on map 1, was that the trading of Young Ninjas, especially on the T side, the spacing seemed to work out in nearly every single engagement that they found themselves in. Nilo towards front toilets, result is going to be ready for him, and needed to be. Era rotates up, very mobile with this AWP. That could be something that is overlooked completely, and it will be, but out towards long, Crad comes, and Era can't react onto it. His teammate was no use, he was behind the smoke. LNZ could not do anything, and Era left out to dry. But this round hasn't run dry just yet for Young Ninjas, as they might get back into the flow of things. LNZ looking out towards long, Master goes down, and LNZ follows suit, falls away. It's 3-2, and for the first time, we are going to see ForZe take the lead on overpass.
Yeah, could have went south there a little bit because of the player that actually picked up the first fight with the rifle towards the left-hand side, because the Oper then gets the information, okay, there's one out, I killed him. He might overlook the fact that there was one just holding for him and his cross only towards the back of Dice's, but still Zorti does manage to land the shot, so it's all good for the ForZe side. Fairly clean round as well, right? I mean, it's really nice to see them being able to dispatch of Nilo early on so easily in a gun round. You don't want him to get onto another good start here in the series, especially after what he did to you on Mirage. In the meantime, it's another clean anti-eco coming up for the T side, losing only one member, that member being Shofi after he picked up a double. It's a 4-2 lead. Another buy coming up for the Young Ninjas. Haven't really seen too much aggression yet from that CT side. Maybe this is when it changes. We did see some kind of an attempt in the first buy round. Second one was a lot more stoic. Well, it was a lot quicker from ForZe, I guess. So even if Young Ninjas wanted to go for something aggressive, there wasn't enough time. But now we get to see Young Nip running again with the AVP as well.
I suppose, you know, is, of course, overpass in general, you know, ForZe, the amount of times that they've played it over the last few months, or rather 3 months, I believe, is 24 times compared to Young Ninjas, who have only played on it 5 times. So, you know, ForZe are very tried and tested on this map over the last while, especially with the new additions of Result and Crad. Oh, LNZ, that's a fantastic double. The flash came in towards long. The Opper right now actually finds that kill. LNZ blinded himself, so that was a little bit of a problem, but they do know that the bomb is towards long at least. That has pulled the rotation of Adam B just for the moment, but NIP still stay posed and ready to deal with any threats towards this B site with the Maxter and Era set up towards Monster, Pillar, and Wood. 40 seconds for ForZe really to make a decision where they want to go, but considering how deep the bomb is towards that A site, you would assume that ForZe are going to rotate up and attempt to hit that part of the map.
Yeah, and at this point, leaving Adam B all alone, he's just going to be jump spotting, spots the bomb, spots the AVP, and with 20 seconds, surely they rotate somebody back to support him. He needs to reposition himself to a position where he can get away with 1 kill and then delay for as long as possible for the rotations to arrive.
Needs to be careful though, he's out in no man's land right now, the flashes are going to come over. He's actually not going to be blinded, but still can't take advantage. The kill goes in favor of ForZe, the bomb site falls into their favor as well, and it is going to be Young Ninjas falling away from this one. They accept defeat, whether they like it or not. Need to keep these guns up for the next round. It's 5-2, and so far we are being very much treated to some T-side prowess on both teams' map picks.
Yeah, haven't really been given a lot of chances to the Young Ninjas as well, right? I mean, the early exchange goes in their way. They have a 3 versus 3, which is, you know, equal numbers, but it's always going to favor the T side. They slow it down. They see there's no aggression coming up towards A, and most of the time a team with Gambo be in that kind of a scenario, especially when you see the jump spotting player, you know that he's probably going to be alone, so you just run it. You run him down. Yeah, Maxter doesn't really put himself in the best position maybe, but truth is there was a lot of Molotovs, a lot of smokes that made it really uncomfortable, and you could see that he realized that he needs to get a kill. So in that scenario, it's either him getting a kill and his teammates being able to support him, or him falling back and maybe them not really having a fair chance going into the retake. So he felt like he had to make something happen, and that's why you see him pick up that fight still, even though it was so unfavorable for him. Still not a terrible round in this one for the Young Ninjas. They still have the AVP in the hands of Era, a couple of upgraded pistols, can try and be dangerous. Era's going for an early peek towards the long area, but I believe Krad is holding for that from the fountain. It's a tough angle to clear if Era decides to go that deep with the AVP, and it doesn't really matter. He's going to get flashed off the angle. Decides not to announce his presence. Intelligently enough, you don't want to let them know where the AVP resides. You want to make sure you catch them by surprise. Ooh. Missed chance. That was his shot. Had to land it, doesn't manage to, and now he needs to run for the hills. Needs to reposition himself as quickly as possible towards the B-bomb side. And look at the reaction from the ForZe boys. They're just gonna run out of Monster.
The smoke actually put up here, that's a nice little bit of a counter-measurement taken by the CTs, but they need to put it to good use, and Adam B has already fallen. Maxter still waiting the other side of the smoke, yet to be found out just yet. Eventually he's going to try and strike, but only good for just one. The op still yet to find any impact at all, because it is too far away, of course, and Era surely is going to be making his way back up to this A site and trying to save LNZ. Might as well try and take a rifle or two away, maybe pick up a kill, maybe get a little bit of an upgrade. But as far as the round, it's already over. It's 6-2 now. ForZe on this T side really flexing their muscles here, and the young ninjas just haven't really had too many opportunities to battle back, and now they kind of understand what it's like and how ForZe felt on map 1.
Yeah, and it even gives you a bit of a different vibe as well, right? Because you don't see a single player just dominating like Nilo did, right? Every single round that starts getting a bit closer, being saved up by a single member's multi-kill or a sick clutch or whatever. It's just a really well-structured T side of ForZe. It's just the most typical CAS thing that you're going to see on the T side, especially on an overpass one. Really methodical, really slow, not a lot of risks, not a lot of chances given away to the opposing side. Just being really annoying to play against. Makes you feel like you're taking some of the good decisions, but you're still not even close to winning a round. Or making some of the good decisions, rather. Well, let's see if something changes in this buy. You gotta feel like they need some more success on the CT side if they want to be competitive to try and contest that 2-0 victory in the end of the day. Back to the B-bomb side, ForZe go, and actually back into the stack they go.
Oh, they're going to kiss in the smoke.
Yep.
Oh,
2 for 2.
Maxter, he's come away with 2, nearly a third, but Result stops him. And now there's still 3 more players on this B side, so Young Ninjas, they have a fantastic read on this, and they might just have a round. Result, he's going to swing into the site, which definitely isn't advised, not when there's 3 people there ready and waiting, and Zordi finds himself in a clutch situation for the first time on this map. He got it close on Mirage a few times, but this time he really needs to make it work if he wants to continue to push ForZe back in this game. And he's going to push up towards A, where there's nobody right now for the Young Ninjas. So he will get the bomb down. He'll get a pretty decent post plant, but Kit's still in play for Young Ninjas.
Yeah, and he's going to get a lot of space to work with. Obviously, understandingly enough, Nilo and Era are going to play this one together, not really going to separate. You don't want to give him 1v1s. The tough part about them is going to be if he manages to get a bomb plant and get into a comfortable position with the AVP, where it's hard to refrag him. Good thing they have going on for them. 2 smokes going into the retake. Flash, HE as well, defuse kit for Nilo. So let's say Zordi decides to play towards the toilets, which he does. It would be a lot easier from their perspective to isolate him if they're able to spot him without losing a member first.
All they need to do is smoke on the bomb and then smoke in front of the bomb as well. And actually, they smoke on the bomb in front toilets. Oh, there's a gap. That's a problem. Now the defuse is going to be tapped. Now it's going to be stuck. So he goes for the peek, but Arrow is going to be ready for it. Entice them to go for a peek through that gap, and Arrow is just going to be holding. That's a nice retake from Young Ninjas, and you did fear the worst there from Zori. You know, you called it perfectly, Ted. You know, that's it. It just became pretty much unwinnable. But he is gambling that they don't have the smokes. You know, if they don't have the smokes there, that is the correct play. It is the correct call. It's just a little bit unfortunate. Of course, what isn't unfortunate is there is €130 up to a deposit bonus on 1xbet. Of course, if you sign up using code CCT, make sure to gamble responsibly. You have to be 18 years of age or over to take part in that. Because right now, a little bit aggressive from Young Ninjas in towards short. You can see Era posted on an angle with the AWP, but he's going to be found out. Are they expecting the second result? Is he knew the setup and he knew how to deal with it.
Absolutely nailed him. And that's just great awareness from the ForZe boys, right? Well, it's not even, it's just really, really good awareness, I'd say. You just see one player like, okay, that clicks. I know that setup. I'm just going to clear it up. Yep, there's a second kill. Easy. Nothing that they could do about it. And that was the same story. They get the opening picks. they slow it down, and they're gonna wait and let NIP walk into them or make a wrong call. Obviously, there's two options right now for the ninjas. You either aggress somewhere or you stack a bomb site and hope for the best. And it will be LNZ by the looks of it going for a peek towards short any moment now if he wants to. No, it's actually option A. They're gonna stack a bomb site. Nilo's still jump spotting, but actually he was just doubling back to pick up a smoke. I don't think he's caught Krad walking through the smoke, so this should be a free pickup. Yep, it is. Krad gets the kill, and now he can just call the bomb back. They just need to hold the line towards short, rotate the bomb back to safety.
LNT finds a quick kill, tries to play a little bit of gun game, picking up the op, but he is not going to be successful in his next endeavor. And Maxter, I don't know how successful he's going to be in saving this round. I mean, there is money in the pockets of ForZe, so they can afford to keep Shalfie and maybe a few other players here. And Shalfie is just going to be holding. Maxter's going to be spotted. Shalfie
Nice
not able to take him down yet. Really nicely played, but did not account for the op being there. 7-3 right now for ForZe. A fantastic lead to be picking up already on your T side, but this now is the point of no return right now for Young Ninjas. So they need to make sure that they get an 8-7 half here, or else it is just looking at, you know, a ForZe dominance in this first half, and maybe, just maybe, we could be looking at Inferno.
Yeah, let's not forget, we're looking at maybe the most CT-sided map in the pool, if not leveled up with Nuke, right? I mean, those are the maps on which a lot of pros up to this day are sharing the opinion of Overpass being even harder to play on the T side than compared to a Nuke, right? It's simply because of the pressure that you're getting from the CT side. I guess it's just a map that's been built in a way that allows you to dictate the tempo, even though you should be defending, which is, you know, it's really interesting. I guess it's one of the reasons that it's one of my favorite maps as well, because you can get a lot of freedom on the defensive side of things. You don't really need to, well, you can't just stay passive. You can do that, but it's not like you need to just stay passive and just wait and hope to get a cheeky timing every now and then. You can actually fight. You can actually try and pressure, and that means that if you want to have a successful T side, you need to really put the hours in, right? You need to have really good protocols. You need to have really good ideas, great understanding on the setups of the CTs, as we pointed out a couple rounds ago. You know, that result pre-fire towards short was just one example of all of that. But yeah, it's just a map on which, when you see a good T side, when you see a 7-3 T side, you can really appreciate it for what it's worth.
Down and off as well, so he's going to find another opening pick. His air are going to be unsuccessful, and the problems continue just to build right now for the Young Ninjas side. You have to feel a little bit sorry for them after playing so well on map 1. Right now, they are being absolutely dominated, and there's nothing really they can do about it. Maxter is the only man with a flash here. Nilo and LNT are going to get close. The flash goes in, and Nilo is going to go down. LNT answers back with a kill, but he's instantly dropped. Maxter, he's heard the stats behind him. He's let that player pass, but it's cost Adam B his life. And Maxter now has to try and do it all. The thing is, he's going to be overlooked completely, but only good for one for the moment. There's a second. Now, where does the third come from? And it doesn't come from anywhere. Jerry from long shuts it down. 8-3. ForZe continue just to push forward. And I mean, what do you do right now for Young Ninjas? You have no money. You have to go for a half buy. You have to hope that you call a set piece and it works out. Otherwise, to be honest, Ted, I'm already looking towards Inferno here.
Yeah, it does look like it. I guess it was only fair. We thought that this game would maybe have the potential to go all 3 maps, but you know, as we have a round like that coming up, you're playing against people like Zorti, like Jerry, like Shofi. You're never gonna get an easy game in the playoffs. That's for sure. You might get away with a cheeky win in a group stage or a main Swiss, but you know, when it comes down to the playoffs, man, those guys know how to come back in those games. And you know, I actually wanted to talk about them just a little bit because obviously Jerry's been in this organization for over 5 years now. Shelfie's been here for a bit over a year. Zordy's been here for 2 years. Shelfie actually did arrive with Fierce, the coach, one of the, I'd say most famous Russian coaches out there. We all remember him from the Vegas Squadron days and, the really good runs at the majors. But did you know that actually this trio has marked 352 maps together so far? Which is, that's quite a lot to play as a trio.
That is quite an amount, to be fair.
Yeah, especially nowadays when there's so many changes happening.
Yeah, if there's problems in a roster, usually there's a change every few months. So this ForZe team, of course, they do like to trust the process. Oh, with a boost up there. Shelfie was spamming through, and Era needs to get out of there, taking a little bit of damage on the exit. It's trying to bait a player into him. Jerry with 3 kills in this round. This is 9. And ForZe definitely feeling fine. Will he be able to get one on the exit Era? No, he won't. So he hangs on 7 HP. And now 9. Only 6 rounds possible for Young Ninjas, but at this stage they'll take anything.
Yeah, at this point, you're just playing to make it a bit more respectful and put yourself in a position where if you win the pistol round and the conversions in the second half, you're going to be in touching distance. I feel like you still think about a lot of the buy rounds, and they haven't really been too close for comfort. I mean, the Young Ninjas have been getting kills, but it just feels like they're getting a bit outsmarted. Let's see, though. It's not too late for them to make this game competitive and this map competitive overall. We did see on the previous map that they tend to be a T-sided team. Well, I guess on Mirage more than on a map like Overpass, but still you might be feeling comfortable being the aggressors. Nilo this time around not alone on the setup towards long. He's got the support of his Oper behind him, but needs Era to at least take the attention away.
LNZ dead towards connector, Nilo down as well, and Era on the jump spot sees somebody, but he has to try and retreat. Result though has his cross back, so he's trapped out towards long. He's trapped towards map. The jiggle comes in, but Result is going to be ready for it. Gets the better of the Opper. Maxter close by towards truck, but pretty much solo on this defense. Crowd swings out. They know exactly where he is now, and they're going to be laser focused on him here. Surely he doesn't get out alive. Lots of damage done, and Jerry's just going to take him down. Adam B, he isn't even going to bother rotating. He knows this round is over. This is ForZe getting onto double figures, and how do you find a way back if you're Young Ninjas? I mean, okay, you were very, very prepared for Mirage. You had a really good T-side, but the majority of that T-side was you were just running in and you were winning every single aim duel. Now in this game, the aim duels aren't really going in your favor, but not only that, ForZe's game plan is absolutely stellar. And Young Ninjas just do not have an answer for it every single time.
Yeah, they've been so toughly abused towards the A-bomb side as well, if you think about it, right? When was the last time when actually LNZ got into a fight when they haven't already lost the round? And try and really think about it. There was a couple B rounds from ForZe in the start, but they were mainly close. Those were the rounds where Nip actually had the chance, but as soon as they started targeting that A-bomb side, it's been really tough for Nilo, been really tough for Era, been really tough for everyone trying to support. And at this point, I just feel like Result is just saying, the Opers against me don't jiggle, they just fall. He's on 14-9. He's been so good on the entries. Once again, just taking down Era without really letting him fire a shot there. Quite solid on this map. Mentioned him having a good game against 500 as well a couple days ago, even though they did lose the overpass. Result was one of the people to make the Bulgarians work for it. He's making the Swedes work for it today, at least. It's not only working, it's suffering as well. Another half-buy coming in. FAMAS M4, Scout, double pistol upgrade, and a lot of hopes and dreams. Hasn't really been the easiest of days so far on Overpass. It's been a really well-structured T-side. Shelfie, once again, looking for an opening. Gonna stop it for now. Wait for his teammates to get closer. But actually, that M4 posted on the angle towards short might be in a good position for a kill.
Maxter in a good position to find a second, as Adam B is going to be traded out. Now, there's still the pistols to deal with and this FAMAS, so that could be a problem for ForZe, especially if Maxter comes away with yet another. He's going to get aggressive towards short. This time, Jerry, though, gets the better of him. So they have lost that rifle. It's down to just the pistols and the scout, but it's down to just Jerry and Zorty, the two probably longest standing members in this ForZe lineup, and they're going to have to combine once again. Zorty's going to be down, and Jerry now a 1v3 on the cars. There's the first, there's the second era, unbeknownst to Jerry, as the connector door does swing open, and Jerry hasn't heard it. He has no idea. Taps, looks towards heaven, and now turns around. Here's the steps. Era takes him down. A 1v3 from Jerry, and everything is going in ForZe's favor right now. Surely this map will do exactly the same.
There's no way that Era believes that Jerry doesn't hear the opening of the door and him dropping in Walter, right? That's why he's just stepping. He's just running at him. He's like, okay, he's heard me. I just need to go for the fight. Jerry had no idea, but there's no way that Era could suspect that, right? I mean, pardon, but there's no way you just open the door, you just jump in the water, and you're like, yeah, the guy on the side hasn't heard me. It's such a nice play from Jerry as well, isolating 1v1s, great awareness for the first 2 kills, and the third one was just easy peasy for him. 11-3, we might get another 12-3 half here. We did get it on map number 1. I believe. No, it was even a 13-2, right? Yeah, it was a 13-2, and now it's going to be a 12-3. We're seeing quite the dominant T-side force from both teams here on their respective map picks. Zorty already posted on the angle. It was good effort from Adam B and Maxter in this previous round, though, but still not enough. The T's might want to target and run it back towards B in this round again, so we might see some more dynamic duo action from the Young Ninjas side. But beforehand, the
monster play that's coming out. Zorty hits the no scope onto Maxter, but Adam B with the trade, and a lot better. They finish at least with 1 round. As you have a look there, massive discrepancy, 11-4. Can Young NIP bring this back, or for the very first time, are we going to all 3 maps in round of 16? Well, back to the second half of Overpass right now. ForZe currently the favourites, not only on the scoreboard, but according to 1xBet as well. So let's see if they're going to be able to close it out and, of course, send it to a deciding map. We haven't seen it so far in the round of 16. Maybe, just maybe, the last game is going to be the one, the outlier.
Yeah, provide us with all the goods, all the action. Let's see if the Young Ninjas want us to go to a third, or if they're going to be able to close it out here and now. Shofi says no with the opening kill in the pistol round. Adam B looking for a recovery peak, but Shofi wins that fight as well. Supported by results. Flash doesn't really phase Adam B that much, but they will kill that goes in favor of the ForZe boys. So 5 versus 3 to kick things off in this pistol round. And Zorty's already pushed in behind. LNZ seems to have an idea of the possibility, though. If he is patient enough, he might get rewarded, but turns around in the exact same moment as they say that, so might get unpleasantly surprised any moment now, and he does.
Monster pipe being pushed through, the steps are being made. Era only good for 1. That is the CT pistol falling in favor of ForZe, and we have traded both pistols in both maps. Now ForZe just need 4 more rounds to close it out. Young Ninjas, this should be a pure eco for them. Make sure that they get the guns up in the next round. 13-4 though, of course, that's what you give up. That is a very, very horrible scoreline to be looking at.
Yeah, I guess at this point it's just about the mental, right? You just run it with the pistols. You give them this round for free. Well, not give it for free, but you just go and die pretty much. And then as soon as you get onto the buy rounds, it's going to be the same mental game as we saw from ForZe on map number 1, or at least they hope to have the same success to try and get that confidence up for the next map. You know, just try and shake off the dust and get a couple rounds on the board. Make sure you're not thinking about that overpass all that much. Get a couple rounds on the T side. And then as soon as ForZe are able to close it out, just get tunnel vision on the third map and not really think about this one all that much. The third map is a really good map for Young Ninjas as well. I mean, not that this one's over yet. They obviously have to play their first buy round in this one as well. Might be able to bring it back. But if we were to go to an Inferno, individually, this is one of the best maps for both Nilo and LNZ. And even though from a team point of view, the stats might not show it, Young Ninjas is actually quite solid on that map. So I guess it's not terrible news for them that we're going to... we might be going, actually, I should say, to a third. You still are left with some minor fighting chances here on overpass, but a double HE. 3 players tagged down to start it off in the first buy round. Surely not ideal.
Low one for the first gun round from Young Ninjas. Haven't taken much map control, haven't really expended too much utility. ForZe haven't seen anything, but Krad is going to begin to push now, and this is a unbelievable timing that he's going to begin to walk as the connector walk does come in, or rather the banana walk. Now, Adam B is going to be holding, and if the timing just works out, he is going to be able to spot him, and just as he's going by the fountain there, he's going to be able to catch a glimpse of Krad. Nicely done. And now Young Ninjas, they're going to sprint up onto this A site. There's nobody here to defend. One player towards long, that's going to be Shalfie, but the site is completely under lock and key for now. Bomb goes down, and ForZe now have to consider how they want to go about this retake.
Yeah, you should consider the threat of a second player towards the long area, which they don't actually. And Shofi's going to get the kill surprisingly enough. Maxter now in a really tough position, though. He's going to get pressured by both sides. Shofi just reining in with utility, trying to support his teammates on the retake, but he's going to support him with getting kills as well. LNC drops one in the meantime, though. Young Ninjas, they're trying to hold strong, trying to hold on to the bomb side, and it feels like they will be able to do so. Resolve just picking up the AK, and he's out of there. It's going to be 5 rounds on the board for the Young Ninjas as they're able to pick up at least their first gun round here on the T side.
Nicely done. Result will bring that gun forward though, so that is a little bit of a threat, but I think it should be the only threat in this round. I don't think ForZe are going to want to force behind this. There's no need to rush, you know, a game like this. Jerry can still purchase up. Actually, they're going to force here, so...
Yeah, that's one of those moments. You just say that, and then you're like, what do I know?
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this at all, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess it's because the loss bonus is minimal. So even if they go for the eco, I think there was 1 or 2 players that wouldn't have had enough money to buy in the next one. So you're thinking about that. Yeah. You're thinking about, you know, yeah, we're gonna be able to buy if we hold on to both rifles, which is not highly likely. You know, it might happen, it might not. It's still a risk. So going for the eco, we might be stuck in a position where we have to double eco, and instead we can just go for the investment now and not let NIP build up any kind of an economy. So they're gonna get reset in the next round and blah 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 and etc. So yeah, I guess this is the mind process behind this all, but it's a really good chance for the Ninjas to bounce back with a couple more rounds here on the offensive side of things.
Nilo peeks in towards long, so he's going to be caught in no man's land here, and that's going to be the trade in from LNC as Young Ninjas now might try and make their way out towards middle, but Jerry finds that kill, and now the B players are going to be on high alert because Jerry's seen nothing else. He's cleared out long. They just need to be ready. However, it is only 2 Deagles. The flash comes in, not going to be good enough to blind Krad. Shafi is going to be overlooked, and LNZ caught with nades out nearly taken down, but Shalfie had to go for the reload. The molly comes in, burns Shalfie just enough, and well, towards the heavens. Jerry finds that kill, needs to get a second, down into a 1v1, and he's already out. He's already in the water. Era gets the bomb down, tries to get away safely, but Jerry, he's done so much damage. Oh, the flash comes in, he's completely blind, and luckily Era didn't go for a peek, because Jerry would have been dead to rights, but Era already going to walk through. Oh, calls his bluff to perfection. As Jerry stuck it, Era finds the kill and sticks a bullet between the eyes.
That's such a wild way to approach the 1v1 from the perspective of Era as well, right? He hears the drop in water. He knows that Jerry could be holding the cross back to short. He's like, nope, I'm out of here. Knife out, jumps back, flash right in the face of Shalfie, or rather of Jerry, and then just goes back. Cold as a cucumber. Well, cool as a cucumber, I guess. Cucumbers aren't really. Yeah,
they can be cold if you keep them.
They could be. They could be
if you keep them in the fridge.
Yeah, so. It's 98% water, is it? So water, technically, is what ice is made of, right? It's frozen water. So
yeah.
Maybe you can be as cold as a cucumber if it's a really cold cucumber. But you get the idea. He was ice cold playing the clutch. Called the bluff. 13-6.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Okay, go for the flash, go for the peek. Everybody's going to swing out long toilets. Now, Nilo in this close position, this should be alright. Era's going to be holding the line from a little bit further back, and actually, not too bad. You lose 2 players, fair enough, but that could have went horribly wrong. Horribly wrong. And, you know, when you kind of come out of those situations, when you realize what might have happened, you come out relatively unscathed. No, that's a pretty good result. 13-7, buyback here from ForZe. No AWP in the hands of Zorti just yet. Era has the opportunity to bring out a big green, and he's going to grab that opportunity, put both hands on that scoped rifle. And are we going to start it off? No, never mind. I thought we were going to start it off with a 4-man tower. It's something that the young ninjas do like to do, so
yeah, occasionally.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah, they might want to keep it for later on right now, but Krad's already opened things up towards connector. Double push towards monster. Flash is actually good, but some damage done. A lot of space taken. That's wild. Maxter just jumps through the connector smoke. That's such a big risk as well. If he goes down, that means that short is compromised, B is compromised. Young NIP are left with nothing. But now, because of him getting that kill, they actually have connector and short control, even though they don't realize it yet. And they have the middle part of the map. ForZe as well, after showing that presence towards monster, they're going to fall back and stack with 3 members towards the A-bomb side, which by the looks of it has been called completely by the young ninjas. The only risk of it being that running back into that B-bomb side, there is a good chance that you just walk in monster or walk out of monster and you don't hard clear Jerry here, which could lead to your demise.
Yeah, they're going to beat that smoke. Go LNZ. Is he going to be ready for it? They don't look at it. Oh, no. Jerry's... Hello.
Yo, boys.
1, 2. Is there going to be a third? No. Behind the smoke, Era can't even push past it either. That's the round over. Surely. There's no way back for Maxter and Era. Despite everything, you know, young NIP, they managed to pick up so many rounds here. Never mind. Era, there's a quick double. He gets his hands on the ball. Maxter's in a perfect position to take down Zorti. This is huge. It's a 1 versus 2 now. Oh no, Shalfie needs to hit both players. Now, they are both low, but the headshot needs to be instant from Maxter. Shalfie holds on. Era gave them a chance, but it's taken away by the highest rated rifler on the side of ForZe.
Oh, that was so close from Era as well. What a massive play. I like the bait from ForZe though. Jerry getting onto the self boost, the smoke towards monster as well to even sail it even deeper. And after he actually gets the double, he falls down. Most of the time, you're going to see the player get refrag, right? If there's no smoke, Era's just going to be holding the line, probably gets the refrag instantaneously on Jerry. But because of the smoke, Jerry can actually try and escape from there. Still, he decides to pick up the fight. Era does manage to get a lovely double to keep them in the round. But in the end of the day, it's ForZe going on top once again, 14-8. Just 2 away from forcing a decider, which, of course, if needed, would be an inferno.
Ooh.
That was nice.
Good refrag there, though, from Krad. Oh, he gets tagged up. And actually, I believe it was he dinked on the first one. I'm not too sure.
I think so, yeah.
I think he was dinked through the rock for like 6 HP or something.
Yeah, but you know, that's one of those moments. You get dinged down and instantly, like mentally, you've already lost the fight.
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't matter that it's like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 HP. You just get dinged. You're like, your monitor starting to get shaky. You're like, oh yeah, sure, I'm dead.
Very close by in the toilet, so the trade needs to be there, but Jerry with a good reposition for the second kill, but it's going to be Maxter and Era just making their way up onto the site with no problems. Result is now flanking up Con, and Era hits that shot on the rifle. He is still proving to be very dangerous indeed, even without the op in his hands. 14-8, still life in Young Ninjas, but not much life in this buy from ForZe.
Yeah, you know what? Era's actually getting fired up towards the latter stages of this map. And even though it still feels like Young Ninjas are really far from trying to contest this overpass, I guess this is a positive going into Inferno, right? Let's say that Era continues picking up kills. He's been really vital for them in a lot of those rounds. Let's say that he continues doing that on Inferno, especially on the CT side. But he's looking sharp with the AK as well if he wants to play it on the offensive side of things. So you know, on Inferno, which is not the easiest of maps to AWP on, but it's a map on which, you know, if you have an AWPer that's having a nice day in the office, he can still be the difference maker. I guess this is a positive, considering that, you know, even though ForZe have been having a lot of nice success here, it's mainly been because of, you know, Jerry having a really solid game, the team being really well-rounded, but individually, we haven't seen anything wowsy from Zorti, you know what I mean? He hasn't really been spectacular in terms of individual skill. Now, it is true that he hasn't really had to do too much, and he's done what he's had to so far, and we haven't seen him play the AVP on the CT side too much, but you know, it can still be a positive sign for the Young Ninjas.
Wowsy, I like that. I like that.
Yeah,
oh,
I was thinking about the way to say it. Spectacular.
These pistols, Era, no problem at all. Still get a little bit nervous even when you're not playing against it, when you can just see what's about to happen, what's about to unfold.
Yeah, man,
in front of your
don't talk
eyes.
to me about that. You know, I've been following the Bulgarian teams through the RMR Open qualifiers and then 500 through the close qualifier. The amount of anti-ecos.
Oh man,
down the sink.
Yeah, happened when I was watching Viperio against One Win, flash in middle in
and that's
Vertigo.
when it hurts. That's when it hurts.
Full USPs, flash into middle, and they just got destroyed. But they still won the game, so. Tactical pause from ForZe.
Yeah, I like that. We had pretty similar thing to from Young Ninjas on map 1, right? But it was I think it was 14-8. But that's simply because of, you know, they had a buy round in 14-8. So I guess Jerry would have had a tactical timeout in the previous round if they had the money. But again, this is just a reality check. It's not really, okay, guys, there is a problem. We can't close out the game. It's just, yeah, this game isn't over yet. There is a way back for them. They haven't found it yet, but it exists. So we want to make sure they don't really find it. We want to make sure we close it out here and now and just get the quick exchange, you know, the 16-8 map 1, 16-9 map 2 here, and we just move on to a third. And Pratt, he's the first one to make a step in the right direction with the opening kill. Zordi as well there to refrag him after Era takes 1 down for the side of the T's. Man advantage for the CT side as they fall back from the initial fight, but the Young Ninjas looking for more success over towards the beta bomb side. Smoke's gonna make them undo, or at least decide against it for the time being, but it still feels like they don't have enough freedom and space to work with to bounce back for an A play.
Oh, not at all, not yet. Double monster setup as well is in a really good state, this B bomb site. But it really depends how Young NIP and how successful they are making their way in here. They're still going to go smoke up towards heaven. LNZ doesn't have flashes though. That's going to be on Adam B, or it might be on Maxter as they get into the pipe. Oh, LNZ spots out Jerry. When is the flash coming in here? And Maxter is going to line it up. He'll line up a second maybe as well. The swing comes out wide. Still one more. Is this going to be going unchecked? No, LNZ with a big headshot. But it's allowed Zorti now to rotate into position. He's in towards water, and Shalfie now in the back line. Shalfie from short. Surely could stop it all. 1, 2. It's over. ForZe 15-9. And now They just need to close this one out. 6 opportunities to do so. The Young Ninjas at least have a little bit of it by Nilo, excuse me, is going to be the only person without an AK. Still doable for Young Ninjas to force an overtime, but it's looking unlikely.
Yeah, unlikely is one way to put it. It's 15-9, 6 consecutive rounds required here on the T side of Overpass. Probably not going to happen, as you said. You can still try and get a couple more rounds on the board. You've already won more than ForZe did on your map pick, so I guess if that counts as, you know, somewhat of a success, somewhat of a positive, you can try and be optimistic about it, or because of it. Zorti opens things up though, taking down LNZ, and Air has been tagged down low as well elsewhere on the map. Through the monster smoke. Again, quite proactive towards the mid-centric part of the map, have been ForZe throughout this entire half. They've already, I think in a lot of those rounds, a lot of the buy rounds nonetheless, they've had connector control, and that just comes to show that they love controlling the entire map, having the right idea on what's going on. And now the Young Ninjas, they just run it down monster, all 4 of them coming in from the same spot, trying to stay on overpass.
A good way to start it. Had a be nice shot onto result. They need to make sure that Jerry is going to be at least considered towards short, and the peak is perfect from Adam B. Finds that kill. There's a player actually boosted up in towards CT, and is he going to be spotted out? Player in the heavens, Sorty spotted. Chappie still manages to find the kill, and Adam B just off the mark with the spray. So it's a 3 versus 3, and it's not perfect for the Young Ninjas. They are still a little bit nervous, but Adam B is going to be able to at least put some of those worries to bed, as he puts and tucks a few of the ForZe players into bed and says goodnight to them in this round.
Yeah, great work on the entries. It's again the dynamic duo, as we call them, Maxter and Adam B. Another tactical timeout coming in for the T side, and you know that's actually interesting. They know that the money on the CT side is gone right now. Maybe this is some of those, you know, motivational speech moments that they're having. You know, it's just 5 rounds, guys. They have no money, so it should be 4 rounds unless we decide to throw it away. So let's go. We can still bring it back. And we know that they can bring it back. We know it's not impossible. Let's see if Jerry allows it, though. He's had a great game. Maybe if Jerry doesn't have that great game, but you know, there's a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes out there. But yeah, maybe if he doesn't have that good of a game, Young Ninjas are still in with a fighting chance. But you know, he's been really good on Overpass so far. Supported by Shofi, who was good enough on map number 1 as well. Bar the fact that they lost it, he was still putting some great numbers, still holding his own in some type rounds, being able to deliver some nice multi-kills. Full eco, as we said, triple boost towards short to start it off. You're hoping for a nice cheeky opening kill, and then you try and work your way out of there. But unfortunately for the side of ForZe, no one's really headed towards that direction.
Fortunately for Young Ninjas, right? I mean, don't want to be caught off by a tricky little play.
I wonder if we actually see the 4-man tower in the next round. Oh no, they have no money for an AVP. Oh, never mind. I was thinking, you know, the 4-man tower could be a good feature to have later on into the game, when it's, you know, you get 1 buy round, you're just getting too closer to leveling things up and getting into another overtime. It would be a really cool thing to have in your book. We might see it as the rounds go on, if they manage to win another buy round and they have the money to purchase the AVP for Era. Result should have enough in the next one to drop one over to Zorti, so we might see some action from the young man. But moving forward, this one should be quite free for the Young Ninjas to take. Jerry's actually giving it away as well. He's gonna call for help. Let's see what kind of a cheeky idea they actually have in mind for those pistols.
Well, the pistol's being found out left, right, and center here by the AKs, and all of them will fall 15-11. Right now, Era having a great game for Young Ninjas, really keeping them alive so far. Of course, it has always been one of his better maps. Even when he was back on Gamer Legion, Overpass was the map that you really didn't want to play them on, especially with the impact that he could have. But surprisingly to a lot, I would say the impact that he's having on an AK is a lot more than he's having on an op. He is a very capable rifler, and we are seeing that as well. But he would like to get his hands on a big green. Maybe, of course, to go for that 4-man tower. Maybe, just maybe, to have that one-shot potential. Of course, it can really change around in a matter of moments. Shafi in towards Connector right now. There's an aggression going in towards Monster. Oh, Maxter gets dinked up here. That's a problem. Shafi might just swing him here because he's heard the dink. Adam Beto finds the opening kill.
No
and
way.
Shafi peeks right into Maxter. That's the headshot landed. Adam B with another kill onto Jerry. All right. Okay. That's what they say. A wounded animal is a dangerous animal.
Yeah, just going for the handmakers. Krad just barely manages to get away with one there, but now he's on the run. And actually, they're going to group up. Yeah, be nerdy about it. Triple peek him. Make sure he has no chance to win another fight. And look at the low HP on every single Young Ninjas member, bar Era. But Adam B gets another kill. That's so clinical. That's so unfortunate for ForZe. All of those fights. Maxter probably should be going down 99% in Connector there, right? He gets dinged through the wall. It feels like nothing's going his way. It's supposed to be an unfortunate round, and a round that ends the game for ForZe in their favor, rather. But no, they still win the fights. They come on top in a lot of fights that they should be losing, but they still win them regardless. Regardless of all of the factors, the circumstances, they just nail the headshots. And now it's 12 rounds. Now this game is interesting. ForZe go for another tactical timeout. Now this one is because they feel the pressure. There's only 3 rounds between you and, well, the monster of Era, who's somehow bringing a show-stopping performance on an AK, even though he's an oper. We're watching an overpass, seeing Era 26 and 17. You wouldn't believe me if I told you that he's had most of those on an AK, but he has, and it's been really impressive. A couple of nice and flashy plays with the AVP as well. It's his trademark, but in the end of the day, it's been the AK action as well from the Young Ninjas. 3 rounds away, another eco coming up for ForZe. That means that there's only 1 buy round standing. Well, 1 buy round and 2 anti-ecos standing between the Young Ninjas and an overtime on Overpass Jack. This could get real interesting.
Nilo might miss the timing here. Oh no, that's a problem. He's going to go down. Era needs to just hang on to the AK, but he's being swarmed upon. His teammates are arriving to help, and luckily they are. Now, Result picks up an AK. Is he going to be able to do any more damage with it? Not like it is going to matter all that much. If he really wants to, he could probably just save it. You have an AK to play with.
Yep.
Less money might help you as the rounds continue to go on. However, this is 13 for Young Ninjas. And this is a problem for ForZe. Need to hope that they can close it out in regulation. Because if Young Ninjas are able to, of course, get this to overtime with the momentum on their side, you would have to favor them a little bit.
Yeah, you know, by the way, there's an interesting fact about ForZe on Overpass. Actually, because we said that they've played 24 games on Overpass in the last 3 months, right? Only once, or pardon, only twice, a team has been able to get up to 14 rounds against them on Overpass and lose the game. Only twice. That was Anonymous on the 24th of November in the CCT North Europe. It was a 16-14 in favor of ForZe. And then it was a 16-14 against VP Prodigy. But every other time, they have been pushed into an overtime, or the enemy team has just been able to get up to 14 rounds. ForZe actually have lost. They haven't won a single overtime. Now, there hasn't been a crazy amount of overtimes amongst those 24 games, to be fair. I think it's been only 2, if I'm not mistaken. One of them was against Into the Breach, again, in the CCT North Europe. And then the other one was a more recent one. Again, a CCT North Europe, but the next edition of it, which was already in the start of this month.
It was against Gamer Legion, so it was in 2023, February the 3rd. They lost 15-19, but that's a crazy and scary prospect to think about. Let's see. Tactical timeout. Out of the way. Era goes on the AVP in this round. Well, the AK has been looking sharp. You don't want to risk it now. Now it's quite important. And Zorti's opened things up. Maxter goes down, but look at Era. He's going to try and hunt him. Try and compensate for his lost teammate. Nilo just walks out of long, but it's a 1-for-1 what he gets.
Oh my God. Nice reaction from Era. He's
quick.
Very quick. On that up. Of course, I don't know why we're so surprised. We've seen it time and time again in this one. Adam B. Oh my. He went to clear it, but didn't really. He half-arsed it, and that is a problem. Smoke down.
It's man advantage. They're just slowing it down. Even though they have two players that have been tagged on. By the way, Era is over 30 kills already, but now they can just slow it down. Just hope that ForZe walk into them.
They split right now as well, so the smoke goes down towards front toilets. They don't want to group up, which could be a little bit of a problem. Zorti scopes and begins to walk in here, flash through. LNZ might just walk through the smoke maybe, especially on this second flash. He's going to clear out the close angle, needs to get that trade, and does. No idea where Jerry is, and he is going to back away down banana. Now, Jerry's heard this.
He's realized it.
Oh, this is a problem, because Adam B's walked out, but that should confirm it. Now, LNZ, he can just sprint up. Jerry, of course, is waiting for the steps. He's listening for the player to make his way up. But there isn't a lot of time here. Molly needs to go down towards there. Jerry is going to smoke it. That's going to panic LNZ. Oh, and Jerry hits the shot. Clutches up. 16-13. We're not going to go to an overtime like we expected, Ted. Instead, for the first time in the round of 16, we are going to a decider. But before we go to our deciding map of Inferno, we are going, of course, to a little bit of a break. We'll see you guys in around 6 or 7 minutes time. You definitely don't want to miss the conclusion of this game.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CCT Western European Series 1. We are, for the first time, Ted, going to a deciding map in the round of 16, of course, at the playoffs here, between ForZe and Young Ninjas, and we couldn't separate them after looking at a Mirage and an Overpass. It's going to take an El Clasico on Inferno to decide it all, to see who goes through to face iNation in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, this one's going to be for all the marbles. A one-sided map number 1, a fairly one-sided map number 2, but with a bit of an attempt for a comeback in the end from the Young Ninjas that, you know, Jerry made sure to kind of fail for them. Well, now we're going to go into an Inferno, notoriously one of the best maps for a decider, notoriously the map that you'd want a long series to end up on, especially when we're speaking about playoffs, especially when we're speaking about the last game of a round. Speaking of which, we know that we are now ready to jump straight into the server.
You really joke.
You know what, Jack? I don't really appreciate you laughing at me for my voice leaving me here.
Did you really choke on air?
No, it wasn't a joke. It's just, you know, my voice trying to say bye-bye. Yeah, it was my voice. No, I didn't choke. No.
Okay,
no.
I thought you know the way sometimes you just like the air comes in the wrong way?
I don't choke on air. No.
Yeah. Happens sometimes, man.
Yeah,
It goes down the wrong pipe. And yeah, that's it.
Tell me more about the wrong pipe, please.
Oh man.
Okay. Knife round goes in favor of the Young Ninjas, which means that they will be starting on that CT side of things. Now, when you look at the stats for both teams on Inferno, it's not looking too bad. It's not looking too great. It's pretty all right, I'd say, for both teams. For the Young Ninjas and for ForZe, they've both played it 17 times the past 3 months. ForZe with a 53% win rate, Young Ninjas with a 47% win rate.
And interestingly enough, pistol round win percentage is actually, well, quite close for both teams. Positive 52 for the side of ForZe, negative 47 for the Young Ninjas. But Nilo and LNZ are looking to make this one look better. As I say that, though, look at that from Zorti and Crab. What a start to a third map. Jeez.
Adam B might overlook this angle from Crad, and yes, he will. He goes down, so Maxter has to go this one alone. A 1 versus 3, maybe, to get him back and his team on the board early on, but he doesn't have a kit, not right now. And well, he has found that first kill and the second. Maxter, hold on a second. Bomb is going to be tapped. Crad, where is he coming from? Oh, look at all the damage done. He's going to swing and Maxter won
He's
it.
got enough time.
Oh, he has plenty of time to get the defuse off here. Maxter, what a 1 versus 3 pistol to keep you, and rather not keep you in the game, but get you alive, get you rolling on the deciding map.
Oh my goodness, what a 1 versus 3. What a clean shot on the third one as well. Maxter, that was absolutely phenomenal. That felt like it had to be a T-side pistol for ForZe. And look at the tactical timeout. Now, this is awkward. Now, this spells trouble. A tactical timeout on the back of a lost pistol round. You don't see that every day of the week. You know that something went horribly wrong. That's crazy from Maxter. What a tactical timeout. And let me tell you that Young Ninjas are enjoying the hell out of this pause right now. They're like, oh, we win the pistol. They go for attack. Wow, that's lovely. Arizona and AVP in round number 2. You might not be ready for that. You surely are not going to be ready for that.
Oh, what do you even
Phenomenal
go?
stuff.
What do you even say about that, to be honest? I mean,
well, you say that Maxter is the best teammate. He clutches the round, drops over an AVP to Era. What a nice teammate.
Era now needs to be careful. They're coming up second mid. This could be horrible for him. Needs to try and get away to safety. Peeks out onto Results, and actually Results is going to take him down. Oh, this could go horribly wrong. Luckily, Maxter's going to save the day.
What's going
again. He's going to have a 3K to his name in both rounds so far, and he can still add to that tally if they make their way towards this A site. But for the moment, ForZe are stopped. They're considering heading over towards B, where right now it is Nilo alone. Smoke in hand to delay, to allow the rotation of LNZ back, of course, but needs to be careful. He spots out Crad. Is he going to push through the smoke? And yes, right into the waiting arms of Nilo. Not the brightest of ideas, but sometimes you have to take a risk, but the risk is going to reap no reward. 2-0 Young Ninjas, and to keep the hop alive as well.
Man, Maxter is a pro gamer. He's a professional CSGO player. What a start to that map. I don't know what he did between Overpass and the start of Inferno, but those 15 minutes, those, not even 15, those 10 minutes, I want to know what happened. I really want to know what happened. To start a map like that after, you know, such a... I'd say it's even more devastating the way that they lost Overpass than maybe the way that ForZe lost Mirage, simply because of Young Ninjas feeling like they were close, but not being able to get it over the mark. Whoa. No, this one's looking scary. If I'm ForZe, I'm really scared after some of those duels early on. Young Ninjas look really comfortable with their individual fights. I know it's just the pistols on the other side, but it's just the fact that you're getting those kills, and you know that those youngsters, they're gonna get fired up on the back of landing those 6 shots, you know. Those are the ones that get your confidence up, especially if you manage to convert this one without dropping too many members here. Your money's going to be looking solid. You're going to be able to afford to go for those aggressive plays if you want to. And it's a really good way to delay Jerry's master plans getting into the action here on Inferno. First buy round yet to come. Obviously, ForZe are just looking for the maximum damage possible in a round like this. And Nilo looking to farm up that cash money.
Yeah, Nyla close by. Jerry's going to walk his way in. He's not going to clear out towards Log. Shalfie is going to be able to refrag his teammate at least. And, well, LNZ, although he's probably favoured in the fight with the Galil against the Pistols, he just doesn't want to take the risk. So, back away to safety. And they'll make their way into the site if they can. But rotation should be here in time. Air with the AWP. Shalfie looking for a deagle shot, but LNZ will actually claim both. One casualty for the Young Ninjas, as ForZe now get ready and get set for their first buy round, really, of the half. Of course, not counting the force buy in the second. We'll see what the AKs have to offer.
Yeah, you got to be hoping for a good start. Obviously, we know Jerry, we know his specialty. There's going to be a ton of utility thrown over towards Banana and a lot of fights happening towards that part of the map. Hard aggro towards Banana every single buy round. Try and get that map control. Try and have your slow and steady defaults in place. That's going to be the game plan. Early boost and a double setup towards short now as ForZe start contacting their way out of middle any moment now.
Both down, Adam B just trying to dodge the flash, and he's hit 2 quick headshots. A little bit of camera trickery there.
Yeah, I thought he got absolutely annihilated by the first player running out.
No, it was the other way around. I know exactly how you're feeling because I thought the same, but the kill feed says otherwise. 4-2, as in 4 men versus 2 Ts on the other side. Jerry and Zorti, how did they battle back into this round? The initial play completely shut down. Wasn't even a problem. Swatted away like a pesky fly. So far, so good for Young Ninjas. Still no problems whatsoever. LNZ pretty low on the crosshair placement. So not looking really for the kill. He's just looking for the information.
Yeah. We'll also see a player. As soon as he spots one, then Adam B can get activated and posted on the angle. Still misses the timing, actually. Allows Jerry to fall back. Oh, never mind. Actually gets it right in the target. And that's going to leave Zorti in the 1 versus 4. Trying to hold on to his AK for his dear life. It's a 4-0 start here on the CT side. And actually, Zorti's thinking about going maximum damage. Well, he's made some noise. Now he's been hurt. He might go down, which is good for him. Going to get some money. Going to be able to be on the same note with his teammates, but it's a great start for the Young Ninjas. Only 1 player going down in the first buy round as well. When come to think of it, ForZe actually didn't have a bad call, right? They went into the bomb side where there was only 2 defenders. No one was covering apartments as well, but it was just a great call from the Young Ninjas going for the boost. Adam B and Maxter once again just dropping the final hurdle. ForZe not being able to overcome that setup towards the short side. Losing way too many bodies there. And it's now just a half by Hero AK for Shelfie. A couple pistols. A slower start. Still plenty of opportunities left. It's not too late. In fact, too early to even speak about dominance. But the first couple rounds have been comfortable for the CT side.
Don't want to get too comfortable. Then complacency becomes a little bit of an issue. Oh, Era trying to rattle off a few shots through the smoke. It's going to be a B split as LNZ gets close to try and stop this.
Ooh.
But once Era goes down, maybe A is the play. But the bomb still towards this B site. And eventually ForZe are going to continue to move forward. But now with the open hands of Result, that could be a problem. Excuse me, in the hands of Jerry. There's a scout in play as well. 50 seconds. A players haven't moved. They can't move just yet. They don't know. Of course, the bomb is towards B. If they had that piece of the puzzle, the rotation surely would have come in. LNC still hasn't seen anything, but he's heard some steps. And now might fear the worst.
Oh, nice pickup from LNZ. Needs more though. Needs a multi-kill. Nilo's been spotted as well. Molotov to try and delay. Molotov to try and keep them away. But Shelfie doesn't need to be kept away. He can take the long-range fight with the AK-47 and wins it. And that's going to be first round on the board for the ForZe boys. They managed to make it work with the pistols. We spoke about that on the first map. Mirage was a map on which we did kind of point towards the prowess of the CAS teams when it comes down to those buys. Obviously, there was one Hero AK. There was another AVP picked up in the process, but It was the Pistols to start it off with a nice kill onto the Opera of Era. And from that point on, the Young Ninjas didn't really get a chance to fight in this round. Nice try there from LNZ to keep it honest. Not enough. Money for the CT side, still good enough. No room for panic. You can reinvest. You gotta be careful though. We haven't seen a single successful buy round so far from ForZe. It's nice winning those pistol rounds. You need to find a way to abuse the full buys as well. Let's see what they go for. Presumably back to that banana action. And yeah, there we have it. Just playing the default. Zorti's actually gone for a quick peek with the AVP. That's nice to see from him. Showing some confidence early on.
Oh, Era. Tag. Not the frag, sadly, for the Young Ninjas Opera. Result. Just get the better of him. Nilo. Oh, that damage done. Jerry, I was going to say he was lucky to get out of that engagement alive, but he isn't so lucky. He's going to be taken down. Now, Young Ninjas need to get back out towards the pit. Shalfie has found a massive gap in the defense as of right now. And has he heard LNZ? I'm not too sure. Now, he's definitely heard him. He's walked a little bit closer. LNZ is going to overlook this angle. Yes, he is, completely. And already we're seeing ForZe really abuse that long position. Get in behind, cause problems, find the gaps. And Nilo is low HP here. Peeks out. Result takes him down. And that is 2 now for ForZe.
Yeah, that was a bit undecisive there from the likes of LNZ. Obviously, we don't know what's going on in the team speak. It might not be even... I'd say that maybe it's not even him making the decision, and it's just on the back of information from his teammates that he tries to run it back. He starts rotating back A, then he again, and all of that is happening with him just running full W. So surely they should know that there was the timing for Shofi to find a window and try and abuse it, but yeah, maybe it would have been better. For a second there, I thought that they'd made the call, you know, a player could be out long, and we're going to run the setup. We know he could be. I think they were running the up-bauk, under-bauk setup towards the A-bomb side, so it felt like they were waiting for something like that. And then I was thinking, okay, so maybe LNZ just doubles back towards the B-bomb side, and they just play the 2-2, and, you know, whatever happens, happens. But yeah, he gets caught in no man's land, and as you pointed out, Nilo was already low on HP, so there's not really anything that he could do there, even in the form that he's been showing so far today. Well, especially on map number 1 on Mirage, he was absolutely spectacular. Overpass, not as much maybe. Arrow was, I'd say, the captain of the boat on this second map, but yeah, you can't really fault Nilo in that scenario. Thankfully for Young Ninjas, because of the saved guns, they can muster up another fairly decent buy. It's actually looking great. But they gotta get back to winning ways. Otherwise, the money's gonna continue dwindling away. And by that, I mean it's kind of gonna disappear after this round if they lose it as well.
Yeah, the pressure's being applied towards top banana here, though. They need to be ready. LNZ goes down towards long, but it's answered back with that one from Nilo. Era can't really overstay his welcome, and once again he's being wrapped upon, so surely he's just dead in the next few seconds, and indeed he will be. That's the round done and dusted, unless Maxter